Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to TopstepTV. It is Friday, June the 28th. This is the opening call. He's Hoag. I'm Eddie. You know I'm not Eddie. Eddie got called in with a little internet outage. But good morning, Mr. Hoag. How are you doing today?
Good morning, JD. I'm doing fine. Happy Friday. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is that the Kool-Aid man? For sure.
Yeah.
Well, welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV, the most watched, the most trusted futures trading stream with the most popular futures day traders out there. We got a great lineup for sure. It's Friday, like Hoag just said. It's the last day of the week. It's the last trading day of the month. It's the last trading day of the quarter. And the last trading day of the first half of the year. Can you believe the first half of 2024 is over? It is just flying by.
That.
What do they say? What's the old adage? The days get longer, but the years get shorter, right?
Yeah.
It's
Days
for
take forever
real.
and years fly by.
Well, Hoag, we had some big news out a little while ago, and we've got stocks trading higher. Well, they were at least. Personal consumption expenditures number came out just a little while ago at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Let me find out. Yep. Inflation. They keep saying it's cooling. The numbers came out as, I just had the actual numbers. Yes, personal income month over month came up 0.5% higher. Consensus was for 0.4% compared to 0.3% previously. And personal consumption expenditures dropped 0.2%, expected to drop 3%. So wages are going up a little bit, and consumer spending is coming down a little bit. The core PCE month over month, 0.1%, came out just as expected, and year over year core PCE, 2.6% year over year. So inflation in May was cooling off just a little bit, as people were expecting. Not bad at all. In the world of housing news, this kind of leads into that inflation data also. According to CNBC, home prices are starting to drop a little bit, and sellers are actually starting to ease up a little bit. The typical house last year sold for slightly less than its asking price, 0.3% lower, for the first time since the start of COVID-19. I said last month, 0.3% lower for the first time since the start of COVID. So housing prices are easing, sellers are easing back a little bit also. We have wages going up a bit, and consumer spending down just a little bit. Hoag, what's your take on politics? Don't answer that question.
I pay attention. I don't like talking about it much.
Neither do I. Just curious if you watched the debate last night. I personally did not watch. You did? What was your take on it?
It was a show.
That seems to be the consensus. Personally, I find political theater to be totally cringe, so I had no I find no pleasure in watching those things, especially when two geriatric puppets are just gnawing at each other. There's still some bad blood there. Yeah, everything I read about it this morning said the same thing. There's just bad blood between the two of them, and they're both getting on in years. But they did touch on some very important subjects: the economy, abortion, inflation, foreign policy, the war in Gaza. So they hit on some pretty important topics, but like I said, I didn't watch. I just read about it this morning, and there's just a lot of jawbone back and forth.
It was a lot of there's a lot of the people running the thing asking questions and then them talking about whatever they wanted to talk about.
Yeah, sounds about right. They couldn't remember the question after it was asked. So anyway, what else is happening in the world of economic reports this morning, Hoag?
Well, you went over the PCE numbers already. They all came out right as expected, slightly lower than the previous month's numbers. So indicating that inflation is slowing, but is not stopping just yet. You talked about the personal income and spending. Income up a little bit, spending down a little bit, as you mentioned. At 8 o'clock this morning, the Dallas Fed PCE came out at 8:45. We're waiting for the Chicago PMI, 9 o'clock. The University of Michigan sentiment is due out. And then, of course, at noon every Friday, we have the Baker Hughes rig count for you crude traders. As far as talking Feds on the schedule this morning, we had Daly was due to speak at 7:40. Haven't had much of a chance to see what she had has talked about. But we have Bowman again at 11 o'clock. Of course, these are all Central Chicago time. And at 11:40, Mary Daly is due to speak again. Those are the only ones that I see on the schedule. They do have a tendency to just pop up from time to time. With the VIX this morning up a little bit at 12.3, the dollar index pretty much flat at 105.9, and the yield on the 10-year lower still about 4.27%. Last I checked, and that's what we've got as far as economic numbers on the docket here this morning. JD.
Pretty light there, right? Well, Gabe, we got the tip of the week ready to go? Our tip of the week this week. Know your triggers. Oh, you've been around for a little while.
Yeah.
Have you been able to identify your triggers? What makes you stay away from the markets in the morning if you know you're just not into it that day?
Well, usually it's 3 consecutive losses is one of the things that I know that I've got to pay attention. If I have 3 consecutive losses, I really have to check my emotion, check my anger. And, if I'm starting to feel triggered, that's my signal to just put the mouse in the drawer, put it up on the shelf, go do something else until I can get rid of that venom, get my head straight, back to center, and re-engage in the markets. It's not even really a amount of money. It's the 3 consecutive losses that gets me. It's like striking out.
Yep, that'll do it. And it could be anything, Maybe you made it halfway to work just to figure out that there's a hole in your stock and it's very uncomfortable. Or your bacon just wasn't crispy enough in the morning. No, it could be anything. Whatever takes your head out of the game, do your best to be aware of it. I see the daily levels just got posted in the chat. I got pulled away from my typical morning duties to prepare for this. I didn't have much time to prepare. So we've only got Hoag's levels in there right now. I'll set up the rest of them as soon as the opening call is over. So if you're looking at the daily levels, just know that I got your back, and we'll get them all in there.
They're coming.
Hopefully right before the bell. All right. In other news, we got a couple of pieces of housekeeping to do. Our 100 Topstep VIP winners will receive their invitations via email by Monday, July 1st. If you were selected as a winner for the exclusive VIP package, Topstep VIP package, you should get your confirmation email by Monday. Also, every eligible trader who signed up for a free reset yesterday, you should be getting your email this morning. If you have not gotten your email confirming your free reset, check your spam folder because they were all sent out. What else today? Oh, this is kind of a big one, folks. Don't shoot the messenger. But our trader support team is closed for the day to sort of take care of all the backlog of support requests that they've gotten throughout the week. Wendy is still available, so feel free to go to the website and punch any questions you have in for Wendy, our AI chat support. We appreciate your patience. Thank you for sticking around. They're just overburdened with support requests right now. So please be patient and stay kind. Support is on it. They're doing their best. Anything you want to add to that one, Hoag?
Yes, yeah. Our support team is the best in the world, and they're working very, very hard to get to everybody. And they've got a backlog. Please be patient, and when you do talk to them, remember, be kind. They are working very hard. They are working for you, and just be kind, and they're going to get to you. We assure you of that, and again, we appreciate your patience. So they're working very hard to take care of you and working on getting better at it as well. So
100%. We keep hiring more support staff. The bigger we get, the more people we hire. So it takes time to train people also. So keep that in mind. Be kind to your support rep. All right, Hoag. Want to dive into some stocks?
Yes,
Charts?
of
I just
course.
said stocks. You want to dive into some stocks? I said stocks 2 minutes ago. All right.
All right.
Charts it
So
is.
as we go here in the S&Ps on the daily chart, the S&Ps have really this morning kind of had a test of the upper area of balance and that area of balance that I mentioned the other day. And let me get the numbers here. 55, 67. What's our high for the day today? 55, 73. So we got a little bit above that area of balance that I was kind of looking at probably pretty much when the PCE numbers came out, but the market is on the daily chart, of course, still maintaining an upside trend, and we are in a trend rest right here. We may call this a trend digestion or a digestion area where we've kind of fallen into balance, and this does a good job of evening out inventory for the move for the continuation move, or potentially even for a move to the downside. We may take some bad news, which we did not get today, to push prices much lower. So we had the debate last night. We have PCE that's out. Got a couple other things. Probably the Michigan sentiment is probably one of the biggest ones, unless one of the talking feds says something stupid. We added 6,300 in open interest yesterday on what ended up being pretty much of an up day overall. And volume was okay. Nothing tremendous. Nothing tremendous. A lot of folks waiting for what was going to be happening with the PCE numbers today. And when they came out as expected, no hot numbers, no cold numbers, just as expected. What are traders going to do with this information is really the question. And we really want to try to kind of trade what we see, use technical levels, and always manage risk, right? ACH, anything can happen. Our main job is to be as risk managers. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. All right, so we had some pretty good overnight inventory. The PCE numbers came out. We had a rush to the upside, a little bit of overextension there. 67 is really that kind of high of the balance area, and we've shown some rejection of that level. Overnight inventory long probably has something to do with the push back to close the gap. Are we going to open with a gap? Are we not going to open with a gap? If we do open with a gap and we can't close it relatively early, I'll probably start looking for possible longs. If we close the gap and find acceptance in range from yesterday, that may give us a pullback, maybe a settlement gap close or the point of control from yesterday around 55, 41, 42 area. We just got to see what happens. We got to take a look and trade what we see here this morning. The profile yesterday, the normal variation day, kind of a smaller range. We did leave a relatively weak low that is of some concern. And remember, folks, we still have our all-time high, which occurred last week in extended trading hour session. Usually those are not going to remain as lasting highs or lows. See what these markets give us today. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. Here's the daily on the NASDAQ. Now, the NASDAQ is a lot more centrally located inside this upside digestion, we can call it. Nowhere near the high end of the balance area, probably right up around 20,000 to 35 ish. Really centrally located inside that area of balance. We're pretty much coming up to our weekly high here. Last week's high is, of course, 20,371. 20,370 is the weekly kickoff high, and it has been there. That has been the weekly kickoff high for 2 straight weeks now. So we put in that weekly, that all-time high here when the weekly kickoff high was 2370, and it has not been revisited. But again, remember, that did happen in the overnight session, and it's probably not going to be a lasting high. So still center, longer time frame trend, still up, digestion occurring. We lost about 400 in open interest yesterday, relatively low volume. A lot of folks waiting for what was going to come out today with the PCEs. So the PCs are out. The debate is out. All time high in there again in the extended trading hours. little bit concerned about the kind of weaker low that we're seeing on the daily chart here. Not seeing a lot of excess and even lows. They tend to get revisited as I think it was Justin was saying yesterday. That happens with some frequency. So I don't know. We'll have to see what these markets provide for us today. Here's the 30-minute. So opening in range and in value on a PCE day when it's supposed to be crazy? No, that doesn't happen, but it appears to be happening now. If we're going to be opening in range and in value, we'll probably see a settlement gap close. We'll see what the market looks like after that. We got to see what these markets do here. On the open, the profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. Pretty deep excess low off the low here yesterday. Pretty deep excess low on that. So a little bit of a different story than the S&Ps. But I think the S&Ps have actually performed a little bit better on this short time frame trend that we've got. What defines trend? Higher lows and higher highs. We have a short time frame trend here, but we're still in longer time frame and balance, and in the longest of time frame in an uptrend. So we maybe start looking for opportunities when the market presents weakness in the short time frame and the longest of time frames. Take a look at crude oil now. Crude has been just a pickle in and around this confluence zone. That's what I'm calling this confluence zone. We've got a little bit more fear of change or things happening overseas. And I think that's, probably why we're starting to see some continuation above this, what did I call it again? A confluence zone. We had weekly kickoff high at 81.45. We had last week's high at 81.79. We had the neckline of the head and shoulders that we have been showing for quite some time. Here's the head and shoulders. There's the neckline where it broke to the downside. And it has been wrestling all week with that level. Sometimes these levels just become very sticky and tough to get through, but looking like we're maybe seeing some continuation to the upside. We added 18,000 in open interest on that push to close up above weekly kickoff high yesterday. Volume wasn't that great, but we did pile in a whole bunch of new positions, mostly, of course, because it was a positive day and we added open interest. We're looking at that as new longs. If those new longs are going to continue in this market, we might be able to see some good business to the upside in the coming session or sessions. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. We've got overnight inventory, which was long. It has now been reconciled. The market opened last night. Oh, right there. Look where we are. We're right back at where the overnight opened, where the overnight started. Got too long overnight inventory adjustment that is reconciled. No, we opened with a gap. We've closed the gap. Settlement gap seems logical. Look for opportunities as the day goes on. If you're looking for something to do here in crude oil, I think it's been a tough trade because we have been very non-committal in and around this confluent zone. We get back to that confluent zone, look for opportunities to limit risk. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. Lots of full gyrations from low to high, high to low, low to high. It was a pretty volatile session yesterday. It ended up, finishing up 84 cents. A lot of gyration, a lot of contracts trading hands yesterday. Now we'll take a quick look at gold on the daily chart. So what are we looking at? We're looking at a market that in medium time frame has really just fallen into balance. We looked relatively close to the weekly kickoff low a couple of days ago. 2,300 is that weekly kickoff low. Found buyers down there, back to this trend line. Now we're above that trend line. So what was support acted as resistance to a degree for a while. We're now back above that. That 50 session moving average. When the market is like this, it's mostly going to be a short time frame controlled. It's the short time frame that's picking each other's pockets, pushing price around, and without a lot of longer time frame participation. And a lot of the short time frame retail pea shooters like me, well, they're looking at these simple moving averages, and this 50 session moving average has kind of put in. Well, we're at it right now. That could put in a little bit of a high here if we break out above it. We're still in rotation. The market does what? When we're in rotation, it goes to the high, to the low, to the high, to the low, to the high, to the low. Will it go all the way back to the high? Who knows? But that's the way rotational markets play. So we're kind of in like the middle of that area of balance. So be careful. Shorter time frame trade levels are likely to be respected. The problem with that is there's going to be a lot of them and a lot of retail traders looking for executions in and around those areas. It's like we've finished a naked point of control here in regular trading hours. The market opened, closed the gap, right back to that trend line that we were looking at, and finding a little bit of a degree of support above the range from yesterday. Very small range yesterday, low volume, but we did add 6,600 in open interest on an up day. So it looks like we did bring in some new longs. If those new longs are going to protect this trend line, looks like a pretty good area for them to protect against coming back into yesterday's range. That's where it just tested down to on the 730 bar after the PCE numbers came out. It's going to be an interesting trading day. I think a lot of folks were expecting big moves today, a big miss in the PCE numbers or something else. I mean, it could still happen, but we have to remember it is the last day of the quarter, last day of half the year, last day of the week. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, and I'm going to get a beer. No. So just remember, these things will affect markets or not. We don't know. ACH, anything can happen. Take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Always, every day, please pray for peace. And remember, be kind to yourself, to others. Blessings to you all. Let's have a good trading session today.
For sure. Thanks, Hoag. And beer can be for breakfast if you choose. Stick around, folks. We got a great show. Awesome lineups coming up. Next, Fast Markets, we're going to be firing up the house account. We're going to have Dolby, Jack, Hoag, Coach Jay, and Coach Dakota. Power players, we're going to be joined by Dolby. Again, Peter Tuckman, the Einstein of Wall Street, is here. Myself, Gabe, and Hoag with the house account once again. After that, Top Quiz with Eddie and Vanessa, assuming Eddie's back. That might switch up a little bit. We'll keep you posted, though. Jack and Mick for the shoulder tap and roast my trades. Myself and Coach Robert for group coaching. Then we have Strategy Lab this afternoon, 1 o'clock Central Time with Robert, Gabe, Hoag, and Anne-Marie. Stick around for Strategy Lab. We'll also have the house account open for that one, too. And then we're closing out the week. We're closing out the day, the week, the month, the quarter in Power Hour with Dolby, Gabe, Hoag, and Coach Ray. Keep an eye on Gabe's road to funding, and maybe we'll make some plays in the house account to close out the day also. All right, Hoag, I'll see you by the coffee machine. Crack those beers, and we'll be right back with the opening bell.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets. A little bit late, not a big deal, but about 30 seconds. Eddie's out. You might have noticed we don't have the magic bell on hand. Oh, do you have anything? Oh, look at that.
There we go.
There it
Look
is.
at that. There we go.
We are
Oh,
open.
Coach Jay, welcome. Dakota will be here shortly. It looks like so far for this Friday, volatility looks really good in pretty much every single market. Take your pick. We've got something going on. Coach Jay, what are you looking at this morning for some trades?
So looking at the range that PCE candle printed, 2119.50 was the low in the NASDAQ. We obviously opened up about 100 points lower than that. So just trying to see how the market responds. I think I have targets to the upside, targets to the downside. Want to be patient because, like Hoag said during the opening call, we are still in range, in yesterday's range, right? So not much has changed since that print. So trying to figure out what type of day it's going to be, right? Are we going to have a range-bound day, or are we going to have a trend day based on that news that came out? So not in a rush to make any decisions right now, but if something presents itself, I'll go ahead and take it.
Sweet. And Hoag, what about you? You have some weekly kickoff levels, I know, but what levels are really tickling your fancy here?
Well, NASDAQ and the S&P has basically just closed the settlement gap. NASDAQ closed it, I believe, pretty much to the tick. And the S&P stopped a little bit short of that, but like I said, and like Jay said, we've opened in range. We're pretty close to value. There's not a big change in the perception of value, so that always suggests to me to stay patient and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. As far as opening ranges are concerned, the opening range in the NASDAQ and the S&P is at the high of the session, but we're not seeing a lot of good push in either direction. The Dow has left the opening range at the bottom of the range, so a little bit of divergence there. Seeing really nothing in Delta here just yet. Right where I sit and in my time frame, I'm looking at trying to just be patient and look for something that to come to me. I mean, we can always find a trade, right? But it's the ones that come find me that I like.
Yeah, the ones that come and find you. We got YM pushing high a day right here. Really,
Yep.
really inspired move in the YM, trading up by 39,642. Not sure if other markets are joining in on that bullishness. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, so it looks like the ES and the YM are catching a little bit more of a bid. Yeah, Jay, what do you got?
Mhm.
One thing I'm looking at in the NASDAQ, and we've been talking about it for a little while, is the anchored VWAP from CPI, which has been somewhat of a pivotal level, and we're trading down towards it right now. It's at 2016 in the NASDAQ. So maybe looking at a reaction there to see whether or not buyers are going to support price here, right around 2016.
2016. Nice. 16 evens. We might actually end up getting down there. I see we got our other special guest in the green room. Not sure if the producers are ready to bring them in yet, but feel free to knock on the door, Dakota. Looking forward to having you on. So far, no trades. Is there a certain market that we think might offer better opportunity today compared to some other ones for a house account trade?
Well, the Dow just took out yesterday's high, which was 39,651. And boy, it is really screaming to the upside.
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's very, yeah, look at that go. Wow.
NASDAQ is
down
lagging.
40,000?
S&Ps are trying to leave that settlement spot there. NASDAQ is presenting as the weakest of the three amigos.
Yeah, if anyone in chat has any idea as to why YM decided to rally almost 200-300 points in 5 minutes, that'd be some great information there. It's like United Healthcare maybe is one of the reasons why. Maybe it's
Damn
Amazon.
right it is.
Damn right, yeah. Is that what it is, Jack?
Yeah.
United Health, great earnings or something.
United Health Group's up 4%. It's the highest weighted stock in there. That'll help.
Well, that would do it. That would do it. Look at that. Coach Dakota still out. I wonder if he has a trade on right now. We currently have no trade on right now.
Nothing. Meta coming off. We had the Amazon lower. Nvidia is pretty much at break even. Fantastic in the Mag 7 here.
Gold down quite a bit. Wonder if Dakota traded any gold last night. Down $13 already.
See him in the green room.
I know.
You can go ahead and ask him because we are bringing him in. I don't have to knock on the door. Eddie's out, so no knock on the door, but here we are.
We'll just teleport him through. Dakota, welcome.
I did just take a quick one lot long in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
How are you guys?
Doing excellent, Dakota. How you doing?
I'm really tired, Dobie. My flight to Vegas is this afternoon, so I'm gonna take it.
Nice.
Slow today.
Nice. You have to get like one of those guys who has to get like mentally prepared to fly, so it's like an all day thing.
No. I'm one of those guys who's so busy that I usually don't pack or get everything ready until the last minute.
You just buy all new clothes in Vegas then? Do you just travel with nothing and just buy all new stuff when you're there?
No, not that bad. Come on, Dobie.
Okay. Coach Jay, you said you entered in a trade right before we had Dakota. I'm assuming that is probably doing pretty good if you got long.
It is. I'm long 2065 in the NASDAQ. I'm just going to trail this one, to start the day off with a quick trade. But it looks good.
Nice.
It looks good. I think there's room potentially back up to that PCE candle that we had. Again, the low of that was 21.19. The reason I did take this long, I honestly wanted it a lot lower. I hesitated, but when we traded down below 2050, not seeing a lot of selling pressure below that 2050 so far this morning. So when we popped back up, went ahead, took that long trade, and if I could sit in this one all day, I'll be very happy.
Well, if you want us to hold you accountable, Jay, and tie your hands behind your back, maybe we can help you out and make sure you don't press the sell button in this one. Dakota, we got everyone else's levels. Haven't gotten yours yet. What are you looking at in NASDAQ, ES, whatever you're trading?
Just buy it. Like, that really is the name of the game. I'm not even joking. Every time I try and just get cute with it and find areas to short, I just end up taking a loss. That's how it was for me yesterday. I tried to get in some shorts and I took a loss. And any day that I've been getting in shorts, I've been taking losses. So today, I think if we do pull back down to 62, maybe we just pull the buy.
Okay.
Oh, 62.
I'm trailing this trade in the profit. I did give back some profits yesterday. Dakota and I talked about that. I'm not in the mood to do that today on a Friday. So I am going to, secure profits as I see it today. But again, I'll just trail as there's structure. But I like that, Dakota. If we pull back to 62s and getting in again there, I would honestly take this trade off around the 80s, right? If we drop through it and get right back in at 62, I'd rather do that than try to hold one lot for 100 points.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you are kind of in a pickle with only one contract, right?
Yep. Yeah. Should have
bought all in or all out. I know Miss J, NQ let me in. That's what it feels like sometimes once the NQ catches a bid. Which is why I think Dakota sometimes says, just buy it. Just wake up and buy it. You don't know where the right spot is going to be in the NASDAQ.
We've got 2,000 on the offer in the S&Ps at 55.65 even.
Ooh, that's interesting.
All right. Hear me out. What's your thoughts on a short right here?
Don't hate it, honestly.
I would here being which market and which level?
NASDAQ right here, right now, 84s, 85s.
I did just get tagged out on the trail there. But I don't hate that idea, Dakota.
What's your profit target? Like 15, 20 points?
Yeah. And I think that opportunity passed. It was just a real quick one.
Yeah. I see what you're saying there. Do you still want to get long, like 62 evens, though? You think there's still an option to get long in a pullback?
I was like, okay, market's changing a little bit, and we could be getting that pullback, so there's an opportunity for a short. A quick scalp, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's saying, calling me out. Dakota, what's your thoughts? Just buy it, and then 5 minutes later, what do you think about a short?
I'm just
doing what the market gives me, right? Like if I see an opportunity in the market change, it's like right there, right now. Would have been getting in short at 85, and I would be looking to cover in like a dip below 70s, and that was a profitable trade. Like I'd be looking for profits, pretty close in the money.
Yeah, that would have been a quick one. Probably a little bit too fast for the house account.
Yeah,
it's like it's like a yacht that you're trying to drive in a harbor.
Trying to turn it around real quick.
Yeah, keep just exactly right. But I like those 20,062 evens. I think that's interesting. If we can get down there, that might be a fun little long in the NASDAQ to see if we can push higher up to that PCE candle. Coach Jay was saying, Coach Jay, you're out of that trade. How much did you get on that one? Ooh, you're muted. So subtract $5 from whatever that total is.
Plus 385.
Plus 385. Gonna update the board. Coach Jay is flat, up $385 on a quick little NQ scalp. You getting back in?
Still like this to the long side. I didn't get back in there. Was looking for. I kind of want to see, excuse me, how we print 2100 and then think about getting in there, because this last 3-minute candle that started at 8:36 Eastern, there was a ton of buying in there. I was watching some Anna Cooling volume price analysis videos this morning, and effort and value, right? So they bought a lot in this candle, but they're not getting the value up above that 2100 yet. So I want to see that buyers are convinced that we need to trade back above that 2100 first, and then I'll think about getting back in there.
Yep. Dakota, would you retry shorting here at 87 evens and NQ or not?
No. Right. That was the pullback to go long. We didn't really get all the way down to 61. Looks like we got to 69 and 66. Here we go. If anything, it would be playing for a breakout trade. That would be buying right here for a breakout and a run to 100s.
Anyone else like those? It's not my type of trade, but I can see it working.
Yeah, how do we manage the risk on that?
Have to go below
for the
60.
breakout.
Yeah, like where would the stop be for that?
Probably 65, 66. That pivot low.
So below that 5-minute wick.
Yeah. Breakout trades, it's hard to get a really good risk reward, but you have the probabilities in your favor because you're getting in with the momentum.
Yeah. Oh, Neil Howe has just a good point in chat. Since we don't have Eddie reminding us, chat, thank you. We do have a Chicago PMI incoming, I believe, in 2 minutes. Okay. Just double check. So we might get some volatility, but that would have been a nice little long there. And Dakota, also that little pullback play idea was nice as well. It just didn't get deep enough.
Yeah, 2 for 2, and I'm not trading it. I'm not trading my live account. I took a loss last night, and it's Friday for me. It's payday. I took a $29,000 payout last night, so I'm going to just relax. I'm gonna hop onto a trading combine. So I'm gonna hop into a trading combine and probably see if I could carve it up with you guys in a combine.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Got some nice buying at.
Yeah, let us know what trades to take.
Yeah. Give me a minute, and it's just dealing with some technical stuff.
Oh, not a problem. Well, we'll move on. Coach Jay, what were you saying? I think you mentioned 20,100s up here.
Buying come in.
Yep. Yeah, 2,100. We did just get that nice buying. I'm going to stay flat for this this number that's coming out in a second, and see how
we've got
responds there.
Michigan sentiment at 9 o'clock after that.
Oh, we've got a little minefield of events today, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
little volatility minefield. This is fun. Well, it's nice though, to be honest. I'd rather have this than like nothing going on for a Friday, because y'all know how that gets. For 7 hours of TopstepTV in a slow market, that is not the most fun. But we got action today, everybody. Market is a moving. Even the YM has got its New Balance. What are they? 770s on, I think. I think that's the oldest man shoe I can think of right now. We got really close to 20,000. 119 here. The PCE candle. So, Coach Jay, what value do you see in kind of associating a candlestick to a level to like a news event? You know, what are you thinking about that there?
So it's the range, and we know the order books clear out, but it's the range that that's how I'm measuring the reaction, right? So that range is 2119 to 2178. There's the reaction from there, and if you're looking at my screen right now, we do this kind of all the time. Just measure out these candles, and somewhere around 50% for whatever reason is a pretty good area of opportunity this morning. And this is why we tell people not to trade during the news. The first 3 minutes, you can let it play out. You don't have to blow your account. Literally the 3 minutes after that checks that 50% of that range and gave you a 111 point trade if you were holding it the entire time. Yep. So when the market gets back here, it's how are we responding now? Do we trade through this range? This is a huge imbalance in the market. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it fill all the way up to the top, but we have to see how the market feels about it. Right now, we are above the anchored VWAP from that print, which is telling us that buyers are in control, right? And obviously we can see it with the price going up. So I want to see how we respond first at the lows of this right here. And then I think I'm seeing the buying to get at least back up to that 2150. So now it's about finding a spot to get in.
Yeah, I'm looking on that one. Dakota, good call on just smashing the buy button. I think right around 90 evens, but like I said, that's more of a jet ski type of trade. We got like a 70-foot yacht that we're trying to pilot here. That would have been a real nice one. A little bit of resistance here at 20,119.
You said you were going to, Dolby, you said you were going to keep me in that trade, man. Why did I cut it?
I got distracted. I'm driving the show. I got distracted. It was also Hoag's job too.
I think Hoag. No, I'm just joking. But that was a great trade.
Next time. Well, I mean, that's the thing with NASDAQ, right? It's either see profit, take profit, or you have to leave your stop pretty wide because it's going to come and get you pretty much every time. I mean, I've gotten stopped out break even numerous times in NASDAQ on air, and it always ends up, not always, but frequently runs in my favor after that. So it's a difficult market. So you got what you wanted, though. I mean, you got
absolutely
385. Yeah, it's a great base hit.
And like you said it while I entered the trade, right? That's the kind of curse of trading a one lot where you have to make that trade management decision with your full position. You can't scale in, scale out. Normally I trade up to 3, but early trade is 2119.
Yeah.
Jay, what do you think about what do you think about this PCE candle low here? What is it looking like to you? Because it's right up against yesterday's session high, which was 20,116.
Yep. Yeah, it's an interesting area, Hoag. I think if you're looking to take a short, it's a cheap short. I think you could set your risk somewhere around 2130, 135. And I'm looking at the volume as we come up to it, and it's slowing down, right? So it is definitely an area of opportunity to take a cheap short if you wanted it. I'm not going to short this just because I think we could potentially make all-time highs today. But I see what you're saying.
We did get so Chicago PMI from Commander Chat. Thank you so much. Just a couple minutes ago. Expected was 39.7. Came out 47.4. So definitely exceeded expectations. If someone in chat has the ability to translate if that even means anything. Is that a good news is bad news or bad news is good news thing? Let us know, but it seems like regardless, indices are catching a big bid as long as your name is not YM. And also crude oil is rolling over super hard. So there's a lot of markets offering a lot of opportunity today. So I think the hard part might be just trying to focus on which market we want to even get a house account trade in because so many are offering up opportunities right now for good trades.
Dakota, I heard a little laugh because I was thinking about looking at a short up there.
No. It's actually because I'm thinking about looking for a short up here as well. That's just human instinct to just, we see the market going up and up and up and we just want to sell it, and then vice versa. Yeah. We are, I feel like, naturally, counter trend traders.
We're getting up to that 55, 65 big offer. Still 2,000 on the offer there in the S&Ps.
Hoag, 1845 of that is one order.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's huge.
Yeah, apparently NVIDIA is just cruising to the upside. I mean, if we can get above 20,140 evens in NASDAQ, I see this definitely making new highs. I have that as kind of like the 4-hour range high, is that 20,140 evens. And we got wicks on either side of it, but the main body that's the higher the main body. So kind of curious to see if maybe we sell off a little bit, because anything above 140 evens is kind of rarefied air. But with the momentum in the NASDAQ, I think we might get up there. Dakota, you take that short?
Nope. I have my charts up. I'm trading on Topstep X, doing like any of my combine or practice trading is done on Topstep X. I'm getting used to it still.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. It's we're at that area where like shorts do look attractive, but like I don't know. I'm gonna just wait. I'm going to just be patient and wait. I'm in a combine. I paid for a combine, and I want to just try and practice patience.
That's a good thing. I don't have Andre with me, so I guess I'm going to do my own plugs here. So hashtag fast markets, everybody. If you do not know what that is yet, we are on Twitter/X. We want your trader wins. We want your tick picks. Funded. We got funded trader certificates, battle station setups, all that good stuff. Please send it over to us at Topstep, hashtag fast markets. We will take that lovely, lovely content and we will share it on air in real time. See your creations come to life on TopstepTV. There's been some good stuff recently. A lot of memes featuring actually all of us, I believe. All of us have been subjected to the meme treatment, but it's all in good fun. Love seeing it. Jeff B, congratulations. Daily goal met. Platform locked out. Fantastic stuff. So what would we need to see up here, Dakota, for you to pull the trigger on a short? Maybe just a little bit more consolidation on a smaller time frame?
I'm getting ready to pull the trigger on the short right now.
Oh,
I'm watching the price action, and
we did have Chicago PMI come out. They were looking for 39.7. It came out 47.4, so considerably higher. We do have Michigan sentiment here in 6 minutes, so be careful.
Yep.
What do you think, Dolby? We've got that big offer in the S&Ps. You think Patak wants us to lean on it?
Probably. If I had to guess, yeah.
It's not a
big offer.
How many would you put in there? Like 20 at 64 evens or something, and see if we can get in just before it?
I mean, if we're leaning on that side, just throw 100 in front of it. But that Hoag, I think that might be the biggest order we've seen since we started doing TopstepTV. Yeah.
That is a whole lot. So, but we don't know what they're trying to do, right? We don't know what their objective is. We just know it's a lot of whatever they're trying to do.
Right. Yeah, they could be selling the close, selling the open. We don't really know. It could be inventory adjustment. Someone was asking, is that an iceberg?
No.
Michael's in it.
Oh, he's in there?
Yeah.
Oh, Michael's in chat.
He's got 20 in front
He's
of
watching right now.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, he does? Oh, hell yeah. In the personal? Let's go, MP.
I like the
Let's
short right
go.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea.
That's what I'm thinking.
Hope, do we want to
I'm short the NASDAQ.
It looks like we got check marks. We got what? Two check
just
marks?
the broker today. We got check marks now.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm short NASDAQ, 132.
There's one. Coach Jay, you like to short or no?
It's I like the idea because we're going to keep our risk pretty tight. You can go 2 points above it, and if it breaks, then it breaks. But I like the short trade. Again, I'm looking to the long side, but if an opportunity presents itself, go right ahead.
Wow, okay. That's two check marks. Oh, that's at least 10.
At
least 10 contracts.
Well, he's got 20 in there right now, so
right.
Got a partner in execution here.
Well, Hoag, you got the controls, man. I am simply just the messenger. You are the executioner today.
Just the broker.
So we could probably do at least 10.
Looks like there's a 20 lot waiting in there.
Ooh, a 20. Also, that's not your account, Hoag. That's his account. C7682. You have to switch the account to the Topstep X1. There we go.
Got it.
You almost pulled a jack right there.
How many are we trading, Hoag?
Well, I'm gonna put in 10 ahead of it, and I'm gonna put a stop in just above it.
If we get a tick in front of that order and get
he's doing ES.
On the ES. If we get a tick in front of that order and get filled and risk the highs, we're risking 4,300. If we risk 5570, we're risking about 2,700. And I just realized I'm not sharing the screen where I'm looking at the ES, but that's on over here.
10 is relatively small though, right? For the ES.
It is.
Yeah, I mean for the house account.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And for ES too, probably. I mean, we could always try to size up. We could try 10 at one area and then 10 at another.
If it starts going our way, we can add.
You could add, yeah, there's a lot of options. But we've got the order in. I can see it up here. Working a short in the ES at 55.64 and 3/4. It's a 10 lot. I won't mention where the stop is. Don't want to give the interns any inside info. They can watch the stream if they want to get that information. I've got some people doing NQ longs at 21,000.
Thanks, Deep Sea. That's a different account.
Yeah.
I will say I still do like this market to the upside, but I'm giving a check mark on this trade because it is a cheap trade and it's a lean, and we've seen how these work out before. So I like the trade, but overall,
Dakota, what do you think?
Yeah, I really like it. I think 10 contracts is a little small if we're going to take it, but I do like the fact that maybe we get in 10 while it's going up, and then if it does consolidate or slow down or show some type of reversal, we could get into a bigger size.
It's okay,
Sweet.
Scooter. That's a different account. So a lot of folks are saying, you're crazy going short here. You're crazy going short here. The reason we're going short is there's that huge offer. There's 2,000 on the offer at 55.65. So if we were to get in ahead of it and it doesn't fill, or there becomes an iceberg order and they keep replenishing those offers there, we could see a pretty decent pullback off of that level. So, and the reason, that it's pretty cheap, we don't have a lot of risk on this. We're looking for the market to come up here, fail to take out this offer, and then head the other direction.
And guys, we do have a number at the top of the hour.
We do.
With those orders in there, just be careful.
Yep. I got the house account up as well. I don't think there's a limit to how many people can be in the same account at the same time, because I see all the orders and everything right now. Don't worry, Hoag. I'm watching with you. Crude, new lows.
Michigan sentiment.
Yes, it is. God, crude is just getting smoked right now. Tried to extend over 82.50 in the overnight session, and then just completely gave up. Now we're back down to 81.45. Lost a little over $1 since 4 o'clock this morning. So maybe change in sentiment in crude. I know it just broke out of a daily range high, so maybe it's trying to resettle again. It's like gold found some nice support as well.
Seconds.
Nice
a little bit thin
range,
here, isn't it?
15 seconds.
Yeah.
Cool.
Getting a little bit thin.
I mean,
Are you sticking with this?
2000
Order disappeared.
I would.
No, there it is.
I would keep it. I think we're going to need the volatility to get filled like that. Whoa! Wow.
Yep.
Good risk management, Hoag. Only lost 655 on that. Yes, off to the races.
Yeah,
so
Michigan sentiment
filled, right?
higher than expected.
We got filled and stopped within seconds.
Yeah, we got filled and stopped in a minute.
Oh wow.
Oh, this is a great time to talk about why stop losses are important. Do you want to go ahead and talk us through why you had a stop loss in there?
Well, we always put those stop losses in because of events like that. I mean, if we didn't have a stop in there, we would have been taking a lot of heat up to 570, 65. That's not all that much heat, but that wasn't what we were doing. We were running a lean, and the lean got taken out, so we had a small loss, and that's okay.
Yeah. Yep, that could have been a bad one, but we had that stop in place, limited risk. It was a cheap trade, maybe a little bit spooky because we had the news event coming up, but it is starting to pull back a little bit. That is, buyer beware around news events. That is for sure.
How about it, huh?
Yeah. Honestly, not that bad of a loss. I thought we would have slipped and maybe had a little bit worse of a fill, but that was pretty solid.
So the NASDAQ filled that complete imbalance from the PCE news. I think we have the potential to make all-time highs today.
What's really the all-time high in it?
I think it's 371. Yeah, 371. Daily range, average daily range would put us at about 340, 2340. If we have one average daily range day to the upside in the NASDAQ. I think someone named Gabriel, I didn't get your last name, said I was hurting a little bit, but that's all right. That's trading. My initial entry was at 2065. We are just
we're just ripping now.
Yeah, we are.
I mean, that was the trade this morning, is just buy it. I got stopped out.
Yep.
And sure enough, that's what the trade was. Just buy it.
This thing has no chill right now.
Oh my goodness.
This is when I normally take a step away from my desk and again, just managing emotions, right? Not look to jump into a trade, because then you get in at bad trade location. I'm going to sit here, obviously, because we're doing the show, but I'm going to stay patient.
Yep. Jay, don't go anywhere. We still need you, buddy. Still need you. Take a breather.
So that offer did trade out.
Yep.
There were about 2,500 contracts that traded on the offer at that spot.
Wow.
And someone took it.
Yep.
Gotta say,
where I'd be looking
Dakota
to join this trend. Sorry, Dolby. Where I'd be looking to join this trend now. The high of that PCE candle was 2117. 2177. Yeah, 2177. We'll call it. So if we pull back and hold the high of that candle, I would be looking for a potential entry there. What I would really like is around that 150 area.
So the house account's only down $600.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that was
did a great job managing risk.
Do we think in the future, though, with a trade like that, we might cancel the orders and wait till the number comes through?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's tough because it's University of Michigan, so it's not, obviously we wouldn't do that if it was PCE or something. But
Right.
Oh,
for sure.
That was
honestly, I'm a little bit surprised by price action. Yeah. Well, great display of why having a stop in place is very important, because sometimes you don't have enough time to get your stop in. Do not have enough time. You don't want to be trying to fat finger a trade and flatten a position with no stop while you're down a couple grand. That is not fun. NQ 20,000 2020. It's now at the midpoint of the previous high range that I have on my chart. Still pushing to the upside. The higher end would be 20,275 evens. That's only 60 points away. Dakota, that just buy it at 90 evens and NQ. That seems like a pretty cheap trade now, huh?
Oh yes.
Yeah, it was
in
like
hindsight.
60. Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. So we got Dakota. You are probably short right now, or are you flat?
Nope, I'm not in a position.
Okay.
Not trading my live account now. Would you be willing to buy a 10-point pullback on the house account?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the play. If we get any type of pullback, we can look to buy it. But the thing is, this market might not even give us a 10.
It just keeps going.
I don't know if it's going to. Like, I would consider 20,000 like 214 on like short term. Like, if I'm on a 1 minute right now, and it is just straight up. Straight up. I wonder what the 15-second looks like. If we had Gabe here, we get the 15-second shot of NASDAQ.
15 seconds.
Sure.
Oh, I'm here.
Pure chaos. Yep. Very short time frame.
Yeah, it's not letting anybody in right now.
Yeah, I could see maybe entries around 20,215 to 213. It's like just under.
So where's it? Do we have checks on this?
Yes. Checks in the teens if it's to the long side.
In the teens?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got Dakota for one check. Coach Jay, check marks for longs around 2015. All right, there's two of them.
2015.
Bam, there we go. Yep.
I mean, we technically had a 10-point pullback on the NASDAQ. It went from 34 to 24, and now we're off.
I've got 15 on the bid here. Where's the risk?
Lower.
So you're saying 15s, then to me the risk would be
20 points.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'd say below
Right
the
around 20
200.
points.
95?
2,200.
Yeah, like
20,200.
below. Yeah,
2095
maybe like
or
198s or something, depending how we feel about round numbers.
Right. So we're working a
might
bid
not
for
If we can
15.
get the pullback. Let's
15
see
for
if we can get the
15.
pullback. Cool. Like that. 2 check marks from Dakota and Coach Jay, trying to get long 20,000, 215 evens with 15. And we are kind of just hoping, really, that NASDAQ can be gracious enough to pull back 15 points for a fill here.
yeah, I could see our order at 215.
Mm-hmm.
Come and get us. And this has been one of the harder things to do in this market is NQ catches a ripper, and where do you buy? And how do you buy? And how do you manage risk when NASDAQ doesn't want to do any pullbacks, or if a 5-point or 10-point or 15-point pullback is the only thing you get?
Exactly.
Eddie's Bong, NVIDIA grinding higher. That's not surprising. That is not at all surprising.
I would be watching for the volume pattern as we approach any major psych levels. So 2250 as we push up here. Volume is starting to slow down just a little bit. So that may give us the pullback that we're looking for.
Yep. 1 minute is trying to get a little range bound here, but still all higher highs, higher lows.
Well, while we wait for the pullback to get filled,
yeah, what do we got, Jack?
Just a few things to discuss about PCE and popular trade coming. You know, if we go, so basically, we're not getting down to the 2%. We've kind of evened out it here, but it's at least not a historic outlier. If you go to the next one, I have a closer view of this chart. So you can see the really, really long-term PCE going back to 1960, the year I remember well. Higher, it's going to be tough to get back to 2%, but we're already, as you can see from the motion today in the stocks, kind of looking at a lot of traders at some aggressive rate cuts in the next 9 months. So there's a bit of tension there, but there has been for a good long time. I want to point out the elephant in the room is, are you guys familiar with the dispersion trade? Dakota, you trade options, so you might be into this. Yeah. So nobody knows how big it is, but basically one of the biggest trades out there right now is basically spreading volatility between the index and the specific stocks in it, because this example here shows the S&P versus NVIDIA's price moves. There's a huge chance to make money off that spread, but if it unravels, we could have some serious issues. I might talk about it a little more when I'm on later, but it might not matter because 2 killer asteroids are flying by Earth. I think this coming week, you might be able to see one of them with binoculars. It's going to fly between the moon and Earth. So if anyone can get a picture of that, send it to TopstepTV or our vaporized office. Either one. That's all.
That's pretty cool.
So
Looking
far, the
forward
10-point pullback is the play. You buy that 10 point. There's been 2 or 3 of them, and each one of them would have paid.
The ES is a few points off of all-time highs.
47.30. Yeah, wow. Yeah, right. All the 10-point pullbacks have gotten bought up. That's wild. So what would be the next buy then? 35s? Yeah, it'd be 35s. I don't think I've ever done that before in a house account. That's pretty tight trade, but I mean, it is working right now. 10-point pullbacks have been pretty good as far as being consistent.
Yeah, I still like the teens, but I don't even we might not even get there. Just wait.
Just wait.
Oh man, don't we wish we were long like 20,070?
Dakota, please stop.
Hindsight Capital. At it again.
Mhm. Oh, there's a big offer on NASDAQ at 250.
Yep, over
Look at that.
100.
Yeah.
See that? Got 120 right there.
120.
I mean, I see
That's
270.
It's going to get blown through.
Well,
Just
10
got
point
filled.
pullback from here is 40. Ooh, what do you get?
No. That order got filled.
That
ES
order got filled.
is 4 points from the all-time high. That order got filled.
All-time high in the overnight session is usually not very long lasting.
Oh, got a short thesis, Hoag, that you want to talk about?
Yeah, just buy it.
Well, if there's anything you don't want to buy right now, it's probably crude oil. Still trading to the downside, making new lows as we speak, trading at 81.20 right now. Man, it has really come off. $1.50 off its highs. Crude oil, and that's a significant amount if you're not much of a crude trader. $1.50 of intraday movement is kind of a lot. So we're already down that amount, and we still got a lot of trading to go. A lot of opportunities in crude oil today on the short side. Got YM pushing up. It's a kind of interesting level. 39,788, I think, is technically significant. We had a 4-hour range there form on June 24th, and the low of that range is 39,788, which is right where we are at currently in the YM. So maybe some sellers come in, maybe not, but something to keep an eye on. If you do enjoy trading YM, NASDAQ, what are you doing? High of the day coming up.
Danielle says to buy 50 right now.
I
Buy
mean,
50 right now. I honestly, it's probably prudent.
it's
Late
been
to
working
party.
all morning.
Yeah, it has.
Jay, that silver trade last night, you
Did it work out?
yeah, I mean it would have if I didn't
Right.
get stopped out.
Oh,
Yeah, like I said, I did like it to the long side also. Looked like a good trade. ES getting ready to make new all-time highs. 5,600 is also on the way.
Big offer on NASDAQ at 270.
100 lot filled.
And
Every bigger order is getting filled right now.
do we just buy a one lot and then just buy a one lot every 30 seconds until we have like a 20 or 15 lot position?
Okay, we're finally getting a little bit of a pullback. 10-point pullback just happened on the NASDAQ.
If we hold 50 here, I would buy it.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
I've got a check mark for 250s. Okay. Can we
Moving the
hold
bid up.
this?
Yep. It has to be a tight stop, though, because we were originally looking for a bigger pullback. So we have to hold 50. I would buy it, go with a 10-point stop. If we're wrong, then we know we need to buy lower.
Cool. Hoag, I see in there. We're getting close to getting filled on a 15 lot. We're working 20,000 250s and a quarter right now, trying to get a pullback on the NASDAQ after we just touched 20,270. It looks like our order got kissed, Hoag. Maybe only on the cheek. Because we did not get filled
I had
yet.
it a tick below 50 and I moved it up.
I don't like it.
51
now.
and a
Cut it.
half.
Well,
I would
we
cut
don't
it
like
now.
it. Wait, flatten it, Hoag.
Cut it?
Flatten it. Yeah,
41.
exactly.
I like
Put shares
these.
up.
I canceled.
41 to 40.
Okay. I like 42s, 42 and 3/4. I think 41s are good. Maybe we get a deeper pullback here.
41s?
Yeah, 41s, 40.
Yep, 41s.
Maybe we're almost
15
there
on
right
the
now.
bid
Yeah.
of 41.
Cool. Working 15, 41 evens on the NASDAQ. And what's our stop? Still the 15, 20 points?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
All right. See if we can get filled. We are
Yes.
long.
Okay, so where's my stop?
15 points, so 20s.
19.
Yeah, we can start at 20.
The stop is right on 20,220.
20 evens.
6,300.
There's a 120 lots at 230.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm long. I'm long now at 228.
The 28s, okay. About
Yep.
a 13-point better entry than ours. Getting real close to our stop. Buyers, where you at?
Yep. I'm long 5, average price 24.
Okay.
24 and 3/4.
Cool. That's a great entry, as always. Don't know how you do it, but that was pretty fantastic. So we got Dakota long 24 evens. House account is long 40-ish. 41 evens. Let's see if buyers step in, make our way back to 20,273.
I like that poll.
Ooh.
Whoever did that poll.
Yeah, I got to say, poll in chat. Are you taking this NQ trade with a house account or fading it? Let's see what the experts at Hindsight Capital are doing against our house account position. I'll say I'm with it. About a third split. All right, cool. I'm sure if we put, are you with Dakota's trade, it'd be much more favorable. Much more
Just
favorable.
because it's lower, huh?
Just because it's just because it's you. Your brand is very strong. Your trading brand is very strong right now. Just crushing the trades. Great trade location. Oh man. So Dakota, what's your stop? You have a slightly better entry than we do. Are you still doing about 15 to 20 points on your trade?
Yep, 20 points. So I'm in at 24, and I'm perfectly fine risking like down to 196, 190s.
Hoag, is that you calling MP to have them keep on stepping on the bid button right around 221 and 3/4?
No,
second time we bounced there.
We may have to get out and push.
We might have to. Dakota, I might need you to switch to your live account and start throwing in some bids here.
Yeah, I would be long in my live account right now. This would be the exact trade.
Nice.
Risk about 2,000-3,000, but the potential is just way up there.
Yeah.
And I still like this. Like, no matter what price you got from like 240 all the way down to 220.
Coach Jay, what are you thinking about this trade?
I still do like it as well. Hopefully I'm not on mute. Can you guys hear me?
No, we got you.
I still do like it as well. I think that 220 stop is exactly where it needs to be. And the low of the candle that gave us the real pullback is at 221.50, which we're kind of holding. So I really do like that. We just need to see buyers step back in here. It's okay to see selling when the market pushes up, but you want to make sure you have new buying coming in to push us higher. I think we definitely do have the buying to trade 2,300. It's where do we see them continue to push this position? It's potential for it here. If not, I think the full pullback would be to that 2178. But this is a good start.
2178.
We may have gotten a little bit too early, but the reason I liked the pull, because we were looking originally to get in long at 2250, right? But it had to be, check that level and then just go. But we didn't see the buyer step in. So that when we approach it that second time, it's, any buyers that are buying up here, you're losing confidence when you see the market not do what you want it to do. Those are going to be the first sellers, and that's what brought us back through it. So we just need to see new buying stepping in here, but this trade looks good.
Yeah, I'm long 10 now from 30.75.
Nice. So Dakota averaging up into his trade. A house account Trade is now in the green by just a little bit, but that's better than nothing. Shout out to all the homies out there who stepped in at 20,221 3/4. Appreciate it.
What we do need to see for this trade is that buying to get us back above 250.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get out and push.
And what opinions do we have in chat? Chat, are we bullish right now? Are we bearish NQ? Had that poll going.
I think 30% of them might need another reset.
Yep.
We got a question from Country Girl in the chat. Is that not a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute?
Yep.
It is.
Ooh, can you cover the 3-bar reversal real quick?
Dakota, you want to do that one? I'm not the 3-bar reversal guy, but Dakota, you got it.
Okay. Let me.
That is your favorite pattern.
Let's. You said 5-minute, right?
Yep, on the 5-minute.
On the 5-minute, yes. To the downside, right? So if you was going to short this market, getting in short at the cross of that 3-bar reversal of 23 or 233.25, like somewhere right there, it makes sense. But we're bullish. We've been trending up, and I want to take those reversals in the direction of the trend. However, if you could go to the 1-minute chart, which you can see here now, this is what I was looking at, and what I'm looking at is that 3-bar reversal to the long side, right? We are bullish. We've been trending up. We had this pullback, and then we got this 3-bar reversal that allows me to add to it around 236. So I built
There's
this
the buying we want to
position.
see at 250. We just need some follow through now.
Yeah. So I'm perfectly fine. I mean, that is a 3-bar reversal. If you want to short it, that would make sense. But I'm looking to go long. We've been looking to go long this market.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we should probably start talking about profit targets. We got 15
all-time
on right
highs.
now. It gives us all-time highs. Okay, got one vote in for all-time highs.
but realistically, we need to see buying stepping in.
Yeah.
Realistically, we need to see buying stepping in. We did get some at 250, but not a lot of follow through. And again, if buyers aren't getting what they want, eventually they turn into sellers. So we do want to keep that in mind. I like where our stop is still, but we need to see other market participants agreeing that we need to go higher.
Right. Is there an argument to add anything?
No,
Not
at this
yet.
point, for me,
Or maybe
no.
never.
Not with the
No.
position you guys are in on the house account. I think that's fine.
Here's the only way I would add to this trade. Our stop is out of the way for where the market traded to most recently, right? We came down, we saw that we didn't trade through that 2220. If we came back down there and held the lows of this candle again, I would add to the position and keep the stop exactly where it is, right? So if I add another 10 lots, I'm not going to move my stop down. The stop is going to stay where it's at because the market's giving us an opportunity to say, hey, this is the low of this range, and you can add from there, but I wouldn't add any higher, no.
Cool. You have some promo stuff to do, but we're going to just give it a second. Let this house account trade play. This is exciting stuff right here. 15 lot in the NQ is enough to get anyone's heart rate up. A couple BPM. Hoag, how you doing over there?
I'm good, man. Just the filling broker.
just the fill-in broker.
You're making the spread off this, right, Hoag?
Oh, yeah.
We do have this supply that we ran into. If my charts are up. Going
You
back
are up, yep.
on an hourly chart, we see these wicks here from the 17th. Wick here. This looks like stop run to all-time highs and then came right back down through it. That's what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, nice little range right there. I'm seeing on the chart. I'm just waiting for bulls and bears to figure this out right now.
They're having a debate.
Oh yeah, yes they are.
Did
Did you guys watch that debate last night?
No, I did not watch the debate. Did not seem that interesting. Twitter is full of comments, though, and video clips and other things. It seemed like it's what we all expected. Two old guys.
It sounds like they could probably beat me in golf. That's what I got
that would
out
be
of
fun.
whole debate.
Yeah, Dakota, would you pay to golf with one of them? You think that'd be worthwhile?
That whole entire debate, that was my favorite moment. I got more
Golf scores?
information from knowing their handicap than whatever that was. I watched some of it, and it just amuses me how difficult it is for them to even answer the question, and being completely non-biased. It's just I don't think many of those questions got answered. They just kept going back and forth.
Yeah. Well, they had a couple moderators keeping tabs of everything. I think it's way different if you're in like an actual auditorium and there's some pressure to, be truthful and answer the questions right in front of a live audience versus just moderators in an empty room.
Yeah.
But I don't debate, obviously. But it was a thing that happened yesterday. American politics. Exciting stuff.
There's a good arbitrage opportunity. Is I would pay a lot of money to golf with either of them if I could also bet a lot of money to play them at those handicaps.
I'd love to play them at that the handicaps that they think.
Good point, Jack.
You're a plus 12, right, Jack?
Yeah, minus 12. Plus 12 would make me the greatest golfer on earth. I think plus handicap.
Or minus 12. That's what I meant. You get 12 strokes when you start. Is what I mean.
Yeah.
I got stopped out plus $300, $230.
Nice. How's the count still in this trade? In the red.
Yeah, I think we're going to get that pullback that we were looking for. We'll probably get stopped out here. Again, if we wanted to add to improve that average, this would be the area to do it. I wouldn't consider adding to a losing trade, again, because we're not increasing the risk that much, but I think we get stopped out. Yep. 178.
Out of that one. Currently at the halfway point of the previous range. So a little bit of a haircut. That was, I think we're down $8,005. It's unfortunate. But here we are.
I hopped back in and I got filled at 213.5.
Oh my goodness, Dakota.
Yep.
How
you got her.
How do you
got
do it?
Stop.
How do you do it? Yeah, so pulled back to about looks like I pulled back to our stop actually. That's unfortunate.
Yep.
That is unfortunate. Jack, do we have the promos? I think now it might be a good time to do a promo. We can get the taste of this losing trade out of our memories.
One moment here.
Oh, sure.
Someone says the fade trade was a success for Dakota. I made $230 on that one. And now I'm long 213.5.
Yeah, that's a really nice entry there.
Great entry.
Yeah, what were you seeing there, Dakota? Right around the 13 evens.
We wanted the teens to begin with. There is a little bit of support there, and I still like longs. Today I'm looking to be buying these pullbacks. That one was a great trade. We didn't break out, and so now here's another pullback and copy paste.
Here it goes.
Yeah. We kind of just ran some liquidity there, right?
Yeah, us.
Yeah, we were most certainly liquidity on that one, weren't we? What a nice bounce from 220 evens. Looks like we got Gabe and JD going to be doing some plugs and promos. JD, if you're ready, we could do stats. We're out of this house account trade. We're just cheering on Dakota and his trading combine currently.
Save a little juice for Power Hour, boys. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Let's Let's take a look at those hot streaks real quick. All right, we lost one trader from yesterday's list. That trader's name was H-A-P. Happy, right? Who suffered a drawdown, trading the NASDAQ to end their streak at 23 days. Michael was our leader yesterday, and he's still going pretty strong, averaging just about $125 a day. Mukaram has a nice string of winners too, averaging $284 a day. Then Dustin Roberto, both sitting on 23-day heaters, and Blair with a nice 21-day hot streak.
Quick question for you, JD.
For sure. What's
that
up?
Dustin, 23 days, but only $300. Do you think that's someone who's just like going for like $10 so they could keep their winning streaks? Because I like the other one where they're
Dustin's
like
definitely playing small ball, yeah. And we get a lot of comments in the chat saying there should be some type of minimum, but I mean, honestly, as long as they're consistently winning every day, I don't mind recognizing them.
Fair
That makes sense.
Still really hard. I mean, that's still really hard to do that for 23 days in a row.
Okay, challenge accepted. When I get to my XFA, I'm trading minis, and I'm going to make $1 a day. I'm going to martingale it.
Okay. The new challenge: make $1 a day for 40 days straight. Well, actually, 50. 45 would break the record. 50 would probably be an unbreakable record.
Yeah, I'll have a total profit of. Well, that's including commissions, right?
Yes, that's all in.
Okay. I gotta at least cover commissions.
All right. Next up, we've got our live funded trader P&Ls from yesterday. All right, we've got 3 traders on this list who are currently on our leaderboard. Do you think that's a coincidence? Right. So Raphael and Brian P are ranked 2nd and 3rd, right behind the guy you're looking at, Coach Dakota. And Nick Furtick currently ranked number 6th. Everyone else, though, familiar names. All these guys have been on this list before. But yeah, 3 of the top 6 traders at Topstep leading in P&Ls.
Nice.
One last thing. You took your payout last night, so you're not on this list yet, Dakota. We'll probably have you on here for Monday. But yesterday's payouts include Shia, Jaden, Ka, Warren, and George. Thursday's always a nice day to pay yourself, right?
Nice 16 grand payout there.
Yeah. Bet it all. All right, folks, that's what I got for you now. I'll be back with the leaderboard in just a little bit.
Appreciate it, JD. Thank you so much. Love seeing the payouts there. Everything from a couple $100 to a couple thousand. We do stream the payouts live in our Discord, which is pretty sweet, actually. So you can see everyone's payout, first name only. And we got a lot of payouts. Everything from $500 to $100,000. It's always important to pay yourself. Oh, did you pay yourself every 2 weeks out of a trading account, or were you like salaried or something?
No, absolutely. I was of the idea that you should pay yourself every couple of days. So if I was making money for 2 weeks, I'd take half of what I made that 2 weeks out, and then just kind of keep doing that, because you can build your account doing that, and you can get paid and do whatever you want to do. And then there was like kind of a minimum amount that you want to keep in there, so you don't have to bring in a check if things start going bad, which I did many times, by the way. But yeah, typically just to build the account, I'd take half what I made every 2 weeks.
Nice. See, that's what I'm struggling with right now, Hoag, is I can't just bring a check to Topstep and load up my my live account.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling with right now, is trying to trade, take payouts, and not know that I could have that cushion to just load my account back up to the balance I want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough knowing that. I mean, especially in front of all these traders, where they're, if I'm trading a $100,000 account balance or a $50,000 account balance, knowing that I cannot, I'm not trading as aggressively, or I'm not trading. It's an emotional journey. It really has been.
So do you trade, in your personal account, do you trade bigger and more aggressively because you can just bring in a check if things go south?
Not more aggressively, but I do trade bigger, and I do have like a reserve account that I just have cash sitting there in a CD, a short-term CD, and then if I do take losses, I just ACH whatever it is. Say I'm trading $100,000, and this month would be a particular month because I've been struggling this month. I'm still close to my equity highs, but still at the end of the month, and if I'm down, say 20,000, I'll ACH 20,000, and then I start that month fresh. And then if I make profit, and then I just start new again. But this it's a bit different, and it's something I've been trying to figure out.
Yeah, thank you all for sharing that. It's tough, man. I think every little corner in trading has a little lesson to be learned. It's not just putting on trades and taking them off, because then you have trading psychology, then you have account management, then you have how do I pay myself out? How do I handle making a bunch of money? There's just always a little something around the corner in trading that you gotta address.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, consolidating around 55.80s. Gold at an interesting level. 23.37.60. Coach Jay, you've been keeping an eye on gold here? Pretty low.
I haven't.
Down by some supports. Okay.
I have not. It looks like a good trade today, but normally when a market presents an opportunity like the NASDAQ did, you only need one. So today's not a day that I would normally bounce around, right? Stick with the market that's presenting opportunities, especially for me. I prefer to trade trends. The NASDAQ showed me that it has the potential to trend today, so I don't need to look anywhere else. But yeah, gold, if anyone is trading gold, does look really nice. We know that PCE number affects gold as well. And here's that PCE candle, this purple box we see here, kind of bounced up near 50%, didn't get a perfect test of it, and starting to sell off as well. Ben X did ask, was I still eyeing that 178 level in the NASDAQ? I am. Not just going to be a blind buy there, but I want to see how the market responds again. A couple of things that I'm looking at here. We have, fix this. Anchored VWAP from the session open is rising, right? So this is showing us buyers are in control. Clearly, you don't need that. The chart's just going straight up. But does that present an opportunity for us to potentially take a buy? What I really do like is that this VWAP is going to be potentially near that 178 level as well when the market trades there, right? So now that's two levels of confluence, if you will, to say that's a potential area of opportunity. Again, not going to blind buy. Don't want to catch this knife that we have coming into it. But if I see the market slow down, if I see the selling start to slow down, then I'll go ahead and take a buy from there.
Nice. Excellent. Dakota, are we still in this long here?
No, I'm flat. I'm taking a loss. Yeah, I got stopped out, but this looks like a decent buy. We poked below the 200s, and I might try it again.
So I know we probably want to save some of the house account for Power Hour. If we wanted to take a smaller position, I think a trade from around this area that we're talking about, right? Maybe in the 160s, lower than that VWAP. Maybe we let 150 trade, see that 150s holding, and we buy it from there. Profit target would be 2,200. That 50-point bounce. I am looking to take this trade though. Going to be patient. Going to trade it with a one lot if it presents the opportunity.
Yeah, if we get the check marks, we can certainly do it with a little bit smaller size.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
This would be a good area.
Good strategy.
Yep. Just trades much smaller.
And we're looking at what, 160s here?
Yeah. So the high of the candle just tested. We do have a 100 lot that just showed up at 170.
Yep.
On the bid. So let's see. So this is an area, right? And that's why it's a zone, right? So I have my finger on the
Yeah,
buy
we got
button.
one
Just
check.
waiting for it.
We got one check at least. So I'll give you a 5 lot.
Yeah. What are we looking
Should
at?
give us enough room.
165s?
I like that, Hoag.
Yeah, this is a good buy, but this combine is not doing too well today. I think that was it right there at the 75s.
I'm in a one lot
Yeah,
at 182 in the
was
orders.
the buy.
Okay.
And I'm risking a little bit on this. I'll still be up on the day if this trade doesn't work out.
Okay, what's your position so we can get it updated?
182 in the orders. 182.75.
182.75 long in the NASDAQ. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
We got house account working 20,166 and a quarter. We got
And this may just
some
continue lower.
liquidity down
But
there. Yeah. Getting close. But I do like the idea to size down. I think that's pretty good there. Maybe we can get a little bounce. And you're saying what, 200s for a profit target? Or like 220s,
yeah.
You're saying? Okay.
200 for a profit target because we traded above 200 and now we're trading back below it. So when we get to 200, you want to see, even if we don't take it off, I want to start thinking trade management at that 200, because if we don't see the buyers that are up above it come back in, then we're coming right back down, right? So if we get in, if I get in long here, even on this trade, right? If we trade up to 200 and I don't see buying coming in, I'm thinking about taking the trade off because we know we need that buying to come back in above 200. If they're not there, then I can't be the only one that likes it.
Right. Right, that makes sense. Chat, how do you feel about NASDAQ longs right here? Somewhere between,
100 lot
say,
just came in at the
150 and
bid
180. Oh,
on NASDAQ
I
at
see it. Yeah, I'm seeing that.
184, and it got filled.
Filled.
Yeah, someone definitely came into some size. Good eyes there on that one. Yep, if you got 100 up and 100 down with Topstep X, you can see a lot more of the ladder or the dome, whichever you want to call it.
So here we are near this 2,200 now. What I'm going to do for my position, I'm going to trail it. Ideally, I want to hold this, but I need to see the buying come in above this 2,200 here. The least I'll take on this position is $100.
Nice.
And I'm not going to touch this now. I'm just going to leave it.
All right.
And again, what I'm looking to see is, do they buy at this 2,200 here, or right? Because any buyer up above that, if you're still in your position, what are you thinking right now? If I'm in that long at 2220, I'm kind of praying that the market comes back to my position. But if not, I have to get out, right? And then we'll see that flush.
Yeah. Buyers
There you
do
go.
become
Come out,
sellers
and I'm okay
and
with that.
vice versa.
If this
I
comes
just took the
back to this level, do we still want this bid in?
If it comes back to the level, Hoag, no. I want to see the reaction at 2150 now.
We're out.
Cool.
Yep.
Nice communication on that one. Yeah. Nothing working. Still got a level down at 150 and a quarter. I think, Jay, that's your level I got here. And then we have the PCE candle a little bit further below that at 20,119 evens. So lots of stuff down there that we had marked. Haven't quite traded back there yet. We'll see how this plays out. Dakota, flat?
No, I'm long.
Long. Okay.
Yep, from 188. I'm going to flatten it here in a second.
Okay.
So we're not getting that major push that I was looking for.
And how many was that? I mean, you're going to get flat anyways. Just let us
6.
know what your P&L ends up
6.
being. I guess
Yep.
after you get stopped out.
Just a quick position management thing. I'm trading one lots. If I was trading multiple contracts, I would trim the position to 50% at that 2100, right? I'm trading a one lot, so I have to just get out of it. Trim the position, and then whatever I have left as the runner, that goes to break even for the potential push up above. And And that might be the case for, if you're trading in a Topstep combine or an XFA, maybe a 50K, trading the micros just so you can manage your positions a little bit better and not have to make trade entry decisions, right? Trade entry decisions are difficult because we're trying to pinpoint levels and find the exact place to get in. But if I can manage the position as it goes, I take some off when it's doing what I want and maybe add it back when it gives me an opportunity to. It's an easier way to trade where you don't have to be right to make money.
Yeah, having the opportunity to trade multiple contracts is huge. I mean, Dakota and I did it on 2 days ago for Power Hour, and really utilized all those contracts and just scaled out of a really nice long trade. It just gives you flexibility. I think
we're flat working nothing.
Yep,
I'm flat as well.
we could probably start maybe having a conversation about longs if we get back down to like 64 or 60, because I know we have that 150 area sitting there that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of why I like the YM too. I was doing the YM for a little bit, and I liked the E-mini YMs because I was able to trade 1 to 2 contracts, maybe even up to 3 contracts pretty easily in the trading combine. So if that's something you're interested in, Shag, open up a practice account, practice trading multiple contracts, different indices. Some markets handle size better than others. NQ, it's a little quick. That adds up real fast. So you got some levels in chat here. Ghost T VWAP is at 47s.
Anne-Marie is talking about that 2150 area. I do like that, right? 2150 is 50% of that PCE candle, and I'll keep talking about it all day because it was the biggest news of the day. But it's sitting exactly at 50% of it. It's the low of the candle that we have the heaviest positive delta in, right? So we did break out there as well. We have VWAP sitting right under that. That's a level that, yes, I will look to buy as well if we get down there, right? If we get down there, we look like we're starting to base a little bit, and maybe we get this push up. Dakota, you're still long?
Yeah, I jumped back in long. I'm just trying to build a position long. I'm getting stopped out at either break even or plus a couple $100. And then if the momentum starts to pick back up to the long side, I'm trying to scale back in. I don't have much room to play with on this combine. And so being very tight with the risk manage is key.
Makes sense. Makes sense. If we get a push above 2010, it looks really good.
I think above 2010s, yeah, that'd be awesome.
It looks really good. Yeah, but
yeah, we get that little.
Main question. Go ahead, Dolby.
So we did that little 730 candlestick today. Kind of offered up resistance, and now has become support. Because that topped out at 177 and a quarter, and I think we only dipped below that by 4 points. So those shorts the first time didn't like the pressure they were under, so maybe they covered, but now we're back to kind of redistributing here. So will they be happy again shorting back under 20,175? Time will tell as we trade down there, if we trade down there, I should say.
Yeah, I got stopped out again on that. So I think that's it for this combine, minus $2,800.
Yeah, 150K account, I'm assuming.
Yeah, yep, 150.
Yeah.
Because now here we go to the downside.
Yes.
Yep. There's some really nice sound coming in here. Someone said we got news in 10 minutes. I don't know what might be out, but
let's see.
Let me check financial juice. Fed monetary policy report.
Interesting. Interesting.
Emery said she likes the short. Yeah, I like the short too, down to 150. I'm not going to take it, but I do like it.
Oh yeah, Eddie in chat here. 10 a.m. Central Fed monetary policy report. Yeah, Bowman.
Yeah. Whoever called out that 3-bar reversal at the top there, don't remember your name, but great call. Great call.
There's something to that. There really is something to that, Jay. It's
We
so
just have one in
simple,
gold.
and it's
Look
so
at gold, Dakota.
straightforward. What's that?
Look at gold. I think we just had one in gold also at the low.
On the 5-minute?
Yep.
To the long side, yes. Yep. To the long
Right.
side, that 3-bar reversal just happened 5 minutes ago, right? So it technically, if you're playing that, it would be like a long at 23.36 and a fourth.
Yep.
There's power
Let's
behind
first,
simplicity. There really is.
especially in trading. It's really easy to just think way too much about stuff we have no control over whatsoever. Like, we really have no idea what the next tick is going to be, up or down. Do not know. How's it going to get from 20,180 to 20,280? Could go any which way it wants to. But if you're liking the show, and if you've liked some of the recent promotions we've done, please like and subscribe. We especially like the subscribe. So please smash that like button, double smash the subscribe button, actually triple smash it, because then it's on, off, on. So triple smash. Would appreciate it very, very much. I think we're going to be doing a rotation in a couple minutes here. Hopefully Eddie is back and has some power, or the internet, whichever one he was missing. I know Jack is going to be tapping me out at 10 o'clock. Trading down here in the NASDAQ, getting below 163s. Let's take a look at some other markets. Crude oil decided to catch a bounce. Low was $80.97. ES trading at the low of its 5-minute consolidation right now, 55.72. So maybe indices are starting to roll over a little bit here. NASDAQ's rolling. And YM hanging in there. Shocker. Hanging out 5-minute range, 39,788. Maybe that one starts heading lower as well and follows the rest of the indices, but we'll never know. Jay, are you in a position right now, or are you still flat?
I'm flat right now. I'm flat, positive 520.
Positive 520 for Jay.
Nice.
We'll get that updated on the board. Yeah, great trading.
50% of this range that we were talking about. I think I want to buy this. Gonna wait. This can't.
If you like them at 200s, you like them at 150s.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah, that my trade's done. Like,
there it is.
yeah, that's tough.
Yep, I bought one. I'm gonna risk $200 on that.
Nick, I feel you. It's one of those days. Hit the DLL trying to short 240, 220, and then here we are, 150s.
Oh, brutal. That's brutal. Right trade direction, wrong location. Hate it when that happens. Jay, nice little bounce there after 150s.
Yeah, the only reason I don't like this buy is because it's early in this 3-minute candle that had heavy negative selling to start it. But we did check down towards VWAP. Let's just see if this bounce holds. Doesn't look like it wants to. But it's the trade location I was looking for. I'm okay with the risk. And if I get stopped out here, I will.
If your risk is managed, you could do absolutely anything you want.
That feels good to not stress too much about losing money in my live account right now, because I would have taken these same losses in my live account.
Yep, that would have been rough.
And there you go.
It's a tough day. It's like a lot of volatility, so there's opportunity everywhere. But if you don't hop on that trend, I mean, wow, NQ is melting to the downside right now. Trading below 20,140 here. Coach Jay, I'm assuming you got stopped out on that one.
Oh, I did.
Right?
Yeah, I did. Like I said, I was early on that. I should have waited for this candle to close because then it would have gave me a better spot to limit risk. I think the low of this candle is the low of whatever this move is right now. So I should have waited here.
So one of the,
or it has the potential to be, right? If we continue to sell, we continue to sell. But I didn't have a structure to base that stop on. I was just going based on a dollar amount, which we tried not to do.
Anne Marie earlier in the chat, right about the open, I saw she was warning everybody that it's likely to be a very wicky day. And I think we're seeing that, at least in the 30-minute charts. Very wicky day.
Oh, sorry. I'm pretending I'm riding a roller coaster, and NQ is the ride right now, and I am nauseous. I am starting to feel
It's
a little bit
Friday.
nauseous
Fridays
here.
tend to piss
Oh, my
everyone
goodness.
off, right?
Yeah, right.
We rally up.
I just keep on seeing in chat. Yeah, it's like, oh, Nvidia's rallying. Here comes NQ. Nvidia's selling. Down goes NQ. So trading under the PCE candle. Oh, Hoag, you in?
I didn't
You're in
even know I had
you're gonna
an
trade
order.
it. I can flatten it. You're long 3 right now.
Here, I'll flatten it.
Okay.
I'm gonna say leave
Great
it.
trade there.
Congratulations. You made $230, so that was a good one.
That was that PCE candle.
It was, yeah.
That was the low.
19.
Yeah.
We had that written down. We gotta pay attention.
That one, well, I mean, it got down there real quick, to be honest. I mean, it got that down.
We're gonna
in 1
bounce
minute.
now. We're gonna bounce up to the 150s.
You think that fat finger trade was like the perfect buy? I don't know.
that it's like that was the buy of the day.
I mean, that would be. This is trading, so that is how the markets operate. The trade you fat finger on that you have the discipline to, immediately close because that's what you're supposed to do, then it ends up running in your favor. That's the market speaking to you.
Mm-hmm.
See, a lot of people were looking up at that 270 level. I think we just had, who was it? Julio in the chat just said, I called the short from 270 as well, the take profit at 130. Really nice trade, right? Great eye, looking at the market, and hopefully anyone who's calling out levels, you're taking them as well, right? It's what we get paid for in this market. You're putting your risk behind your ideas. Continue to do that, right? Really good eye. That's what we're going to do, whether we win or lose trades. So nice call there.
Julio, if you in fact did short 270 and covered 130s, please take a screenshot and tag us. Hashtag fast markets. That is a hell of a trade.
That's like me wanting to get long at the 70s early this morning when we first came on, but I never did do it.
Gabe, are you there? Are you there, Gabe?
I am.
Plugs?
You ready? You ready to do some plugs?
Most certainly. Let's do some plugs.
All right, let's do it. Give me just 1 second here. All right, folks. Well, we are thrilled to announce that Dr. Brett Steenbarger, the author of The Daily Trading Coach, is back on July 2nd. He will be joining Hoag, Anne Marie, Coach Vince, and Coach Ray for an exclusive Trader Mindset Roundtable. If you missed the last visit that Brett had with us, we will go ahead and drop the link to the recording in the chat. We are super excited to get Brett back on. Everybody really enjoyed his last segment. That will be once again on July 2nd. So stay tuned for that. We are going to be having Roast My Trades later today, which is a special edition. And Mick is back in the house after a long needed vacation. So we are super grateful to have Mick back. And he will be doing the Roast My Trade segment. So we will be posting the link in the chat for that as well. If you'd like to get your trades roasted, you feel like you've been on a little losing streak or making some dumb decisions, it's okay. We all do it. You can go ahead and submit the form, and you
something's
could
happening in the
potentially be
market.
featured.
Sorry, what's going on?
What we got?
We had whatever that. What was the report that came out at 10? It was the
Chicago.
I don't see it now. It was on Financial Juice. I don't see it on there anymore. There was something up there.
University, Michigan at 9.
It was
Bowman's
on
at
there and then it
11.
went away.
Yeah,
Yep.
weird.
It was
Fed
FOMC.
monetary policy.
Oh, Fed
Monetary
monetary.
policy.
Chat's got it. God, chat, you're so good.
So good.
So good. Yeah, it's really rolling over hard. I mean, this is maybe this is range bound, just extreme range bound type of trading here.
I don't see any news about it coming out here just yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at like the daily candles on NASDAQ, they look pretty absurd. I mean, it touched, what is that level there? 20,270 to the T, a triple topped with one extension to the outside on the June 20th. And then that buyers just noped right out of that one. So come failed moves, come fast moves. What's the market profile term for that, Hoog?
Market
You there?
profile term for
Yeah, isn't there what's it
failed.
called, like a value area rejection or some area? Remember what that's called?
Yeah, but we don't have that. I mean, the initial balances are really wide, but we don't have any technically failed auctions here just yet.
Got it.
Because we're still inside the initial balance, but the initial balances are pretty big. The range in the NASDAQ, 234 points, 37 points in the S&Ps, not huge, but we still haven't seen any activity outside of the initial balance in either of those markets. And I don't think so. And then, the Dow has a failed upside auction. Here it is. There's the IB high in the Dow, 39,809, traded up to 819, 10 ticks above it, came back in, reopened back inside the initial balance, and now we're seeing the rotation lower. We did actually have a failed auction in the Dow, failed upside auction.
Yeah, that was the term I was looking for, Hoag. Failed upside auction, probably downside auction too. That seems to be a pretty powerful trade. I wonder if that's something that we should maybe keep an eye on. So that seems to
it's
really
wonderful
bring in.
If you can get in cheap, it's a wonderful trade. One of my faves.
Next time, Hoag. Next time, we're keeping an eye on that. Keeping an eye on that trade there.
Yeah, I feel like I've got 5 screens here, and I feel like I need more screens, but I don't want to be a screen guy,
I know, because once you go full circle, you're going to have like a 15-inch laptop screen, and that's all you're going to need, Hoag.
How many screens make you a screen guy?
I'm thinking like 6, because I have 5.
I did get in
That's
some
right.
micros long here, 13.5. Again, just seeing patterns that I've seen play out before, and just taking the trade in 3 micros, risking about $100. This will be the last trade for a little while. If I do get stopped out on this one, I'll be above the profit target to take a payout on this XFA still. But I'm looking for this to trade back up to 2140.
So are you switching to micros because you want to reduce risk, but you still want to kind of get your feet wet in the markets and like get a feel for what's going on? Would you ever switch back to E-minis after trading micros for a little bit?
I would, yeah. But I already took a losing trade on the minis. I was trading one lots in the minis in spots where I was talking about maybe being able to manage positions instead of having to get in and out. So with these 3 micros, I'll be able to do that, right? I'll be able to scale in and out of trades and reduce the risk as well, right? Where I'm not giving back the entire day and taking more of a loss. If I take a loss on this trade, I'm still going to be positive, not giving up more than 50% of what I made on the day, and then we'll call it there.
Nice.
I think we see lows. We might see the lows.
Well, it is a Friday and it is NASDAQ, so if we stretch ties...
Yeah, Fridays, just like I said, they just love to piss everyone off.
That's what the market likes doing. You get a stop out. You get a stop out.
So far, that's how it is.
We love trading.
Some days.
Yeah, that's right. Some
Do you-
days it is a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
some days you just love your job. Others day you're just like, ugh. I'm ready to be on that plane to Vegas.
How long's that flight? It has to be like 2 hours, right?
It's like 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
Yeah,
from
it's
here.
not far.
That's nothing.
Yeah, and the tickets are only like $100, cheaper than gas to get there and back, and your time.
That's wild. Do you have a favorite place you stay at?
Caesars.
Nice. That's where we were at last time. The old
Yeah, that was
Topstep
fun.
company retreat. That was great. I found it nicer than the MGM Grand, to be honest. The MGM Grand seems very lived in and not updated. Like you're teleported back to like the 70s or the 80s. But also they have like
Casino years.
6,500 rooms. So like, how do you even begin remodeling 6,500 rooms? I couldn't imagine. Caesars is nice. It's nice. Chat, what's your favorite place in Vegas? If you've been, I've only been twice through Topstep, but chat, let us know, where do you have the most frequent flyer points for your Vegas hotels?
So Dakota, the 45-minute flight. How many miles is it?
It's a 6 to 7 hour drive, depending on how fast you're going. I don't know how many miles it is. Let's see.
So 6 to 7 hours. How long does it take you to get to the airport?
30 minutes, 40 minutes.
30 minutes.
It's about 390 miles.
Okay. So if you were, are you a person that has to get to the airport really early?
If I'm traveling internationally, yeah, I do get there a bit early. But for this one, I'll get an hour early, maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That's nothing. You should just walk onto the plane, Dakota. Just tell them you're a Topstep funded trader. I think that goes pretty far at airports.
I get an Uber, have an Uber drop me off, and then that's it.
Nice.
Don't you just tell them, don't you know who I am?
To be honest,
that's funny.
Nobody will recognize me if they see me on the street.
That's probably true. I wouldn't even know. I'd be like, who's that small child over there? What are they doing?
Who's that homeless man? And
all right. Oh my goodness.
I did get stopped out of that trade.
Damn. All right.
And
Jack is
I'm
coming
down
in.
for the day.
Dakota, you get to hang out with Jack for about an hour, so that should be a good time. You guys have great
when do I
witty
get to hang out with
banter.
Jack for an hour?
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to that. Yeah, it should be fun. But I'm gonna swap out. He's using my code, so I'm gonna dip. That was fun trading. Hoag, always a pleasure. Great job in the house account. Coach Jay, Dakota, great levels for a wild
we're losing
NASDAQ
you.
market.
We're losing you, Dobie. We are getting Jack, huh?
Yeah, getting Jack. Yeah. Jack can regale you with stories about the bond markets, his GME trade, many other things. But I'm going to head out. Chat, it's a pleasure. I will be back for Power Hour, and everyone trade well. See you.
Good job,
Later,
Dobie.
Dobie.
Good job.
Thank you.
Well, are we looking at anything here, gentlemen and ladies everywhere? We got
Not
value
me.
low,
Not me.
long.
Everyone who's thinking buying the dip will continue to think that. Although we've been thinking of that all the way down, right?
Right.
We are back to where we opened, basically.
In essence.
Hoop just
back to
asked
the
us, it's
opening
a
range.
falling knife chart. Yeah, I agree. And that's why, and I've realized I am trading only long side, trying to do it in the right trade locations and continuing to get stopped out. Where now it looks like we could take out the lows of the day, right? Which I think, Dakota, you said it, the NASDAQ does a good job of just pissing everybody off on Fridays.
Here's Jack.
Yeah. We just wait for a 3-bar reversal.
Yep.
Wow.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Well, we're not the only ones having a tough time.
No.
Well, as was mentioned, the narrative of the day is, I thought, soft inflation numbers, stop out the buyers, off to the races, which it started. And now we've retraced pretty much everything back in the NASDAQ.
Hmm.
That is certainly a tough day to be trading. Fridays, man.
Fridays.
Well, we got about 2K, 2.3K left in ammo in the house account for Friday afternoon. Should be fun. Oh, how's your first day been going as the broker on this account?
Hey, I was a broker for years. It's like chewing gum, riding a bicycle.
Jack, what do you think about the bonds selling off here?
You know, I haven't had as much time. I've been behind the scenes doing things. Let me take a look real quick.
We're down. I'm looking at Ultra bonds right now. We're down 1.2%.
In price, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. We're getting a big rally too in the I'm looking at yields usually, and it makes sense with the PCE number. It's a little bit out of sync with what we've seen as far as the sell-off in the NASDAQ. But yes, given the PCE number this morning, and my impression is, and once again, financial media, how much you can trust. But the price seems to reflect that there's a very crowded trade going on of people looking for rate cuts to come. Let me pull up my Fed Watch tool and see what the deal is these days.
I have another question for you. On these news days for the house account, do you think trading the Ultra bonds might give us better opportunities than trading the equities? And the reason I ask that is because it seems like, at least looking at the charts, I don't trade them that often, but it seems like the bonds respect the levels a lot more. And there's obviously a lot more liquidity, right? So some of that slippage and things like that, we won't have to deal with.
Yeah, those are part and parcel. There's going to be a whole lot more, you know, when I talk about the NASDAQ making these whippy moves, there's more noise going on there because you have the NVIDIAs or, God forbid, United Health Group, if you trade the Dow, that have outsized impact. And given how much the nominal contracts are at this point and how much the NASDAQ is run, there's just a lot of stuff going on. Meanwhile, we've shown the, you know, a ZN ladder before, for instance, and it's incredibly liquid, and it's not
Right.
it's not quite as rampant with wild speculation or things like that. So yeah, it will be. I would trade, you know, it's interesting. I traded cash ultra bond spreads before, but as far as outright
Okay.
trading, I've been more interested in, it's boring, but given where all the expectations are, the short end of the curve, if you have that patience, there is some interesting stuff going on there. But yeah, in general, if we want, I would say possibly more regulated trades, I would be for taking trades in the ZB or UB.
Yeah. Just thinking about it. And it is maybe a little bit more boring trade, but this is a 30-minute chart here, right? And just clear defined, right? Here's the PCE candle. Clear defined high, where if we take a short somewhere up here, right? And I have this set to a 15 lot right now. We could, and we see this happen a lot, right? We could risk the highs of that candle and risking about $3,000. Right. And sure, maybe I'm looking at this in hindsight and saying, yes, this would have been a great trade. But if you look at a lot of news days, you'll see the same thing, right? Where we framed out that exact same candle on the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ is the NASDAQ and doesn't respect levels as well. So just a thought on that one. But thanks, Jack.
Yeah, well, it is boring. It's $30 a tick. The slip for what we do, even if we trade what we call size, there's not going to be any slippage really, unless you hold it through a number or something. So yeah, it could be something interesting to look at. You were saying, Dakota?
I was saying I'm finally seeing a setup on a long again. The last setup I was looking at taking was up there at like 195. Over here on the 5-minute chart, we've seen some kind of very indecisive candles on the 5-minute, and I was looking for that 3-bar reversal. We're starting to see the same thing here again. So what I would like to do, if I'm still trading, this is a very valid setup, and I love this type of a setup. is if we do break this high, let's say we break, say 102, 103, then this is a very great opportunity to get in long. And yeah, if I was just starting off fresh and I was opening up my charts right now, I would build and try and build a bigger position in this zone once we start to get this breakout. If we do, right? Because I'm looking at this as a potential reversal pattern. We've already rallied,
House account
250 points, and we sold off another right back down to where we.
I'm seeing a huge spread in the Nasdaq right now. I don't know if I'm having a data issue, but I'm seeing a pretty big spread in the Nasdaq right now. I don't know if anyone else in chat is seeing that. Hoag, are you seeing that on your side?
No.
I'm seeing okay, it might be data on my side then. Never mind.
Dakota, I would tend to agree. Yeah, any consolidation here, because as we talked about earlier, I mean,
right now,
it's
right now is the break. So
right
I
now?
would have been triggering
right now.
102.
All right.
Yep.
Buying 5.
102.
We're long.
Yep.
What's the risk?
76.
All right, so we're long a 5 lot in the house account from around 2094. Where'd you get it, Hoag?
Hang on 1 second. Let me get this stop in here.
I didn't.
Again,
We are on 104 and a half. 104 and a half.
Okay.
So I've got the stop currently 76. Just below that low.
I love the no hesitation, Hoag. That kind of surprised me, but great non-hesitation execution.
Yeah,
I'm just the broker.
We could have been more hesitant, I guess. But keep in mind, Hoag, that we will. Is that stop going to be in alignment with our risk limit for the day?
Well, it didn't.
It should tell you in Topstep X how much money you would be down at that stop.
I've got to just move this stop. I'm going to pull that and move this up 76. $2,000.
Okay.
2,900, I should say. 2,900.
Well, I don't know if we'll be able to get the 2,900 if the limit's 10K, and we're currently down how much? 7,600.
Right.
Well, we'll find an argument to be made to move the stop to 87, 86 if we could hold above 100.
Right.
Might as well do it now because we're starting to push higher. So 87, 86. Might as well move the stop limit risk. We got kind of this reversal, and if we fail to gain momentum, then it's just not worth staying in.
Stops at 86 and a quarter.
Great. Yeah, now is where we need to start gaining some momentum. Seeing volatility spike, pick up, and the next key level is going to be the break above 118, 119 to push into these 20s.
Chat's pointing out that our limit is up to maybe 15K now. However, I do not care to lose another 7K on this, and I hope we won't.
No.
You just don't remind us.
As I've said, we made that 16K the other day, but we need to have a few more banging days before I'm comfortable losing 15K in that account. Or we are. I'll have to talk to my broker.
Yes.
Great trade. I love this trade. I take this every single time it sets up. 118, 119 is the next key level. Let's see if we could build momentum and see if we could push up. Let's talk about targets. What's your thoughts, Coach Jay? I'm liking 150 plus.
Yeah. ultimately 150. I think conservatively we might have to think 130s, right? I would start thinking position management around 130s if we're not seeing the push there.
I'm seeing
Okay,
the
okay.
PPO point of control at 149.
There's an argument to be made to make a run to 200 again, or at least the 180s. We're starting. We got the main 3-bar reversal. We're starting to gain some momentum.
Value high at 220.
Yeah, we're breaking through, or we're breaking through the 120s. So there we go. Yeah, I like maybe pilling 2 off. Do we pill 2 off?
Really?
In
Not
the
yet.
50s or in the 40s? Or do we want to hold this? Because I could definitely see us the 70s, 170s and higher.
I think that we can either peel 2 off or reduce our risk on the stop end. We only have 5 contracts on.
I peeled 1 off.
Okay,
Okay.
then we're good.
Yeah, let's hold this. Let's hold these 4, please. We can definitely see something. There's probably a lot of
Did it-
people who are waiting for this as well.
As
They did it so that the market thinks we're short one.
perfect. Hope that one goes in our face. For those just joining, today is the last trading day of June and the quarter. If we had just bought one NQ on the opening June 3rd at the open and just held it until now, we'd have to roll, but so be it. You'd be up about $30,000 per contract.
Nice. I seen a 50 lot come in at the bid. Now we're starting to continue to gain momentum. So I'm liking this trade more and more. Another 50 lot coming in at 121. 30 lot just got yeah, we're finding some buyers up here though. That's nice.
Yeah. I'm definitely feeling pretty comfortable in this. Gabe, at some point, if we want to show, I got an image of the Fed watch. You know, with that low PCE number, this is what's been built in for the December meeting. Now, 43% are looking for a half point cut, probably 2/4 point cuts. So that's the trade that's on. You add up everything below there. Only 5% of people think rates, or 5% implied from the futures, think that rates will be the same.
What do you think, Jack?
I am maybe in that 29.7%. I think there'll be a cut, but unless something materially changes in the economy, the Fed has made pretty clear that they're kind of willing to sit. I know Nick for a Tick might be in the chat. He's pretty adamant that there's going to be no cuts. I think someone said it yesterday, one of the Fed members. Reminder, we can take that down, Gabe. We'll watch this trade play out. Reminder that we have, I believe, Bowman speaking at 11, Daily at 11:40. And those will be our last news sprinkles, according to Financial Juice, for this week, this month, this quarter.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jack. I'm more in the 20% that there will be one in that's December, right?
Yeah, that's the implied probabilities of what the rates will be by the December 18th meeting. We're getting a
now we are
pullback
back,
here.
Yep, back down to the 90s. Our stop is in the 80s, right?
Yeah, we didn't
80,
see that
86
momentum
quarter.
buying in at that 130.
Yep, we didn't see that momentum push up that we've been seeing. That was the trade. And that's out.
Well, that was A good short on that one lot, Hoag.
Yes, right.
They thought you shorted and they paid you.
Yeah. Sometimes that
Good
happens.
out though.
Yeah.
I would do it again. Not right now, but I'm just saying if that same scenario came back,
Sets up and
every
you
single
just
time.
take it. Mm-hmm.
Every single time, especially with the market where we've been in, where the just pushes.
This would feel a strange day in general for us just to get monkey hammered in the NASDAQ. Makes you wonder if we would have, what would have happened if we got a hot print.
Mm.
Right.
Oh, we would be below 20,000 for sure. Well, we would
What does
have
monkey hammered mean?
Monkey hammered? I mean, it's the same thing as mollywopped.
Ah.
Or I don't know. It just means getting crushed.
Scallywagged.
Yeah.
Hoodwinked.
monkey hammer.
Taken outside the barn and beat down, which is what's happening a little bit to the NQ right now.
Yeah, we broke. Next level is going to be
now that I'm looking at this, it's like, why not at this point go take out the overnight low?
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Like that was the area where I'm seeing like buyers, if they have an opportunity to push this back up, like this is the zone. But if not, we go back down towards 20,000.
We can't be the guys that buy the high and sell the low, though.
Why not? Why not? It's Friday. That's our tradition.
We cannot be those guys. I won't do it. I'm not putting a check mark on that.
No.
Selling it here? No, I'm not gonna.
No.
Yeah,
It could be one of those things where the big sell-off happens when you least expect it, but I would be in favor of just waiting until it consolidates at some point today and then maybe trying our last once again, don't catch a falling knife. That's not what we're doing. Waiting for it to develop some structure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was definitely not catching a falling knife. I mean, that trade was as good as it gets. We got the breakout and we were in the money by 25 points, right? And
Right.
we already peeled off one contract. We were just looking for a bit bigger of a move. And there's something to be said that we're still there. We're still valid. This trade's still valid. We're consolidating. And we had that, 40-point sell-off, tested the 80s, and we're right back up at our entry point. And it depends the kind of trader you are, I guess, because I could see this from like one of those, like a scalper, which I'm pretty sure there's a lot of traders in the chat where they're only looking for 10, 20 points. And that was just beautiful. And then maybe they switch, go short like you did, Hoag, on that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you catch 10, 20 points to the downside. But then traders like myself, I have a hard time taking only 10, 15-point trades.
Well, you've learned that with a lot of your setups, there's a lot more to the opportunity that you're taking.
Yeah.
You take some really nice big moves.
And I do lose a lot. I do lose so much more than I win. But then we have anomalies where I get into a good runner, like a good winning streak, like the past couple months.
All right. Well, we're out of that trade. Damage wasn't huge. I think we lost maybe $1,000 on that, Hoag.
Yeah, something like
in
that.
the meantime, we have JD waiting in the wings for some people that did not buy the high and sell the low. What do you got for us, JD?
For sure. Let's start off with yesterday's best XFA P&Ls. There they are. Jordan, Kingway, and Genelin, all with impressive days, trade in the NASDAQ. Kingway was actually trading in 3 XFAs for a total of just over $46,000 yesterday. Pardon me. Then we have Riley, who's trading the NASDAQ and the Nikkei, and Lisa, who carved it up trading the NASDAQ and gold. All
Great
right,
stuff.
here's the bottom half of that top 10 list. All right, all the names are the same as yesterday. They just kind of moved around a little bit. We've got Nick for a Tick, who made 11 grand, but still fell a notch from 5th down to 6th. Shane is in 7th place for the second day in a row. Shane made close to 20 grand trading in 5 XFAs yesterday. Sadara took a $7,000 drawdown across 3 XFAs and fell from 6th down to 8th. Arjun did not trade and held on to 9th place for another day. And David lost about 4 grand and dropped from 8th down to 10th.
Okay.
All right, drum
Eddie,
roll, please, guys.
Boom,
I'm
boom.
good, I'm very good. But when I'm
Oh, I for-
bad, I'm better.
Big West.
Wow.
Hmm.
All right, we'll start at the bottom. Kingway, who we just mentioned, had that nice $46,000 winner yesterday, trading in 3 XFAs, jumped from 10th place all the way up to 5th place. Nice job, Kingway. And the top 4 are the same names in the same order as yesterday. Soren made about 7 grand. Brian P picked up close to 17 grand, trading in 1 live account and 5 XFAs. Raphael pocketed another $6,300 trading in the live account. And Dakota took a bit of a hit yesterday, but he also requested that $29,000 payout. Still sitting comfortably in first place. There is your
So I hope keep going, Raphael and Brian, and I love to see this. I want to see them continue this for the rest of the year.
everyone in the top 5. Top 5 is all 100K club members right now. That's only happened once before.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
fantastic. Well, thank you, JD. I was laughing because I didn't know if Eddie's internet was working. He's had some problems this morning with our favorite company, Comcast. But then once those sounds started, Eddie, I was like, okay, he's back. We're in business,
Back.
baby.
First, I'm back. Hey.
Yes, yes.
And look at the NASDAQ. Here we go. That's
Yep.
I bet you the ES didn't have that whipsaw, right? If we switched to the ES, it was probably a lot more clean. Yeah, it was a little bit more clean. We didn't push that low and whipsaw down below that 53 and a half. But that's a trade. Like I said, I love this trade setup. I really do. But trading is very, very easy when it comes to this. The hardest part is how do you get in, how do you get out, and how do you manage your risk? Yeah. That was just unfortunate, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes you get the location right and your timing is off.
Well, it's a good
And
thing we did tighten up that stop because it would have gotten the original one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have really hurt.
Here. That would have been bad. We'd feel pretty monkey hammered then, wouldn't we?
Speaking of animals getting hammered, quick meme stock update. I don't know if you guys saw Roaring Kitty was back posting an image of a dog yesterday that sent Chewy stock briefly, ever so briefly, to the moon. It was just a picture of a dog sent Chewy in a matter of, I'm looking at a, 15-minute, 30-minute candle or whatever else from the $12 billion company, from $27 all the way up to $39. And guess what? Today it is now trading at 26. So do not. The question is, someone was super active in the options. I sure hope that he is not using this to
manipulate.
I don't know. He might have some problems coming down the track because it seems he did it. I saw a convincing argument that that's how he got the $200 million with the option activity before he came back, basically buying all these GameStop calls on the cents before the first run up that was caused by him tweeting.
Someone says the GameStop CEO is the ex-CEO of Chewy.
He founded it. Yeah. So that's how under normal circumstances, Ryan Cohen would not be the CEO of something like GameStop. It's just become such a thing. But yeah, Ryan Cohen was the founder of Chewy, which he then, I think he sold it in the past couple of years to focus purely on managing the casino.
Which is GameStop, right?
Yes.
Speaking of casinos, Dakota, what do you play when you go to Vegas? Poker?
Yep, just Texas Hold'em. Maybe some stud games. I will never play casino games. Maybe just for fun, but not for money, like blackjack and those. I will not play them because that's gambling. And I do not like to gamble. And to me, gambling is whenever the statistics are against you, and you know the statistics are against you, and you still put money.
Still do it.
Still do it, right? The expected value. It's like trading, right? It's like, oh, I know this is a bad trade, and I'm still going to place it. Why? And to me, trading is a lot less gambling than the casinos. And then when I'm playing poker, I'm playing against another person, and it's just me versus him. And I know the statistics, right? We know the statistics of some things, just like trading. We know the statistics of the trade that we're playing if you've traded long enough, and it would have a positive expectancy in the long run if you have that confidence. But it doesn't mean that we can't lose at any moment, which obviously we did, and now here we are. This trade is playing out really well, and I really like the longs here. Yeah, it's interesting.
So do you generally make money when you're out in Vegas playing poker?
Yeah, I would just play cash games, and yeah, I don't know if I should say this on screen.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't have to.
No, I'm fine saying it, but I don't mind if anybody judges me. I'll go sit at Caesars. They have a nightclub right next to the poker tables, and I'll play some of the low limit cash games. And I don't think I remember a day where I didn't pay for my flight, hotel, and expenses while I'm there.
That's a good strategy. You gotta seek out the drunks and tourists.
Yeah, and it's like they're willing. They come sit down at the table, and it's like, hey, if you're gonna go ahead and do that, it's just like the markets, right? I'm like, feel like, hey, you're gonna throw your money in there for free. I'm gonna take it, just like we do in these markets. We throw our money in there for the market makers.
What's up, Eddie?
Happy to take it.
I just got a message from Caesars. Cease and desist, please. They're not happy with that conversation right now.
They love me. They love
everybody.
Everywhere in Vegas. You used to be able to I was never a poker player, but you used to be able to count cards and stuff for blackjack, but you can't anymore because they have those 5-deck at any respectable casino have those 5-deck, 6-deck shoes with the automatic shuffling in them. So I don't gamble anymore either.
Yeah, Jack, those higher limits, they even have there's some 1-deck on higher limits that they're willing, but they shuffle every hand. So
no, there you go. We got cut off, Gabe. If you want to finish off those plugs real quick, we got about 15 minutes left here.
Yeah, absolutely. So real quick, you guys, just wanted to point out that the Roast My Trade submission form is pinned to the top of the chat. So if you have not done so already and you're looking to get any of your trades roasted by the legendary Mick, feel free to hit that link at the top there to submit your form, and maybe you'll get featured on air. Just be prepared. Take a little bit of heat. They're not going to just sugarcoat it for you. So. But next
Nick
up,
is back?
I wanted to, he's back from vacation actually, which is great, man. Happy to have him back. I think he's gone for, I swear, probably 2 weeks.
Good call coming back on a Friday.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Moving into the last plug of the day here. So we have my screen is being shared, and on TopStep X, I just wanted to point out that Coach Robert has filmed a new 5-minute tutorial on feature voting, one of TopStep X's most revolutionary features. So I want to point out to you where to find these tutorial videos. There's a plethora of other ones that he's been able to put up for us. We're super grateful for his work. But if you go to the support tab on the far left-hand side of your toolbar, it's a little question mark. See it kind of getting highlighted right now on my screen. And then from there, you're going to click on, it's the third button down on that little menu, and it's got TopStep 5-minute tutorials. And you have a bunch of different subject matter that you can work with. But we are going to be looking for the I believe it needs to actually get populated on this list. So we're going to post the link instead in the chat for you directly to the YouTube link for that video. Since it is brand new, it might need 24 hours to get inserted directly into the platform. But this is usually where you can find a lot of great resources on how to use the platform. The feature voting tab, though, is the second on the menu on the left-hand side. And from here, all you go do is hit this create a new post button, and you can go ahead and suggest anything that your heart desires when you'd like to, have our team, our TopStep X team look and possibly get added to the platform in the future. You can also upvote and downvote any current suggestions. So if you see any trending or top rated suggestions, you can also add your vote by clicking this little up arrow or down arrow. You do have to be signed in, so that's going to be what you'll be prompted to do. But that's it for now, guys. Back to you.
Right on.
Yeah, here's a shout out to TopStep, guys. I submitted my payout request for the 29,000 last night, and I just got the approval email, and it's just the morning,
Just in
the very
time.
next morning. Yeah, so that's nice.
All right, back 2100 in the NQ. Friday.
Yeah,
Well, he's going to love
Right
this
now, we're
5-minute range.
I was just about to say that we're ranging between the low of that PCE candle and the high of the opening range. The high of the opening range is 2075. The low of the PCE candle is that 2119 we were talking about. Range bound traders, this is your time. I know a lot of us look for trends, but it's a lot of opportunity in these ranges. It's a 40-ish point range in the NASDAQ, which is pretty good.
And no, Carl Hungus, my payout's not pending review. It looks like there's a couple other people who's got a payout approval and doing the same. I love seeing that.
What you shouldn't do with that money, one last thing on Vegas, is something that kills me, is you're talking about like you wouldn't play a game where the odds are stacked against you. Is like people who know that and think too much about it. Like when you see someone pulling off like a very complicated roulette strategy, I'm always thinking like, what the hell are you doing, bro? They're spinning a ball on a table. There is no combination of numbers and hedging. You're just working harder to be a doofus. Like, good God.
Yeah. On roulette, I seen a documentary about those engineers who beat roulette, or at least built it to where they could have a really positive expectancy. But that's so hard to do.
Weren't they using like an electronic trigger to like tap it every time the ball came around? I mean, that's different.
Yeah, they were calculating the rotation of the wheel. They was calculating the rotation of the ball, the location, and yeah, that's interesting. But hey, I have a little piece of news for everybody here. Everyone knows Danielle. She's amazing. And I gave a little bit about this last night. If you guys missed it, Danielle and Gabe was on with me. I might be doing some more fun stuff on TopstepTV with I don't know. There's so much that's going on that I've really enjoyed slow markets that I could see doing some more fun stuff. So stay tuned to that. And I think it's going to go hand in hand with the VIP that MP announced. That VIP, I think that's going to be such a great opportunity for traders. And there's only more stuff to come. So I'm excited. And I'm not going to be spending that $29,000 in Vegas. The most I spend in Vegas is like $400 or $500.
$28,500.
So I've
Not
got
the
the I've got the secret for roulette.
You do.
You use my wife's lucky numbers. 8 and 13. My
There you
last two
go.
trips to Vegas, I put 20 on both, and both trips, one of them hit.
That's true. That's
Wow.
been an incredible run
Wow.
you've been on.
I don't think
Hope
I'm
if I
really
was
good
going
at roulette. It's pure luck.
If I was going to play roulette, I would sit there at the tables and I'll wait for someone that is like drunk or like wanting to bet money. I'll wait for him to bet and then I'll just put my money on 00. I'd fade that guy. There's MPs in the chat. 24/7 is coming. Well, actually 23-ish and 5. I think he's commenting on the VIP. Maybe. I can't stop talking about it. I'm so excited for it. What's
It's a
your
really
thoughts
cool
on
program.
that, Hoag?
I think he's
And-
talking about TopstepTV at some point.
Oh.
Mhm.
It's good. It's good we'd have the hour off when the markets aren't open.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I actually market prep during that hour. What
It's yours.
market prep and a 30-minute power nap. Get ready for the next 23 hours.
No, but there will be more. We're doing a lot of stuff with TopstepTV, but we don't forget the old stuff either. So I do have a Series 3 for us that might be a little controversial today. We'll see.
Okay.
Oh man.
What do we got, Gabe? Maybe I'm looking at the 15-minute bars in the NQ. Very wiki, but maybe making higher highs and lower lows. We'll keep an eye on that. In a normal market, the difference between near and deferred futures contracts is called. Is this
I
the
don't know.
basis, the crush, the reverse
No.
crush, or carrying charges?
I don't think it's carrying charges. I don't think it
either.
would be called reverse crush. I think it.
I'm gonna say
I
A.
don't think it's basis. I'm going to go with crush. Final answer.
A.
Oh, okay. So before we go to the answer, this is what makes this controversial: is I never know if these are questions based on like certain products or what they're talking about. They're a little outdated. I'll give you a hint. It's not A because basis in the narrowly
Rigged.
defined
Rigged.
definition here is the difference between cash
Cash.
and the futures. It is not the difference between near and deferred futures.
Yeah, I have to go with near and deferred. That'd be the reverse crush then.
I'm bringing out the book so I can read the explanation. Gabe, let's see the answer. What is the final answer?
B or D?
Carrying, sir. Carrying, sir.
Carrying charges,
Carrying charges.
which makes sense in terms of, if you think about,
23%.
there's charges associated with holding something longer. But for instance, it says here, in a normal market, deferred months trade above the price of the nearby contract.
Mhm.
This difference reflects
Gotcha.
cost of holding inventory. Basis is the difference in prices of the cash and the futures market. There you go.
Well, there we go. And MP says crush is
Sneaky.
beans. Crush
Yes.
is
Yeah,
beans.
I remember, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's something about like trading the beans and bean oil. I had a few guys I worked with who were trading like the cattle crush, soybean crush, whatever else. Didn't seem like a ton of fun to me, but as Patak says, holding has costs. Okay.
Yes.
We're pushing higher.
Dolby says crush is a wine term. I agree with that, Dolby. Yep. I'm with you there.
Mhm.
This trade's still a great trade for the longs. We're just consolidating, and
We got 9 minutes left. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting long on a pullback. But it's not what I want to do. The house account is what we as a community want to do.
Tell the broker.
Jack, let's should we tell the brokerage is a buy? Buy 5, 110.
Yeah.
Well, MP's in the chat. What's our risk limit today? I'm fine with it. 110. We'll buy 5. We'll try this one more time.
We might.
The order is placed. 10 for 5. 10 for 5.
So just looking at the chart, you can see once again, not falling knife. We spent a good amount of time in this area now. Will this be the time? You may have to stick around for power players on next.
Oh, that'll give people what do they call it? A little cliffhanger to stay tuned.
Yes.
Like they do on the Netflix TV series where they always leave you hanging and it makes you want to watch the next one. So
MP's looking for us to send it.
110 to me does feel like the middle of the range.
Yeah.
Right, but where do you say
a range that's trending up though?
It is.
I would dare say it's a channel or a flag, and you can look at this two ways. You can look at this as a bearish flag, right? Because we had this, sell off, and now we have consolidation.
We're in,
and we have a flagging pattern. We're in at 110. We got filled.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Where's the stop?
So, I would say, depends on what our risk limit is. I would put a stop at 74, but if we cannot hold that, then 88.
All right. 88 it is.
So, yeah. This could be looked at as a bearish flag pattern. If your bias is to the downside, where we've had this sell-off and now we are having this flag pattern. The other way you could look at this is a bottoming pattern to where we are in a bullish market on the longer term. And this could be looked at as a higher low, because this morning we did make a low, and this could, I'm getting used to this Topstep X drawing tools, but from this morning, the low was the 20,040s. And then, this could be looked at as a higher low and a continuation, higher. So there's so many ways, and you can make an argument for both directions. Almost in any market, you can make an argument for both directions.
Well, the person you're trading with always is.
Yeah. Fair enough, Jack.
Go ahead, Jay.
I got a message from Coach Jack. If anyone is trading the ags right now, just there is a report coming out in the next 5 minutes. So if you're trading soybeans, wheat, any of corn, anything like that, just be aware that there is a report out in 5 minutes.
Crop production.
Yeah, crop production. There you go.
Mm-hmm. We also have Bowman speaking at 11 o'clock.
As Andre would say, house account is long 5 times NQ. We've taken our licks so far today. Now it's time to make some ticks, we hope. We got a few more minutes left here in fast markets. Gabe, is there a pristine example of fast markets content that we can show very quickly?
Yeah, there are a couple.
All right.
Good old salad.
That's terrifying.
Andre's out today, so he's not probably going to see this, but we may have to resurface this one when he's back. Good old salad hands. Since MP's in the chat, I want to show this one from Carl Hungus. See if I can get that zoomed in just as more for us
Croissant hands.
Deadliest trade was wild. JD down there bottom. $50 is $50.
Certainly is.
$50.
Love it. Absolutely. And we'll send one more out here for today. We have somebody watching Topstep TV while they're driving. Please, for the love of God, have a stop loss so you're not managing an order while you're driving.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Listen
we're
to
100% in favor of watching Topstep TV while you drive. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
I've heard
may
there's a
need
lot
some
of people
bets.
that listen to us, right? There's a lot of
Yeah.
listeners
Yeah.
where they don't watch, they listen, and that's why we're kind of pushing. Like whenever we say something, we say the price.
Right.
Well, we might need a few more of those because the trade started to work out a little bit for us. We're in the green just barely. We were in at 21.10. MP is telling me before we have Tuckman coming on in a few minutes, so we got to wrap this up. But before we go, let it be known
Mhm.
that today is Andre's birthday, the chairman and founder and guru of Hindsight Capital himself. So let's give a happy birthday to Andre. Maybe he'll be watching
birthday.
this in New York. So happy
Happy
birthday, my
birthday,
man.
Andre.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday,
How
Andre.
am I managing this trade?
You are managing it really well. I like it.
But moving
Or are
forward,
you
are we
asking me a
just-
question?
Yeah. Do we have a target? Are we leaving risk where it is?
How much is the risk?
2,175.
Let's leave it for now. We'll
Yeah.
talk behind the scenes because we got to end this
Yeah.
pretty soon for Tuckman.
okay.
We'll let you know how this is going. Happy birthday, Salad Fingers. I take back what I said yesterday about what adult takes their day off on their birthday. You deserve it. You deserve a week off. But we'll see you next week. Dakota, Jay, any closing thoughts? Always a pleasure to have you on.
Go ahead, Jay.
Trade well the rest of the day if you continue to trade. It is a Friday, so nothing wrong with just taking off for the rest of the day. But do something nice this weekend. Do something fun this weekend. Enjoy yourself. Get off the charts for a little bit. Get a reset, and then we'll be back at it for a short week next week.
Yeah, go touch some grass.
Let's all touch some grass. Dakota's going to touch some cards in Vegas. Watch
Oh,
out.
I
if
thought-
you're
okay.
doing any drinking in the strip. Stick around. We got Tuckman coming on with Peter. Sorry, not Peter. Peter Tuckman's coming on with Dolby. Top Quiz with Eddie Vanessa. Mick is back for Shoulder Tap. And ending the day, we got Coach Ray, Gabe, Hoag, and Dolby doing Power Hour. You won't want to miss it. We'll be back in a few seconds. We'll see you then. Have a great Friday.
everybody. Welcome to Power Players. Got the one and only Peter Tuchman from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange with Wall Street Global Trading Academy. He was just snacking on some regular M&Ms in the green room. That might be kind of controversial. I'm more of a peanut M&M fan myself, Peter. So why the regular M&Ms and why not peanut M&Ms? I'm asking the hard questions today.
Melt in your mouth, not in your hands.
All right. Perfect. Well, we got some of the indices here melting lower. We had a lot of news events earlier this morning driving the markets. We had the YM shoot all the way up and come all the way back down. Peter, why the dual response here to some of these news events going up and coming all the way back down again?
Look, it's all good. Look, today you have to realize, so all eyes were on the PCE number this morning, right? Personal expenditure number, personal consumer expenditure. That is the key flag indicator that the Federal Reserve uses for inflation. It came in right in line, looking at 2.6, came in at 2.6. As we've mentioned a million times, markets can handle virtually anything. They don't like expectations that are not fulfilled. However, when the expectations are fulfilled and they're right on the money, the market loves it. That's why we came in this morning and the market responded well. I kind of thought that the market's response would have a little more life to it, but I think the market opened. It rallied nicely for the first 15, 20 minutes of trading and then started to fade. Yes, there are other numbers involved, but I think what's more significant is today is the end of the quarter. Today is the end of the half. Today is the Russell rebalance. That is a huge Dow 30 stocks, S&P 500 stocks, the Russell 2,000 and 3,000 stocks. So you are going to see normally in a quarter or also the end of the month, right? So you've got a lot of things ending today. And normally when you have end of month, end of week, end of quarter, end of the half of the year, you're going to have people positioning themselves into the next quarter and the next half. But you're also going to see in times where the market is rallied into the end of the day, you're going to see profit taking. Doesn't always happen, but that's kind of probably where my gut is. It's kind of lunchtime. It's a Friday. It's summer. You know, the enthusiasm of the morning is faded. We are coming into the closing bell. And I think you're going to see some profit taking out of the quarter, out of the end of the year. Plus, you got a lot of volatility around the Russell 2000 and 3000 index rebalance. I think that's what it is. Yes, there are still a lot of moving parts. Yes, I think the market should have responded a little longer and a little more favorably to the PCE number. But you know what? We're playing with a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, and there are still a lot of things we don't have clarity yet. Look, what's probably happening in this latter part of noontime is this. Good news is bad news. What do I mean by that? Okay, look, in order for the Federal Reserve to cut rates, which is what everybody wants, because they don't want higher rates for longer. Everybody, I'm sure all the audience has heard about this, higher for longer. They don't want that. The longer we stay in a higher interest rate environment, the more expensive things are and the harder it is for companies to be borrowing money and all that kind of a thing. The fact that the number, look, we have gone, we're 2 quarters into the year. And in the first quarter, we had some really disappointing economic data. And that's what made us point towards a 3-cut landscape. Then it was 2 cuts. Then it was 1 cut. Then they thought they may even raise rates. And now we're back to the probability of 1 cut. The bottom line is the market is anticipating at least 1 cut this year. And the fact that the numbers came in a good way, the good news about today was bad news for the Federal Reserve having to position themselves towards cutting rates 1 time. And I kind of think that's where this fade is coming from. I need everybody to understand that. The Federal Reserve is going to cut rates only if the economic data is not favorable, and that they're going to need to cut rates to give the market a little bit and the economy a little bit of a boost that it may need to get over that hump, because our goal is to get the inflation down. We've done an amazing job, okay? And what anybody thinks of Joe Byron, the bottom line is his administration helped, his relationship with the Federal Reserve has helped get inflation from 8% to 3%. That's a major move. As we've talked before, this last 1%, our trajectory and our goal is to get it to 2%, right? And I've said it a million times. This move down towards 2% is that last 5 pounds in a diet that we just fed. And so we're having trouble getting there. Today's numbers show us that we are leveling off. We're not bouncing higher. That's a good thing. But a good thing is not good for the people who are in the camp of we want to cut rates because we don't want to be higher for longer. So that may be contributing. Go ahead.
Do you think the Fed's obsession with this 2% thing is ultimately detrimental? Because it's like, they've been saying this for a while that it's the hardest. The last 5 or 10 pounds is the hardest to get. I mean, do you think this is worth it for the Fed to kind of get down there, or is it fine where we're at right now?
You know what? Look, for me, I think we've done a pretty darn good job. I don't know about you guys, but I think we're paying a lot less for gas, a lot less for eggs, and a lot less for food. And our inflation status is way down from where it was 2 years ago. That goal of 2% is an arbitrary number, or it may be a number where all the planets align. This could be a cosmic thing, guys. You know what I'm saying? This could be the ultimate where everything is aligning planetarily at 2%, and 2% is that number where that we can handle it. Look, people like to set goals. Everybody likes to set goals. Federal Reserve surely is that way. And so is the 2% arbitrary? I don't know if it is. I think they've been talking about 2% since the beginning. That was their goal when we were at 8.5%. So it's just that the fact is that, look, historically, these things usually take years, if not decades, to happen. Economic translation don't happen overnight. But we, as a society, have gotten so accustomed to having what we want when we want it. We are like we're in this state of everything we need instantly, right? We want to order something on Instagram, and we're going to pay $30 to have it delivered yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So we need everything instantly. Same thing with inflation. Same thing with economic numbers. It doesn't happen that way. Economic numbers tend to be forward-looking things, and so it's just taking us a little longer. I think people really need to digest how amazing it is. We could still be at the 5 and 6 level. We've gotten from 8.5% to 3%. That's a significant cut.
Wow, nice, Peter. We got a couple minutes here. We had some questions in chat a while ago. MOC comes up quite a bit, and we're kind of interested if you're able to kind of describe your relationship with the MOC numbers and how you use that professionally for what you're doing. I think some people just want some backstory.
Absolutely. I actually is one of the guys who basically was the first person to build a strategy around the MOC, the market on close. So think about years ago, and it is basically what I do for my business model. Trading for hedge funds is around the market on close. But let me give a breakdown to your audience who may not know what a market on close imbalance is. So the markets open and they close on one template. So think about it. Overnight, markets are trading around the world. It's all fine and good. But the morning template is where everybody puts their open interest. The public puts their open interest for the opening bell. The price of the bell on each stock is determined by the supply and demand. Okay? An imbalance is basically if you come in the morning and you got IBM and there's 100,000 to buy and 200,000 to sell in the system, well, net, that is an imbalance of 100,000 to sell and 100,000 paired off. I hope everyone understands that. You could come into IBM in the morning and there's 200,000 to buy and 100,000 to sell, which would mean there's a net imbalance of 100,000 to buy and 100,000 paired off. Okay, so imbalances are how we basically open the market. If there's 100,000 paired off, that means you have 100,000 to buy at the market, 100,000 to sell at the market, and they're basically going to pair off last sale. There is nothing to force the stock up or down. So an imbalance is either on the buy side or the sell side. A buy imbalance will force the stock or the market or an indices to trade up. A sell imbalance will force it down. What is the significance of an imbalance? Imagine this. Let's say I'm a large hedge fund or I'm a high wealth person and I have 1 million shares of IBM to buy, Uber to buy, whatever the heck it is that you want to buy or sell. I I want to be able to embed my order flow where the most volume is in the market because I don't want people to know what I'm doing. If I'm a buyer of 1 million IBM, I don't want all the rats knowing what I'm doing. I don't want all the people out there who chase volume to know what I'm doing. So what will I do? I will try and buy stock or sell stock where there's the most volume. Well, the biggest volume is on the open or the close. Okay, imagine that. So let's say I was a buyer of 1 million shares of IBM. What would that order, right? I need to explain to my customer why I did what I did with the order. In a market that goes up and down hundreds of points, like today, right? We opened, we rallied up 100 points, we sold off 200, we went up 300, and now we're selling off. With that kind of volatility, I need to explain to my customer why I'm participating, where I'm participating in the stock. At the end of the day, I need to go back to my person, my customer, and say to him, this is why I did what I did. Okay? So basically, to give you a really case scenario, if I had 1 million shares of Uber to buy in this market, the way it's been trading, I would buy 200,000 shares on the opening. I would put 400,000 shares to buy in an algorithm over 4 hours from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. That way, my order would track the consolidated moving averages of all the markets around the world. So I would be able to go back and say, you know what? Midday, it was quiet, but I basically was in a 30% algo. I basically participated wherever the market went. And then the last 400,000 I would put in for the closing bell. So I buy 200 on the open, I buy 400 midday, and I buy 400 on the close. Market on close. That is what MOC stands for. So then I can go back to my guy and he'll say, wow, you did a great job. How did you do that? And I would explain to him around how I did the order. That's what makes the difference between a broker who doesn't really give a shit and he just like throws it into an algo and doesn't really care about his order execution, or somebody like myself whose execution is basically what makes me either a good broker or a bad broker. Okay, the significance. So that 400,000 that I put in for the market on close, me as a broker on the floor, I get to see that at 2 o'clock.
Right.
I get to see everybody's order flow for the closing template at 2 o'clock. So what is the investment community, not the retail community? All due respect to the retail community, you guys are putting in your orders to buy and sell over the day. It doesn't impact the market as much as a major whale accumulating millions of shares of stock, right? So from 2 o'clock until 3:50, the big guys are putting in their order flow for the closing template. I get to see that. And what I do for a living, I analyze the market on close imbalances because they change. At 2 o'clock, you may have 500,000 shares to buy of IBM. At 2:14, you may have 1 million shares to sell. Okay, so it changes and is updated every 5 seconds from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. What I do is I track those imbalances and I trade against the market on close imbalance from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. I hope that explained it.
That was an awesome explanation. That was so cool. I hope everyone in chat was listening up there. If you didn't get that, got to rewind, listen to that again. That was awesome. Hopefully we can clip that. Peter Tuchman from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Any fun things going on over there these days? Any free webinars?
You know what? We had a webinar about a week ago. We are doing another one in mid-July. I think what we're seeing in this wild market, especially with earnings and with the volatility, that technical analysis is the key to the castle. At the end of the day, we're seeing it with the futures, the MES, the NQ. They are trading so beautifully from a technical perspective. I know you guys are all using Topstep as your platform to trade. However, having the tool of technical analysis and risk management in order to trade those futures is so important and pivotal. So I beg you all to join us at WSGTA.com. Come and join us for a live free webinar. Go check out our course. It's affordable, accessible, and fun. Coach and mentor all our students every Thursday night on Zoom. Nobody else does that. We have a course and a boot camp, and we coach and mentor every student live at Thursday night for 1 hour, going over the trades of the week. So if you want VIP treatment and you want your hand held until you become a successful day trader, go to WSGTA.com and join us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Peter Tuchman, for your covering of the markets, the description of your job, which is so cool. The chat really enjoyed that. Maybe we can get you to share some more peek behind the curtain type stuff there. That was really awesome. But coming up, we're not really going anywhere right now. We're just going to sub in JD, Gabe, and Hoag. Peter Tuchman, thank you so much. Enjoy your weekend. Have a good one. We can get the other boys on screen here as soon as we can. So I got a Hoag in the waiting room. Got a JD in the waiting room. Got a Frozen Talk. Hey, look at this group of handsome
on, everybody?
individuals. Well, we got some moving markets here. I'm not whose screen is up right now, but got some reverb there in the microphone. Whoever
Little
that
feedback.
is. A little feedback. Yep. I think we're good.
We
Ooh.
we got smushed on that last those last
yeah, I
longs
was gonna-
in the Nasdaq, but now it's
What is the
potential we may have a failed downside auction. We've got to wait about 5 minutes to find out if that's going to be true. But
what's the house count balance right now, Hoag? What are we down?
minus 11,069.
Down. Yeah. Down.
Sounds
Pretty
like,
penny.
Who's got construction equipment at their house?
Who doesn't? Chicago.
It's the. I think it's me. It's the landscapers are here. I'll stay on mute mostly.
Okay. Hoag, how big is your lawn? I feel like you have landscapers over like every other day. You do
They
it
always
like
come on
quadrants.
Fridays.
Got it. Gabe, how are you doing on your road to funding there, buddy?
I'm hanging in there, man. Yesterday was actually let's see, let me full screen my chart here. There we go. Get this down just one. Currently sitting at a balance of 100,565. So yesterday, I believe we were down. Let's go check out the day stats. So day one, 26th, up 752. Day two, which was yesterday, down 187. So still in the green, right?
Cool.
2 days in this. Today would be day three. But yeah, hanging in there. Excited to possibly look at some trades today. It is Friday. It is the end of the month. I do want to be cautious of what I approach in terms of trades. I don't want to just jump into something for the sake of doing it, just because I'm on air. But I have a strategy lab later with Robert and Hoag. That'll be fun. And then also Power Hour. I'll be back again with, I believe you, Dolby, right? Hoag?
Oh, I believe so.
Who else is joining us? Coach Ray will be joining us
awesome.
later today. So
Sweet.
yeah,
Oh,
a
and Hoag,
couple other opportunities to possibly trade, but nothing
It'll be
on
a
my
solid
eye
power hour.
right now. Yeah, it should be fun.
solid, very solid power
Ready.
hour. So what are we seeing in the markets? Got NQ trading down 20,038 off almost 180 points. I think that's public math. Maybe 160 points off the highs. Pretty big move. Almost every indice is looking exactly like the NQ. Big spike up, big push down, little consolidation, and now we're trading at the bottoms. Even in the ES, 55.47 and a half. Pretty low. JD, you've been behind the scenes a little bit today. What levels are you looking at for some of these markets here?
I am sharing my chart, but it's your second favorite pattern forming right now, Dolby.
God, it's
The megaphone.
Yep.
The dreaded megaphone.
A
So another
5-minute.
move. I mean, a couple closes above VWAP, which I have at 33 right here. We might see another move back up to this extension, back up, extend the range higher. Hoag mentioned a failed auction to the downside, so that would support my case also.
This
But
wouldn't
right
be a
now,
bad location to go long, wouldn't it, JD?
Not
if
at all.
we're
This
at
is
the
a
bottom of
super-
the range, it's a
No,
cheap
it would
long.
be
this is
good.
super low risk. This is a cheap
Yes.
long opportunity right now for sure.
Yeah,
that's-
I'm kind of tempted.
Those are some check marks if I ever heard.
I am tempted.
I mean,
That's at least 2.
we can take it.
I'm
We got-
thinking about jumping in. Yeah, I like the fact that we swept the lows of this morning's open already. So we've wiped out any sell stops that were down there for anybody that
Coach
was
Jay's
long.
in.
Coach
Yeah,
Jay.
Coach Jay's in.
there-
We might
there's
just want
a-
to take this, yeah,
There's a check mark.
Before it runs away.
before it runs on us.
Well, it's kind of running already.
I know.
Let's try it.
I'm looking for a little maybe 10, 15 point retracement. If we can get back down to like the low 50s, I'd love to get in the low 50s.
Yep. I mean, maybe is ES or NQ offering a similar opportunity, but at a better price, Hoag? Because they all look exactly the same on the chart right now. Very, very similar.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, ES might be a little
we got
better
to
for
try and see if we can't
mitigating
squeak
risk.
into something here because we're kind of low on capital here.
Yeah. We are a little bit low on capital. Nothing a tiny little 2 to 5 lot can't fix, though. And try to chip away. Problem with NASDAQ is that for
All right,
every word you put out, you miss a point.
right?
I mean, we've already missed probably like 5 or 6 points just talking about it. But maybe we do get a pullback. We have had some success.
So
I think we're
I'm
gonna
gonna
get a little
I'm
pullback
gonna
here.
feather in some one lot buys.
Okay,
60 from 60 down to 50.
cool.
Good area.
All right, I like that. That's cool. Looks like there'll be some good risk management there. 50 to 60s. Let's see if we get a pullback. Maybe if it rejects off of 80s and then gets back to 60s, it could be possible. But yeah, JD coming in clutch with the dreaded megaphone formation.
Yeah,
I hate
75.80 looks like a decent spot to bounce off of. It was that held as support for a little while earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Could see a little rejection from there.
Yeah, I like that too, JD. So I've got a little 1 minute supply zone, this little base 1 candle consolidation, and this continued move lower. That would possibly look for, once again, just a nice little retracement back down to this demand, and then maybe a move higher from there to come back into range. That would be what I'd be anticipating. So I do like this little base rally here. What I like about it is we broke above this high here. So that was a nice little, just confidence that buyers are stepping in, taking out the prior little high here. So see how price responds to this area. But I definitely don't want to just buy right now, right? We could see a little retracement here, and I do like that 80 level right inside of that area of supply, retesting that resistance level that you're referring to, JD, there on just looking at the shorter time frames here. But I do like a long.
Well, we got some consensus. Will the market cooperate? That is the question.
It's like
Yeah,
Hoag's
it's
got
always
some
tempting.
orders stacked already for us,
Love it.
ready to go.
Were all the house
Love it.
count trades this
I'm going to
morning?
show you what it looks like on the profile here. So
Were all the house count
here's-
trades this morning on the long side?
I
Yeah.
think so.
I think
Yeah,
so.
unfortunately.
I believe so.
Kept trying to pick
So,
bottoms.
This is the S&P profile. Opening range is the low, value high from yesterday, IB low. We looked below. Now we've just reopened the next 30-minute bar above the low of the IB, leaving this potential failed downside auction. So the market got too cheap, came back in the initial balance, and opened the next 30-minute bar. That's as close to confirmation as you're going to get for a failed auction play.
Failed auction. Yeah.
You got the same thing in the NASDAQ. Here it is. So the market, put in the highs, came all the way back, took out the lows, opened the next 30-minute bar back inside the initial balance, indicates rejection of the lows, a failed downside auction, and a potential, rotation back to the upside. Nothing is finite or perfect in trading. Anything can happen, but this is one of my favorite setups.
Yeah, the failed auction. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were talking about that last segment, Hoag. It's something that we might want to keep an eye out for when we're doing the house account, because it is such a powerful formation when it does go in your favor. And like you said, it offers cheap trade location. So you got cheap trades plus powerful momentum equals pretty solid risk reward typically. We're getting close
Here
to
we
that
go.
60
Here's
range.
exactly that rejection that we were looking for. So came right into the supply. All right, so we're in one. I'm looking to set up a little long here, just shy of 55. But tapped right into that area that we're looking for, right at resistance, like JD was referring to. I think this is a good location to try to get into a little short-term long here before lunch.
Nice. So we got one long at 60 even, so?
That is correct. Yes, 60 even.
Sweet. One long NQ, 60 even in the house account. Got a Lacey says, I like that order, I think. And we've got a couple more orders spread between 50 evens and 60 evens in the NASDAQ here to see if we can kind of leg into this. Got them stacked on the ladder or the dome, whichever word you like using. Benji's been fading us all day. Hope you pass. Hey, it's a zero-sum game. Just because we're not putting on winning trades doesn't mean you're not learning. Probably starting to get filled on a couple more here if I had to guess. Mm-hmm. And Hoag, we're 50 evens is the last one. Are you muted or are you just thinking?
Yeah, now it's getting a little bit quieter. We're in 3 now.
We're in 3, okay.
I'm trying to figure out where to put this stop.
JD, stop ideas below the megaphone? That'd be a hell of a stop, though. I don't know if we got room for that.
Yeah, 35. That's a good 40 points away.
I've got it at 35 right now. That's below the initial balance low. I don't want to see it go back below the initial balance low. I'm hoping that it does not.
Yeah, using some of that market profile there to find a good stop location. I'm going to be outside of that. I'm just playing around here. We're probably going to get all 5. What are we going to? We got 4 right now.
It really looks like
4.
It right now.
4. Okay.
Yeah, next one here. We got 4 right now.
The last one will be 5.
Now we're in 5.
5. Okay. So long 5, 56 evens in the NASDAQ. Cool. Perfect.
That's our average price, 56.
56, 5, yeah. Sorry, just 56 evens, 5 long.
Yeah.
So let's see if we get some help.
Come on.
All right. Everyone get out and push. Let's go.
Oh, we're going to need more than pushing.
Yeah, we just got smushed. I think the stop was too tight, but we'll see.
We get low ticked on that one?
Maybe.
Looks like it.
Damn.
Yeah, we just
people are saying NVIDIA is just rolling over right now.
We didn't have enough. We didn't have enough space. NVIDIA. I see it as, yeah, it's even.
Up a little. Tesla's down.
Amazon's rolling.
Half a point. 0.5%. Microsoft flat. Meta's down 1%. Google's down close to 1%. Amazon down more than 1.5%.
Man.
Yeah. NVIDIA's flat.
Mm-hmm.
Is NQ just gonna really roll over hard today? Wow. What is Sometimes you just got to delete everything on your chart and just look at it fresh again.
Yeah.
Well,
What's the house account balance right now?
On minus 13,199. It's still not it's still a failed auction until it takes out the low.
Yep.
We got to get down below 20.
Just looking for. Got levels in chat. Let us know what long-term levels you have. It looks like maybe this 20,025 could have been a 4-hour. Maybe resistance becomes support. If you believe in long time frames, that could have been one on your radar. Next stop is 20,000 evens from Lynn Whipple in chats. Market does love big round numbers. That is something it has been known to enjoy. Yeah, just buying every pullback was great between 8:30 and about 9:10 this morning.
Yep.
Not a great strategy from 9:10 to the present
no.
moments. Yeah, not so hot.
We look heavy. I'm about to get stopped out on this one.
Oh man,
we've got Mary Daly speaking in a few minutes. Thanks for the reminder in the chat.
Well, some days you're the hoof print, some days you're the hoof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about the challenge that Dakota posed earlier today. If you guys were paying attention when I did the hot streaks list.
Mm-hmm.
So his new challenge is to do open an account and make $1 a day for 50 days, 50 consecutive days to take over the hot streaks board. And so Dakota's name will be at the top of every list. That's his new plan. So I spent a minute or two thinking about it, and I think I'm going to raise this challenge to everybody. We're going to call it the 50 Clam Challenge. And if you make $1 a day for 50 consecutive days, we will send you a little plaque that says, hey, $50 is $50.
Wow. I think that would be incredible. That'd be hard to do. That's like what, just scratching one trade?
Yeah.
That's basically like getting 50 heads in a row in like a coin flip.
You definitely have to use micros.
Yeah, now I'm like thinking, how would I do this? Probably like one micro with like unlimited stop loss, and then if you hit the daily, you hit it, and then just hope you get your tick, and you're good. What if you make less than $1? Do you have to make 2 trades? Ooh, that would be tough.
Yep,
that would be tough.
I see Carl Hungus in the chat. There's another meme challenge for you: the Cicero 50 Clam Challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Have it ready for Monday.
I'm still waiting to do the reversal challenge. That would be a real clown show.
Extending the range lower right now.
Right, this thing's just ripping. Game over.
Yep. Maybe bottom of the megaphone here. If you're really looking for any reason to go long, that would be about the only one, is if you think this is the bottom of the megaphone. Man, it certainly does go down faster than it feels like it goes up. 27. I mean, we're already off 70 points in like 10 minutes.
Trades by Jay says the house account needs a fire drill.
If only that was actually possible.
And these trades that we are taking we're not suggesting them for anybody's.
No, this is not a signal.
You've got to take your trades, and only your trades.
Yeah. But it is fun. Like I really do enjoy seeing other people place trades and talk out their stuff, because then I'm just going to compare it to how I see the market, and so you can get a lot of information. Whether it's positive information or if it's negative information, it's all useful because trading is a zero-sum game. So if you are fading the house account because you don't think we're trading well, that's totally fine. At least you're learning more about your own trading system and how you're doing things. But I love seeing Gabe trade. Yep. Oh, Bowman, great.
All right, so I like longs in the 990s. We're about to take out these lows from yesterday. we'd be tapping right into an area of demand that caused some issues for us the other day. Let me just bring up my screen here. So these are the lows that I'm referring to. This is the move from the afternoon, but this little area of consolidation and a rip higher, we are pretty much sitting right inside of that, and now we've officially taken out the lows of
Yesterday's
afternoon.
Yesterday's regular trading hour low is at 9:54 even. That'll be the next stop.
9:54 even. Nice.
And yesterday's overnight low, daily low at 874 quarter.
Well, if you love them at 20,000, you'll love them at 19,990, and you might even love them more at 19,980.
Mm-hmm. We've definitely exceeded the average daily range in the NASDAQ. Real quick.
I just want to address a question from Amir, if you guys don't mind. He's asking,
Oh, please. Got
what
4
are my
minutes.
feelings about being stopped out for the day? This is sort of where he goes on tilt. Well, the house account, except for that last trade, I mean, that was a kind of a team. We check and we get an agreement. Really, the only thing that I did for all those trades was execute them. I wasn't part. I don't think I was really supposed to be a part of the decision making on that. The only time I got the decision making is when we had that potential failed auction, which is usually relatively cheap risk on that trade. So it didn't work out. But as far as the losses, I mean, that's just part of trading. And if you internalize them, if they make you mad, we get that, and I get that. I get mad too. 3 consecutive losing trades is usually what it takes to start me kind of on a trigger. But I don't. It was the execution. I was the broker today for most of that. And we got involved here when Bowman started speaking. I'm looking at what he's been saying. One good thing he's saying is that there doesn't seem to be a lot of appetite in Congress for a central bank digital currency. That I like to hear. But
yeah,
strong employment, continue to work towards the inflation goal at their pace. So it wasn't like there was that much said there. But that's the thing, man. Like I said, sometimes you're the hoof print, sometimes you're the hoof.
Trading is like that. Yeah, I mean, that's the frustrating part. Sometimes you do all the right things and you get the wrong result. And that can really send you over the moon if you just don't. You're like, oh, I'm doing all the right things, meditating, working out, followed my system, losing trades. Are you a bad trader? No, you're not. You just got unlucky. Sometimes the market does not do what you think it's going to do.
A little bit of luck, a little bit of timing.
Yeah.
A lot of timing.
Timing is so important.
Everything.
Really is.
So, yeah. Speaking of timing, so I got in 10 at 990 even,
nice.
10 MNQ, and so essentially 1 mini. I took half off at 16s, so I'm out of 5 currently, and I've got my stop in profit just to kind of cover a little bit more here. But I'm going to probably look to taking a couple more off in the 20s. So that
nice.
Original entry, when we tried to get long here in the 50s, I got stopped out for $420. So I'm kind of chipping back away at that original loss and trying to get back in the green for the day and give myself some opportunity in the afternoon. But I definitely
Nice swipe.
I liked that swipe.
Yeah.
Once again, what I really liked about it was the fact that we took out a lot of this consolidation here, these lows here from earlier yesterday afternoon. Had a nice little demand imbalance that caused a breakout above a prior failed high. So that was the reason why I tried to take a little entry there at that price. And, buyer stepped in, and we'll see if they can last. I would like to see a move back up to retest this little supply imbalance that brought us to a new low. So that would be my ideal location. Once again, I'm going to take a couple more off. So let me set up that now. Sell 2 more. And then from there, I'll probably leave a runner or 2.
Sweet. Well, that's a great way to end this segment with a Gabe trade that's on the up and up. already taken profits. Looks like it's going to be very well managed. But speaking of being quick, got to have your finger on the mouse. Top quiz is coming up. We got Eddie and Vanessa bringing you top quiz, top-notch questions. If you can get at least 3 of the 4 right, you'll be entered into a raffle to win a free reset. And we will show the winners on Power Hour. So, without further ado, let's move on to top quiz here and get answering those questions. Hopefully, Eddie has the internet back or the power or anything.
One more thing,
He
real quick,
does.
before we go.
Oh, yeah.
We have the group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat right now. If you have any questions for Coach Robert or myself, throw them in there. We need a couple more, so don't be shy. That starts at 12:30 Central Time. The form is pinned to the top of the chat. All right.
Perfect. Well, don't forget that, chat. Get a question for group coaching. And let's head over to Top Quiz. Eddie and Vanessa.
Yes, it is. It is time for Top Quiz. And yes, we have our lovely and knowledgeable Vanessa here today for a Friday Top Quiz contestant. Hello, Vanessa. How are you today?
I am Dandy. How are you today, Eddie?
I am Randy. If you're Dandy, I'm Randy.
What a duo.
Today was here, was gone, was in, was out. But hopefully we can get through these games, and I will be not cut off by my lovely internet service. But anyway, we've got a lot of people playing here today. If you like what's going on here at Topstep, please like and subscribe. Remember, the thumbs up is the like button. It's not the heart in the chat. It's the thumbs up right underneath our stream. And before we get any farther, there are rules, and Jack has a little surprise for everybody. Jack, what do you got for us here?
Yeah, let's talk some rules real quick. But first, you asked, we listened. We're gonna give out 100 free resets today.
Whoa!
We'll do the top 10 finishers and then 90 random if you get 3 or 4 right. You guys all know how to sign up. It's at the top of the chat there. When you do, answer the questions as they appear on your device. We're on a 6-second delay here, as some people are beginning to notice in the chat. That's been the case the entire time, but don't wait for us. Answer when they appear on your device. It'll make you happy. So that's what we got for today, Eddie. Back to you.
Thank you, Jack. Well, like they say,
let the games begin.
All right, let's get this party started.
It's party time.
Oh, yeah. All right. For today, the end of the month, Friday, June 28th, actually, business-wise. And let's see what we got going on here. What was the name of the possessed hotel in Stephen King's novel and movie, The Shining? Was it the Hotel Notel? Was it the Overlook Hotel? Was it the Northern Peak Hotel or the Swiss Royal Hotel?
I have no idea. All I can think about is like Hotel California.
That was by the Eagles, and no, Stephen King had nothing to do with that one.
Oh,
the answer is the Overlook Hotel. Yes, that was one. I tell you, if you have not seen that movie, see it with somebody else. Don't watch it by yourself. It is a bit bizarre. All right, let's take a look and see our top 5. Rip's Apprentice, really? Dom Corleone. Who's that? Matthew 7? Inside Trader and Dunris. Okay, that's our top 5. Don Corleone. Don Corleone. I have an offer you won't refuse. Okay, let's see what our next question is. Quiz. How many bones do sharks have? 16, 218, 100, or 0?
I have no idea. 0? I don't know.
Take a weird guess. Just a weird guess.
I did it.
You had 0.
0. 0 is correct. They don't have any bones. It's all cartilage. Yes.
Nice.
A lot of people knew that one. A lot of people didn't. Good job. 420, Coho said. Chopper Carew. Le Bonnet. Durnolaris. And Tilty Day. And guess who's back? All right, those are our top 5 here right now. And we are on to question number 2. Well, that was the trade is saying something here in chat. Well, if you can't get the answers, you know what? That's too bad. All right. How many color codings will you find in a regular bag of M&Ms? 4, 9, 6, or 13?
6. I have no idea. 6. I don't know. I tried to count really quick.
6, and I think you are correct. Congratulations. You got one there. Now, remember, folks, this is for fun, okay? These questions are only for fun. Take a little time out in the trade day. Don't get upset with the questions, all right? Have fun with it. If you don't get them, it's just like trading. Winning trading and losing trading. Here is our top five. Labani taking the top spot. Guess who's back? Chaparoo, Rip Apprentice, and Tilty Day. We've seen these names here prior on the top five, and they are still here. All right, let's go to our third question. All right, third question.
This will actually be the fourth, the final question.
Fourth question.
Oh man, I want to stick around. Let's do 10 questions. All right, our last and final question. Let's see what we got. Thanks, Jack. Which famous art movement did Pablo Picasso co-create? Was it paint by numbers, pop art, impressionism, or cubism?
I have no idea. I want to say paint by numbers because the picture kind of looks, looks a little. I don't know.
Oh, no. No, it was cubism, paint by numbers. Hey, I'm Pablo Picasso. Look what I did. I did it painted by numbers. And we sell this for millions and millions of dollars. I warned you, Vanessa. Yes, I warned you. But you got one right. You didn't get shut out. That's for sure. And I think I'm going to give you the first one, too. I saw it in your eyes. That's what you wanted to say.
That looks like a triangle, but I tried to do diamond. I tried.
I thought you're just giving everybody the heart love. I love everybody. All right.
I'll figure it out one day.
All right, let's take a look and see who our top five are. In the third spot, Tilty Day. Congratulations, Tilty. Number 2, guess who's back? I don't know. Hopefully not my ex. Number 1, Labani. Holding that first
Great
top
job.
spot. Good job, Labani. And Rip's Apprentice and King Topstep. Wow, King Topstep out of nowhere, hitting that 5th spot. You 5 are automatically guaranteed a free reset. So check your email tomorrow or Monday, one of the two, and we'll go from there. But remember, Jack said that we are giving away 100, not 50 or so, 100. So better chance of winning here. And thank you very much for playing and not complaining. But see, when you complain, my questions get harder. Now we're going to do some abacus next question. But Vanessa, you have a very safe.
Traders.
Stop complaining, my God, man. You be very safe on your trip to St. Louis, and we will talk to you next week. And thank you very much for being here, Vanessa. You're just a ray of sunshine. You're a gem, and you have a great weekend.
Thanks, you guys too. Bye, guys.
Okay, take care. All right, coming up next, my friends, boys and girls, it is Friday, and we do got JD and Robert for group. No, I'm sorry, shoulder tab. Jack's here for shoulder tab. Jack and Mick. Mick is back in town, and after that is group coaching. So we're going to take a little time out, and Jack and Mick for Roast My Trades. Yes, Roast My Trades. There you have it. Be right back.
Hello, risk aficionados. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. We have a very special treat today in that the legend himself, Mick, the manager of risk, is back from his little roundabout Europe. So how's it been? First time seeing you, Mick.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I feel like I'm going to be a little rusty here. I was telling a couple of you guys I was nervous. It's been almost a month since I've done this, and Brett, Ben doing the shoulder tap coverage. Some big shoes to fill there, but I'm happy to be back, and yeah, I'm ready to do this. Today's roast my trades. We've got 2 regular cards, and then we've got one guy that we want to roast. I guess before we get into it, though, Jack. Yeah, before we get into it.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. So I'm not in the office today. I'm working remotely from home at my old man's place, and here in his office, when I set up my computer this week, I was looking for a mouse pad, and I was rummaging through his desk drawers, snooping around, and I found some old gems, the old trading badges, and I thought that was kind of funny because I know the mustache is kind of a trait of mine on the shoulder tap and whatnot. We get a lot of commenting on it, and I call this my dad stash. Ever since I had my daughter 16 months ago, I had the stash going, and it's because when I was younger, all my childhood pictures, my dad had the mustache. Even my wife, her father had the mustache. So, and we did a photo. I think I snagged something that we shared. It was my dad on the trading floor years ago, but I found a couple of his old badges with the mustache. So I wanted to show some of those pictures. I think there's one from 84 and 91. Yeah, this one kind of looks like El Chapo there,
Yeah, definitely.
So that's the 84 one. And then we've got the 91, a little tattered and battered here. There's a newer one. I don't know if we need to show that, but with those badges and the images, I wanted to see if we could do a poll in the chat here to, I don't know, see who wore it better, wears it better, wore it better. He doesn't have it anymore. I've got it though.
Yeah.
So based off these, I think I'm going to need to keep this for like 7 years at least.
Exactly. Yeah. So like
see if
James,
I
let's
can
get a
do
poll
it.
in chat. Who has the better stash? Jay or Mick? We'll check that out.
See, I don't.
While we're go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was saying while we're waiting for those to roll in, how is our board looking today? I can think of one live account that is not doing well.
Yeah, there's a couple live accounts not doing well. And believe it or not, I know you're referring to the house account that's taking some damage today. While this is not someone that we're going to actually roast as trades, I'm on the card at the end of this. I got a roast for 2 individuals particularly. Both so happen to be Raphael's. Raphael's in the live accounts. I'm going to roast them. These are shoulder taps, not shout outs. We had Raphael S earlier today up $1,400. He was in the S&Ps at the time. He was up not 1,400, excuse me. He was up $14,000, Jack. And I was watching him ride a 15 lot out. I was going against him at the time. It was against him $8,000. So he went from being up 14 grand to up $8,000 on the day. Excuse me, up. What's the math there? Up $6,000 on the day. And then, there was that big spike to the upside, and with the 15 lot on, he turned a $14,000 winning day into a $5,000 losing day. $19,000 swing in very short order. That always hurts. He's one of our traders on the leaderboard, I know, because he's got almost 140 grand in the account, but this was still over a 10% haircut in a very short period of time. So if you're ever up 14 grand on the day, you can't let a $14,000 winning day turn into a losing day. So that's a crying shame there. And then we had Raphael P, another live trader, up $3,400 earlier this morning, turned that into a $3,000 losing day. So overall, it's been a pretty good week from our group of funded traders, our live traders especially. The board doesn't look that great today. You know, when we have big movements like that in the morning, when most of our traders are active, as well as most of the participation and volume in the markets, you get a big move to the upside or downside like that. Anybody with exposed positions on that's, you know, not positioned the right way and doesn't have protective stops in, as I like to say, they got smoked. So that's what happened. It's a shame. You know, at least for Raphael S, even though it was a large percentage haircut on his overall account balance, he's still in pretty damn good shape with that heavy account balance. So other than that, a lot of traders today on the boards, you know, up small 4-figure numbers. So I'm not even going to go into commenting on those for the sake of time. But I think we dive right into the cards. Speaking of good performance on the week, I'd love to kick it off with one of our traders, Cameron, a live guy. We got his trading card up here too. Cameron's live, his net P&L, so he's in a live account. His net P&L you can see is minus $22 a day. So overall, negative trading. He has spent 118 trading sessions in this live account. And I wanted to feature him today because there's kind of a lot to unpack here, but Cameron is someone who, like I said, Jack, spent a lot of time in the live account, 118 days. And over those 118 days, they've averaged losing $22 a day. They've been up, they've been down, they've been all over the place. But Cameron is actually a trader of ours who decided that, hey, after all this time, it's not really working. And he voluntarily closed his trading account after all this time. That account has been open since, actually don't have the start date on it offhand, but enough to have 118 sessions under his belt. And recently, he's gone on a bit of a losing streak. And
January 8th is the first entry, I say.
Yeah, a little bit of a losing streak, and January 8th of 2023. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm not even going to really go into all the metrics that he has here. What I wanted to talk about was his smart decision making and his ability to say, like, hey, this isn't working. I want to just exit, take a break, pocket the money that I do have left, as opposed to just going through and burning through the account. And you and I, we've talked about it a bunch, and I've seen it many more countless times where, you know, someone with a very healthy account balance, their strategy is not working in the current market environment, and they just keep fighting and keep fighting and keep fighting and keep fighting, and they burn through a lot of good money with bad trading in very short order. So after 118 days in this account, I think he totaled about 17,000 in payouts during that time. Now, his decision to close that live funded account yesterday, while he still had 25 grand left in the account, I really like, because not only have I seen, you know, traders here doing the wrong thing, I also have many, many horror stories from just time being involved in this industry where, you know, I know of, you know, some people that had at one point had very high net worths that had to seek life elsewhere outside of the business because they kept doing what they used to do despite it not working, and didn't have the I don't know, the discipline to stop really or scale things down. So this is a big shout out to Cameron. I hope that he can take some time to reflect on, you know, what he was doing and make some adjustments to it. You know, as far as reflecting on what he was doing, like, I hope he's just taking the money, regrouping. He could have, you know, obviously kept the account and just said, guys, I'm going to take a few months off. I'm going to enjoy summer, clear my head and come back. That would have been fine. But what he's doing also is fine. he's got a big sample size of metrics here, many of which that I peppered into the trading card. We see, the clearest thing here is average winning day of being only about $780, while the average losing day is more than that, to the tune of like $600 more than that. So he's risking $1325 on his average losing day, while he's only taking down $780. With the sample size this large, it's really easy to hang your hat on where you need to make some subtle adjustments going forward, because if you could, I don't know how many losing days he had, but he was 62% winning days. So 38% of his losing days, if you could, what's 38? I'm not going to do the math in my head while I'm on live TV, but call it, what's 40% of 120 losing days? It's like 48 losing days. If you could make, so I did the math, simplified it a little bit. If you could take a $600 difference and apply that to 48 trading days, we'd have a very different view at what this account balance would be or what the performance would be. So extrapolating small little tweaks like that over time, it adds up to a lot. Now that might be math that I don't want to do in my head. So 600 times rounded up to 5, that's $30,000 difference right there, right? Yeah, you get the idea. That's a $30,000 difference, a little bit less than that over time. But if Cameron's watching today, I mean, that's something he should be thinking about, as well as every other trader. We talk about small adjustments adding up to big things over the course of, a trading career, an account, and there's far more than 118 trading days in any given year, calendar year. So that's almost half a year right there. If we're involved in almost every session, you could say that 30 grand turns into 60 grand if you just extrapolate. So play with the math a little bit, but I commend him for stopping and taking the payout. So the 17,000 plus that he took during the live account versus the $25,000 payout, I view this as somewhat of a success for him.
Cameron took payouts, and you do the math. I think it is a good decision. That's a huge sample size, 118 trading days, but the total losses, $22 or whatever else. I mean, like, that's only he didn't lose that much. So he lost like a couple thousand or something total. But if it's not working, and obviously you can see all the products traded, I was clicking around right there seeing if these were like one-off things, but it seems like most of these products he gave a decent shot at. Tried some different things, and if it's not working, I think nothing wrong with taking the money.
And that's okay. And if I was on with Andre right now, I know one question he would ask, and it'd be like, what do you think about someone trading all these different products? And just because he's got all the equities, the energies, the metals in here, currencies too, doesn't mean that he was trading those every day. This is a long period of time. The account's been open for over a year. So if you don't see opportunity in one market, go find opportunity in another market. That's a beautiful thing about electronic trading. You can cherry pick where you're going. So anyways, I wanted to share this because I thought it was an interesting story that maybe not a lot of people think about, because I hear a lot from, and I'll end it at this and not go long in the tooth here, but I'll end it at this, is I hear from people that say, I know I can do it, and they're not realistic with themselves and looking at their performance and honest enough to say, it ain't working, I'm going to take a break, I'm going to take what I've got, move on maybe. I don't know what he's doing. I know one of the other risk managers spoke with him about this. I personally did not. So, I don't know what he's doing, but I commend him on what he did, and I think it's a big boy decision here to stop when it's not working. That's what we all need to do, and very few people have the discipline to do so.
Well played. Well, let's go quickly through this next card. We have one more regular card here with Francisco, I believe.
Yeah. Let's talk about Francisco. So, I was kind of happy to share Francisco because he's not been in the account as long. He's got 16 days in this account, and he's a trader. Metrics are looking good here on some of them. Others, we need room for improvement. So someone with 63% winning days and 67% winning trades, I love that. But their average losing day is larger than their average winning day. I like that the best day is better than the worst day. I like that they're selective with their trades on a daily basis. The risk reward here is pretty backwards at 1 to 3. You know, they're risking 1,600, almost 1,700 bucks to make 500 bucks. That needs to change. But why I wanted to talk about Francisco was he started with 20 grand in the live account, and early on in the account, the first half of his trading in there, so he's at 16 days. Today's 17, I think. He was in a big drawdown. He got cut in half, Jack. Got cut in half in his first 8 trading days. 20,000 down to 10,000. That is psychologically something that's hard to come back from, but I'm very happy to share that he's up 4 grand today, and that puts him on a 8-day, $18,000 win streak, or heater, as our good friend JD would say. 18,000 bucks in 8 days, and I like that a lot because that's just like put your nose to the grindstone, true grit. It's not easy to come back from getting cut in half, and to come back, you know, obviously he's in tune with the markets, and he's pressing, which is always good. When your strategies work and you press, when it's not, you pump the brakes, you scale back, or you take some time off like Cameron did. But I just wanted to give him a big shout out here today because I love seeing people that have gone through some hardship or drawdowns, you know, turning things around. And you know, I mentioned he started with a $20,000 account balance after he came from his XFA. Now he's at 28 grand. So, you know, after getting cut in half to making new account balance highs, 8 grand higher than where he started over the last 9 trading days, it's really good stuff.
Yeah, maybe you can always set your own personal limit on these. I want to say we were so close on this card, Francisco, to a pure club DLL. Took one day, one losing day of it was just one trade that day where he lost $270, and that was the only one that wasn't a DLL. So close, yet so
I'm happy you
far only
pointed
the
that
pure.
out.
Yeah.
I'm happy you pointed that out. We see a lot of that with these 150K account sizes, Jack. You know, personal loss limits are a big thing, and just because we say you can lose 3 grand doesn't mean that you should. Yeah, 3 grand on a $20,000 account is pretty. It's a pretty big chunk or percentage, I should say, of your overall cushion that you've got. But anyways, big shout out to him, Jack. I know you are chomping at the bit to roast a little trading here. Are you ready to move on? And Juan
why don't we take a
submitted.
look at this? Let's take a look.
All right, Juan submitted himself for some analyzing the trades, aka roasting my trades, and I'm happy that you're here for this because I'm not good at roasting people. I'm pretty good at talking shit, but roasting and making it fun is a different art form. So what I do have here, you know, he's got a good number of winning days in his current XFA, but you know, the best winning day was I think 530 bucks or something like that, while he's got his daily loss limit. It's always a problem when people are risking, you know, multiples of what they're taking out of the markets. And I thought this is how funny I can get. You know, Gordon Ramsay would say that this is garbage or this is shit. So yeah, I'm not that humorous of a person. And I think another thing I saw is all these winners, they're like 3-figure winners where the losses are bigger. And he's in an XFA right now. He's got other trading combines going. But like I see these trade reports for Juan, and I'm like, this guy's kind of gun shy. You know, if you're not familiar with being profitable on a regular basis, you're going to be pretty quick to pull the trigger and get out of trades that are winning that might become larger winning trades. And chances are those people are a little bit more patient. So I saw and I could be wrong, but it seemed like they were a little gun shy about being in profitable trades and didn't have the confidence to stay in them and let them run for them.
So,
So yeah, that's it.
yeah.
And I'm here. I got my popcorn ready, Jack. Take it away.
This may not be my most informed effort, but let's start with a few things here. First off, I don't know Juan, and all I saw was one trade report that's 9 days. And the first thing before I get into this that came into mind on Juan is like, are you familiar with the Reddit, the subreddit like roast me, where people like put pictures and then people comment with ever roast, which are usually just absolutely brutal. It reminds me when somebody like a super attractive woman goes on there like, "Oh, roast me." Or, like if you had that friend back in the day that was like super hot that was like, "Oh, like I'm so ugly," or stuff like that. Because he sent us this card and like the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days are winners. Okay. How do I roast that? Well, I'll tell you how, as a matter of fact. Because there were 9 days account and the first 4 days totally sucked. So let's walk through this a little bit. As I commented, like the first 4 days in his account, Juan was playing the retail version of like the Lehman Brothers explosion to the point is he lost $79 the first day, made 25 the second day, lost $50 the third day. What do you think he did on the fourth day, Mick?
Daily loss limit.
Lost 10 times that, lost $1,025.80 on the fourth day. You pulled the opposite of Michael Burry's whiteboard. Congrats on that, Juan. As Mick pointed out, he's holding winners for an average of 51 seconds, to which I have to ask Juan, are you trying to beat the machines out of a misplaced sense of pride? It seems like maybe you read the first 90% of the John Henry story and thought, hell yeah, humans rule. He died at the end, Juan. And the steam powered drill didn't give a shit. It just kept making money. Nothing was gained. Of course, Juan's trading the NQ and NMQ, which is the preferred contract of every trader here who holds trades for under a minute. Mick, have you seen Toy Story?
Oh yeah, big
Okay.
fan. Buzz Lightyear, Woody.
Woody. Well, there's some other characters too. So this goes out not just to Juan, but a lot of our NQ traders. Some of our traders are like those little inflatable aliens in the claw machine. Like the claw. And the Nasdaq, it's the claw. But the Nasdaq is the claw. So they're just like Nasdaq. And like those aliens, when the Nasdaq or the claw gets a hold of them, they're ecstatic until they get blown up by a stick of dynamite minutes later.
Sid.
Yeah, Sid blows him up. Jerome Powell is Sid in this example. I'll keep going. When a child touches a hot stove, they learn not to touch it again. I swear to God, if some of our NQ traders touched a hot stove, they would empty their bank account trying to find and buy a hotter effing stove. Nasdaq, guys. Some of you guys have an addiction, but anyway, as I mentioned at the beginning, Juan is on a 5-day winning streak, so maybe, just maybe, he's turning it around. Juan, good luck, Godspeed. Thanks for submitting. I'm sure you're a wonderful person, but those first 4 days, you gotta stop that. That's not good.
Yeah, and thanks
And
for
that's
being
what
a
I got
good
on Juan.
Thanks for being a good sport, Juan. If I could,
Exactly.
while we still have 1 minute before we need to kick it over to the next segment, how'd my old man fare on who wore it better? What the results of that poll?
That's a good question. Let me take a look. Okay. Who has the better stash? Mick, you won
Hey,
63% to 36%. So be sure to bring that up at the next family gathering.
well, I think I could flash him right now. 63 to 37.
Well done. All right. Well, stick around. Mick, awesome to have you back. Look forward to talking. Hope Europe was a blast. Everyone else, stick around. We got group coaching next with JD and Robert. Then Robert, Gabe, I think Anne-Marie might be delayed by a flight, but Hoag will be there. And then Coach Ray is joining for Power Hour. So stick around. We're closing out Friday. We're closing out June. Closing out Q2, if you can believe it. And maybe we'll get some hot trade in the house account. Make everything better. We'll see. So stick around. We'll be right back after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It's that time of day where you submit your questions and we answer them for you. You're looking at Coach Robert. I'm JD behind the curtain. I'll be feeding Robert some questions and we'll be going over some charts and stuff. So sit back and relax. Coach Robert, how's it going today? We got crushed in the house account. I don't think we left much room for you guys to be trading it later, but maybe you can turn it around for us.
Yeah, maybe we can see. I got a couple of ideas for that, and it's going to be you just told the chat and everybody listening to sit back and relax, but I had an additional cup of coffee this morning because it was trash day and I didn't realize I had one already. So I looked at how many I had and I'm like, oh, I can do another one. So if you think I talk fast and busy now, oh boy, wait for this segment. So talk me down if I go off the cuff. And I feel bad for Gabe coming up next on Strategy Lab. We're going to go back and forth. It's amazing. So let's get to some questions, JD. We're fired up on this Friday. It's going to be a great weekend. And hope everybody had a great week. So let's get at it.
You heard it, folks. He's fired up. Let's burn some questions. All right. First question comes from Jayesh. Jayesh wants to know, my question is about indicators. Which indicator do you trust the most and why? Loaded question. Not, I wouldn't say loaded question, but definitely something different for everyone out there, right? I don't keep a lot of my charts personally. A couple moving averages. I have a couple exponential moving averages and a couple simple moving averages. And I also look at the VWAP. Those are just tools that I've been using for many, many years, over 20 years now. But what about you, Coach Robert? What's in your stack?
I'm going to go pretty much with like what you said at the very beginning, like which indicator you trust the most and why. And it really does, it really does vary per trader. What works for one does not work for the other. So I'm sorry, give me 1 second. My parents just showed up. I told them not to. I apologize. Hang on. I got it. I am so sorry about that. I am so sorry about that, folks. My phone is silent and it only dings when my parents override it and they're not far from me and they wanted to get something and they messaged me and they didn't get my message back to say, no, I'm on air for the next hour and a half. Sorry about that side, but they were just going to like come walking in. How's it going? So my apologies. So let's get back to it. Oh my God. I warned you. I told you at the beginning, JD, I'm like, listen. So I told you, man, I'm wired.
Watching.
All right, so let's start that again. So the indicator that is best, it's going to depend on the type of trader you are, the instrument that you're trading, the time frame, your goals. If you have a larger account with a larger loss limit and you're holding on to longer, you may be looking at some moving average types. If you're a short-term scalper, you may be looking at just breakouts or quick reversals. You know, Adobe does the ranges and Dakota has these long things. Rips is in and out of trades quickly. So it really depends on what you are as a trader, as a person, as your character, as your risk tolerance, you know, everything that's got to do with it. So having the best indicators, it really does vary. So JD gave his, and I'll give you mine if you want to ask me specifically. I'm not a fan of the moving averages, and it's doesn't matter if people do or not. It's totally fine. Only because, and I don't want to say the word lagging, it's just that I work on the very much price action as to what's going on right here, right now. Now, I said that, and I will say this. Let's throw two on my chart. I see my chart up here, and I was actually going to go through this with Gabe on Strategy Lab, just as an idea. Let's take I shared this before, so let's just go through them real quick. I have two EMAs. The EMAs, because they react quicker the closer you are to the current market. And they are, putting them on here, I have an EMA of 20. It's calculated at the close of the price, just so you see. Forget about this SMA smoothing down here because I actually have the smooth SMA turned off. So all we're using is a basic EMA 20 period on the close. But here's the kicker. The other one I have is 25, but it's calculated on the open. So what that does is, since the 20 is a quicker reaction, and that's the close, it's going to get me the direction the market is moving sooner. And then when we combine those two, we can see what it looks like. So if we just go with a standard cross, you're shorting here and you're riding that down to right around here. Okay, here is an up thing. It crosses up, you're going to long it here, and then maybe you hit your target. We don't know, we're not going to wait for it to come all the way around, but you might have a profit target. This here that I'm looking at right around 20,103, and this is that's 20,000. This is 103, and let's go to 203. So that's a 100-point move right there, right at the start, just from this cross. Now, I told you that to tell you this. Get rid of this. I told you that to tell you this. Let's speed this chart up. This is a 3-minute NQ chart that we're looking at. What if I put it on a 1 minute? Okay, there we are, right around the same time frame. At the same time of entry. We have an entry here, and then we're pushing it up. It's the same area. It's the same levels. And then we have a cross down. We're looking at around 2,236. And how much space is this? That's a 128-point move. So if that's one micro, 128 points, let's say 130, that's $260. That's enough to take a payout if you do that consistently. So my thing, JD, on this indicator, and I know I went onto the side a little bit, but it really depends on who you are, what you're doing, what your account you're trading, and just get in and out of your trades. There's not a lot of room. What works for one may not work for another. Let's throw the same thing on a 5-second chart. What are we looking at? Doesn't look that great, does it? So that's probably a bad idea. How about 100 tick? Hey, that's looking pretty good. And all I'm doing is just throwing ideas out here. I don't even like these charts. I don't even like tick charts. I don't even like time charts. I'm a range bar person because it shows the price action, very specific. Almost in Topstep X. When they get them, you'll be seeing all kinds of stuff from me that I'll be sharing out and making screenshots and videos and all this other stuff. So really looking forward to that. But Jayesh, man, you got to work through them, see what works for you.
And there you have it, folks. Thanks for the question, Jayesh. All right, moving on. Next question comes from Sean. Sean says, hi, Coach Robert. I frequently watch UK spread betting channel on YouTube and noticed that you were on there a while back. Is this true? Were you on a UK spread betting YouTube channel? I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it's a YouTube channel. It's in the UK, and over there they have spread betting, like we have stocks and future stuff. They have it over there too. But that was a channel that was based on this is pre Topstep, so this has got to be 4, maybe 5 years ago. Well, they ended up seeing a few posts that I had out there before I did pretty much anything online. They saw a couple things and they said, "Hey, you want to come on?" And they basically hired me in for, I think, it's about 12 different videos up there. They're real simple. They're real basic, kind of like what I just showed now, different ways to do things. But yeah, they're super good. Mark is the main guy out there. Is fabulous. And if he sees this, thanks for the opportunity, Guido. It was a pleasure working with you guys. It was a short period of time, maybe 2 months. I did about 12 videos for him. But yeah, listen, what channel was that one here? What row? Sean, man. Sean, I wonder if it's the same Sean I knew a while back. But anyway, thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. And he asked if we're going to get some of these other guys on here. You never know who we're going to be coming up. I can't really let the cat out of the bag here. So, someone else saw me too. Okay, good.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, never knew that. Dolby says Robert has done literally everything. Sean also goes on to ask, though, will there be a chance that Mark Holstead and possibly Tom Hoagland will be on the show in the future? I believe they're both on our radar, aren't they? Does that sound correct?
I know.
At least one of them
I can't
is.
say. Yeah, I know that I'm keeping my mouth shut on this one.
We're trying. Final answer.
We're trying.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna get a lot on here. We have a lot of big names, a lot of great traders. It doesn't even have to be a big name. A lot of great traders out here. So, and we're always working in the background. Tim, fabulous job. Gabe, Danielle, they're all doing a fabulous job. We're working night and day, folks, to put the show together, and we appreciate you being here with us to watch it.
Perfect. All right. Probably wants to know, how do you get the orders, Coach Hoag? Is there a tool or indicator to add on Topstep? Is it possible they're talking about the weekly kickoff levels? Any idea on that one?
They said, Coach Hoag, on the orders, is there a tool or indicator to add? I'm just wondering if they want to see the orders themselves on the screen so we can look over. And we do have, I just think, yeah, we do that real quick. On the left-hand side, there's a gear. We have tutorials on all this stuff too. So I want to say it's under chart. Yep. Under chart data, I went to the left side. There's a gear under settings. There's a tab called charts and data. And we can have on the right-hand side, chart executions. Show them on the chart. You can display them in dollar, ticks, or percent. And you can have them plot to the left of the screen or the right side of the screen, or don't have them on at all. So that's a quick little rundown. But those are all in the Topstep X 5 minutes or less tutorial series. And actually, JD, while I look at the next message, I have it right here. I'll actually copy that and throw that right in the chat. We had a new video go out yesterday. So
perfect. And I see some people in the chat asking for demonstrations on how to do things. What you're looking for is in that library of videos. So Coach Robert just posted a link for that playlist. If you have a question about functionality for the Topstep X platform, just check out that link. There's probably a video for it. If there isn't a video for it, let us know, and we'll make a video for it. All right. Next up, we have Giovanni. Giovanni wants to know, what is the best futures market to trade? Well, I guess that depends on your personality type, wouldn't it?
It certainly does. I've gone through that a lot, but I'm going to nullify one thing. Giovanni, thanks for the question. But I'm going to try to wipe the word best from your vocabulary when we're speaking of trading, because it means something different for everybody. What is the best for you is not the best for me and is not the best for JD either. So if I round this out and say, what is the best futures market to trade? It's the one that's moving and the one that fits your personality, your character, and your style the best.
Exactly. It should be liquid, a little volatile, and move at your speed. All right, next up, Dennis C wants to know, if you could only trade on one time frame, what would it be? 5 minute, 15 minute, other? Well, we all know that Robert's a fan of the tick chart, range bars, the 3 minute chart. What's your favorite of all of those, though?
Really, it depends. Let's pretend that I'm forced to trade a time-based chart. I'm going to give you. Let me shut off these MAs here so we don't confuse people. I like the 3-minute chart on NQ because it just fits what I do. I really do like that. I mean, I just look at these peaks like this and say, well, now we have it. If it breaks below this, I'm going to guess and speculate it's down here somewhere. And we have an up and down and back up again. So this is going to be somewhere in this area. We have a down, up, down. So this would be, if it breaks here, somewhere in this area. It just fits me. Now, let's say ES. The ES, I like a 6-minute. Here's the reason behind it. We have a lot of 5-minute traders. 3 minutes is going to give you a little advantage, I believe, for NQ because it moves a little faster. And on ES, it doesn't move as fast. It's not as volatile. And it just gives you that little connection, little edge, I believe, going on 6 minutes because you see where the closes are and you see, oh, great, this candle closed here. 5 minutes, and I'm going to go short. And then that 6th minute candle closes and you see the big wick and it's on its way down, or a big stop and it's on a big green candle and it's on its way up. I just think they give a little bit better edge, in my opinion, for the way that I look at things. 3-minute, 20 candles per hour. 6-minute, right? 10 candles per hour. So it kind of rounds things out. Now, if I'm looking at something that moves slower, like the bond markets, 15 minutes. They just seem to, and I will pull it up, right? Well, let's put a bond in here so we can see it. There we go. UB, Ultra Bond. Doesn't look that great. I don't know. It's a little weird. But see these all consolidation, this type of stuff at the top here, right around 127.07. What do we do with this? I'm going to put on a 15-minute. And to me, I don't know. I kind of like the look of seeing these levels a little bit, I don't want to say better, but cleaner. Just by drawing a couple of lines like that, we can see these. It just seems to hold a little better. So, JD, that's my. If I'm forced to use time charts, that's them. 2-minute NQ, 6-minute ES, and 15-minute Ultra Bond. I don't do a lot of trading on any of the other instruments, so I really can't give an accurate assessment. But ultimately, it comes down to the trader and what they do in their style.
Exactly. Well said, Robert. It all depends on your style. I personally like looking at a 3-minute for execution, but most of the time my charts are on a 15-minute because I like a little bit of a higher time frame. But that's just my personal preference. All right, next up, Gina wants to know, what is the recommended book to study for the Series 3? Well, we all have the Kaplan study guide here, but I don't know if we're recommending the Kaplan study guide just yet. MP went off on it a couple weeks ago, if you remember, when he was studying for the Series 3. He ended up passing, but he found quite a few errors in the book, and I think he let the editors know about it too. But that's the book we are all using. I'm not going to go out and recommend a book, but I'll just tell you what we have. All right, let's move on from that. Next up, Steve. Steve-O says, I've been $500 away from passing combines 4 times, and every time I get close, I end up hitting the daily loss limit. Any suggestions on how to stop this? He's knocking on the door, but he's not crossing the threshold. Is it just, I don't know, is it the excitement of passing the account and then you just start cannonballing and everything falls apart? What's Steve's problem?
Without knowing much more than that, I can only generalize. Steve, you're passing combines, you're $500 away, passing 4 times. You know what that means? It means you're getting close. It means you can trade. It means you're a decent trader. It means you're working your way through. What it also means is that if you're starting to get close, you're concentrating on passing the combine instead of trading the way you the way you consistently were well. So if you're doing something well and it's working for you, and then you're getting close to that finish, you start changing it up because you're focused on trying to finish the combine and try to pass, and it's biting you. So forget about that. Just continue to trade. You can obviously trade if you're getting that close all the time. Yeah, it's up here, right? It's a psychology thing. We're getting close to the finish, pushing it, looking at it the wrong way, in my opinion. Just focus on your trades. That's all I really have to go with. The second thing I guess I would say is if you're hitting the daily loss limit, that's a long way to go. I don't know what account you have, but I would recommend this. So for everyone, for every trader that can listen to this right now, is my suggestion, my opinion is don't use your daily loss limit as your loss. Put it before that. If you hit your daily loss limit twice, you're gone in 2 days. Daily loss limit one day, daily loss limit the second day, account is gone, sign up again, reset, okay? Give yourself some more time. Scale down, size down, slow down. Maybe look at another instrument that's not moving too far, too fast for you. So give that a shot. Just take it easy. Don't worry about passing. Just continue to trade well. Trade what got you there. I think Hoag says that. Dance with the person you brung, the person that brung you. But that is true. Just focus on trading well, and don't worry about passing. You'll get there. You'll get there.
That's right. The personal daily loss limit is really an important tool. You could set one on the TopstepX platform too. If you're trading on a 50K combine, you have a 2,000 max drawdown before the account's closed. So you got to give yourself at least a minimum of 5 days in that account. So play off of that. That would be my best advice to you. So good luck to you, Steve. Keep us apprised of your progress. Next up, Tony says, how do you this is an interesting question. How do you introduce and explain your profession as a day trader to others, particularly when meeting new individuals who may not understand it or might associate it with gambling? What do you think of that one, Robert?
I get that a lot because, when you go anywhere and you meet somebody, you're just talking at a social event or whatever. Says, so what do you do? And I love this question, JD. I'm glad you brought this one out here because it's super good. It's kind of off to the side, and I like doing things a little bit out of the norm. So, Tony, this is what I say. I ask the trader, I ask the person, you know what the stock market is? First of all, I'm sorry, I ask them if they know what day trading is. Excuse me. I start right off bat. You know what day trading is? And they're like, nope. Like, okay, you know what the stock market is? Sure, everybody does. Like, great. Like investments, like Warren Buffett, those long things? Yes, great. So there's 3 things, right? We have investments, buy something, hold it, check it in 10 years. We have swing trading, buy something or sell, just enter a position, check it in a couple of weeks to a couple of months. There you go. And then you have day trading. We buy and sell products in the same day. And they go, oh, it's like, yeah, so if I bought shares of Apple and there's a report and it comes out and I sell them the same day, that would be a day trade. Except I use these products called futures, and all the futures are, do you know what the NASDAQ is? The S&P 500? And they go, yeah, New York Stock Exchange. They say, yeah. All right, well, we're going to take the NASDAQ, for example. All the stocks in the NASDAQ, we're going to take the top 100 and just make an index, one number out of it. And so that way, if one stock, except now like NVIDIA, right, it's not going to pull the market right around. So if you own Apple and it tanked, you tank. But if you're trading the S&P 500 and Apple drops or Google goes up, it really doesn't do too much. So that's how I explain it.
Perfect. I just say I'm a speculator. That's what I used to say. Keep it simple. All right. I think we got time for one more. Andre says, I keep second guessing myself in trades when I'm confident in my initial analysis. It's like I'm sabotaging myself. How do I overcome this? Overcoming the self-sabotage.
I'm going to ask Andre. I don't know what you are like as a person, but my suggestion would be to look at other areas of your life and other things that you do and see if the same applies to that as well as trading. Do you enter a running race, a 5K, and then go to 4K and then don't finish, right? Do you want to go on a trip somewhere and then decide at the last minute you don't want to go? Are those part of your life? Okay. Do you want to make a meal and have 3-4 components in the meal, but only make one? Yeah, it's enough. So I would suggest Andre looking at. Is it Andre? Yes, the other Andre P. I would suggest taking a look at other areas and see if you're doing this and how you overcame those, because trading is going to bring out our worst. It's going to push us. It always does. Nobody's exempt from it. It's going to break our boundaries. It's going to break our will. It's going to make you revisit everything you've ever known. Mark Douglas has a great book called Trading in the Zone. I highly recommend it. I got on audiobooks. I've listened to it several times. He does a great job of explaining how you take all of that stuff from those childhood traumas and you bring it right along with you. And yeah, we get a second. The one example that really hit home to me is a dog. You're a child, and the first dog you meet, you like it. Next thing you know, 2 dogs later, you like the dog. 4 dogs later, 5 dogs, 6 years later, you get bit. And you go, oh, man, that's really weird. Must be something up with this dog. You just go on to your life. But if the first dog you met bit you, you'll be afraid of dogs the rest of your life, for the most part. You'll be hesitant, and they're going to read that. So if you're second guessing yourself, got to look back. Look back in the childhood. Look back on your growth. Look back into other areas where you may have had the same issue, and how did you overcome those? We have a lot of great psychologists here. I am not one by any means. I'm more of a bull Aries guy that's just gonna like push through whatever I can. So I'm not that type of person, but just like I can give the analogies and I understand it. But there are a lot of other great. Dr. Jeannie Cristerna has been on several times. Look on our YouTube channel for those. She was on twice actually, and they're absolutely fabulous. A lot of great guests know a heck of a lot more about that stuff than I do. But that's what I can say. If you're second guessing, where else do you do that? How do you fix it? Move on, make the trade, move on. And I will ask this one other thing since we always bring up trading plans. Andre P, if you have a trading plan, take a look at it, read through your process, and then look on there and tell me if it says anywhere on there to second guess your trade and lose confidence. I will bet you that it is not written down there. So if it's not there, don't do it. If it's there, do it. That's the only way. Over and over and over again, continue to do what works. Take the stuff that isn't working, adjust, modify, and it's an ever, what do they call it? A living document. It's going to keep right on going. Dr. Steenbarger was here also. Yes, absolutely. Yes, thank you, Michael, for putting that in there. Absolutely. So hopefully that works. Just take a look at yourself and find out. Get that trade plan down. And I'm actually going to share mine on the next segment. So I'm going to share it with everybody. I wrote it all out. I stayed up yesterday, the day before, and then yesterday, putting it together. I'm going to give it to y'all. It has everything I do in there. So stick around for that. JD, I think we're just about, that's right out of time, right?
We sure are. And for those of you curious, we have Brett Steenbarger coming back in just a couple weeks. We'll keep you apprised of that, the date and the time. If you're looking for more information on trading psychology, I'll give you a couple of resources. You can check out our website, TopstepTV.com, and just type trading psychology into the search bar. We've got plenty of blogs, videos, all kinds of great information for you there. Also, check in on our YouTube channel, TopstepTV, you know it. And just do a search for trading psychology. We've got Dr. Cristerna on there. We've got the Brett Steenbarger episode. We got a whole bunch of stuff. So just keep checking in on the resources that we have available to you. We update them regularly, and lots of fresh new content each week for you guys. But with that, Coach Robert is correct. Time is up for group coaching today. But stick around. We've got some more action for you. Coming up next, we've got Strategy Lab. Anne-Marie might be running a little late, but Robert, Gabe, and Hoag are going to hold down the fort from 1 to 2 o'clock Central Time. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Dolby, Gabe, Hoag, and Coach Ray. So stick around. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back.
Hello. Welcome back again. Apparently it's the Robert Show, these two segments here, but we have Gabe in the middle. We have Hoag holding up the other side. We had Anne-Marie coming on, a little bit flight delays thing going on there. She's got stuff going on, so she can come in. That's be great. If not, that's okay. The show must go on and we will continue. Today's topic for Strategy Lab is A+ setups. As you can see kind of at the top up there, I have the Strategy Lab with the A+ setup. We're going to talk a little bit about that. And what does an A+ setup mean? Well, it's going to be different for each of us. We're going to hear from Gabe and how he's doing. We're going to hear from Hoag on his A+ setups. And all three of us have different A+ setups. We want to know what yours is too, so throw it in the chat. Let's see. Gabe, let's start with you. Because you have your combine going on and you have your road to funding happening, I think I saw you do a couple trades earlier today. Let me turn the floor over to you and let us know how it's going. Fill us in.
Yeah, so started off a little bit rough. Had come in during power players a little bit ago and tried to get into a long trade. Tried to pick a bottom and got burnt pretty bad. We were originally looking at this area price right here, this low from pretty much 11.19. We saw price bottom out. It was it swept the 830, the opening lows. It was the bottom of the range. We were like, this is a pretty cheap location to try to get long. And then markets ended up just turning right back around and dumped another 50, 60 points. So I got stung about $452 on that trade. And I ended up bouncing back. I found a really nice area of demand from yesterday. And it was right below all of these relatively equal lows. So I liked the fact that, price had come down. It had taken out any sort of stops that might have been sitting here in terms of those that were long.
And what were those numbers, Gabe? I'm sorry. What's that level, please? So the ones listening, thanks.
19,990-ish. Right around that area. It was from the 27th, so yesterday, around the 11 o'clock hour central. That's the area of demand. Is this little rally-based rally pattern? So if I zoom in a little closer, just looked at this little area of consolidation with a nice strong breakout. A couple of candles in a row that consecutively closed higher, which I liked, and I liked that rally had taken out this previous high, this failed new low. This obviously failed to break a new low, so there's made a little double bottom. So this was a kind of a good area where buyers started to step in. And I liked that it lined right up in confluence with taking out these lows from later that afternoon yesterday. So that's what I ended up getting on another long. As soon as we tapped into the 990s, I got in long and I ended up taking profit around 30s. And so I am back in the green, up $141 on the day. So bounced back, thankfully, from that $452 loser.
Oh, that's pretty good. So I will, before we kick it to Hoag, I would like to ask you, what is your A+ setup?
Yeah, so a couple of characteristics. My process, just to kind of preface this, my process is usually multi-time frame. So for instance, if I have a intraday or an active trading purpose, so let me say active trading purpose, my high time frame is going to be typically a 15-minute. My intermediate time frame, my next step down will be a 5-minute, and then my low time frame is going to be a 1-minute. And this first step in my purpose is good for like developing a kind of a bigger picture bias. So it's just building a bias, right? Understanding what direction I should start to favor. This is going to be more of a structure or what I'll call trend purpose in that time frame. That is not what I meant to type. And then 1 minute is going to be for defining entries and exits. So my A+ kind of setup is typically going to involve a couple of quality characteristics of the zones that I'm looking at or identifying as potential, zones that I want to enter a trade on. So for instance, if I was looking at that demand zone that we just talked about from yesterday, let me define that down to a little bit more of the range that I had built out. So we have a move higher, right? So we started a rally, we began to base or consolidate. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 candles in a row that closed higher. So I typically like to see some consecutive nature and motion in the same direction. So no real like fights going kind of along the way, right? So just a clear rally or like a clear strong drop like this guy right here would be another example off to the right here. But what I liked is that this had a breakout. So I look for a break or a breakout above a prior high. And that just to me signifies that buyers were stronger in this area, right? So price stalled, it based. So that's just in the theory that I learned at OTA. That's just where there was a fight going on, right? Transactions are taking place. People are getting filled both directions. Everybody's pretty happy with where price is at. Another term would be balanced. And then at some point you have a surge in price one way or the other. And so the pattern that I was looking at that I kind of talked a little bit about yesterday, if I can get my proper tool up here, there we go. So this kind of motion, that was the motion that I was looking for. That's one of the patterns that we are taught. And that's a continuation pattern. So identified a continuation. I like the breakout, which is above this prior high, which was 19,990 previously. That's one of the characteristics or quality characteristics that I look for in terms of like defining a quality zone. This would be another quality example. This is just the opposite. This is a reversal pattern. So this is where price is dropping. We start to base, and then we go sharply the other direction. So that is a reversal demand pattern. This one over here would be a continuation. But the same quality characteristic that I'd be looking for, no matter what type of formation I'm looking at, would be a breakout of the prior high. And look at that continued, consecutive nature that I talked about in the last one too, where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles in a row that close higher, where there's no real pause or hesitation, where sellers really were a problem for those buyers in that area. But that's really the main thing I look for in addition to structure. So by structure, I mean trend. And that's going to be back on my time frames. So, my structure, which is the 5-minute time frame, that's where I'd establish, what type of highs and lows are we seeing? Are we seeing consecutively, higher highs and higher lows? Or are we seeing, lower highs and lower lows? That's where I define that. And all of that kind of builds bias. And then I refine my entries. And that's how I size, get myself into trades.
Cool. So your A+ setup would be watching for those liquidity areas, checking out the breakout spots, and then watching for that momentum to push through. Yeah, that's awesome. And that's a very common one also. Hoag, we hear and see you all the time. And I know you have a couple of different strategies, right? Based on the time. It's at the market open, you get opening ranges, and you have initial balances. And then you have your range, like I'm not put words in your mouth, but the distance one, like it goes so far, and you're like, nah, it's far enough, and you're going to take it back again. Those cheap trades, right? So I like to turn over you in A+. This is what we're talking A+ trade. What is it for you?
All right. I'm going to be speaking a little bit different language than Gabe. I'm going to kind of speak from the profiles, and this is probably my number one favorite setup is the failed auction. This was the Dow earlier. I wasn't paying attention to the Dow, so I wasn't ready and available to take this trade. But this is generally what a failed upside auction looks like. The first hour of the session has been established. That's the initial balance. On this platform, it's this blue line. So we have the high of the initial balance here at 39,809. At some point, not too late in the day, price exceeded that level and pulled back inside. Now, what I want to find out is where did the next 30-minute bar open? The next 30-minute bar opened way down here. So that would have severely increased the amount of risk that you were going to take on that. So that the next 30-minute bar opened, to be precise, all the way down at 39,713. So we're looking at 713. We're looking at about 100 tick risk on that trade. However, depending on when this happened, you're probably not advised really to preempt a failed upside auction or a failed downside auction. But if you did, and you saw the price come all the way up here, come all the way back inside the initial balance, and you took that short, all right, Well, the market already put in a new swing high in very short time frame. Came back inside the initial balance. Let's say you sold it here at 39,805. Your risk is going to be, well, let's call it 825. 20 ticks of risk. 20 ticks of risk. If the failed auction remains the high of the session, you have all of that space down below as part of the range to look for opportunities to exit that trade. Now that this trade came actually all the way through the low of the initial balance, and then is kind of returning back into range bound trade. And that's another thing when we have an extension above the initial balance and then we extend below the initial balance. It's a high probability that the market's going to kind of remain relatively range bound. Nothing happens the same way exactly every time, that's for sure. But that is one of my favorite setups, if you want to call them that. Now, if you were watching, we looked at a potential failed downside auction in the S&Ps for the house account. That was the last trade we took today. The market left the initial balance, came all the way down to 55.42.75 and went back inside the initial balance. We preempted that trade just a little bit, but it ended up not being all that expensive. As a matter of fact, I think that was the cheapest trade we took today in the house account. We got the check marks. Everybody said, okay, yeah, that looks good. Let's try it. And it didn't work. So there's no guarantee that even an A setup is going to work every time. But if you're going to be taking A setups, you got to take them every time. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on the good one. We missed out on a good failed upside auction in the Dow this morning because we were focusing on the NASDAQ. But that's probably one of my favorite kind of setups. And the bigger the initial balance, the more profit potential there will be if there is a failed upside or downside auction. The one thing about it is you want to see price look lower, come back inside the initial balance, and drive relatively quickly away from the initial balance. What I think we did today is we stuck around a little bit too long. You want a pretty swift response off of a failed upside or downside auction, like we did see in the failed upside auction in the Dow earlier today. So if that's going to be a fave, that's probably going to be my number one favorite.
That is super good, Hoag. Gabe, thank you for letting me know that. I was getting some background noise. I got that taken care of. I appreciate that very much. Hoag, we have two different traders on screen here. You and Gabe, two different setups, two different A+ setups, two different ways to trade. I'm going to be number 3 because it's a little bit different. I'm not going to go a lot. I want to make sure I hear from you guys here consistently. So if we want to pop up to my charts here when we have a moment, that would be wonderful. I got something to share with y'all. Let me pause my notifications. They don't pop on my screen. Here we go. That is Topstep X you're looking at. It's a little tough to explain because I trade off of range bars. And the quick version is range bars. They only plot a bar versus a candle. They're very similar once a certain amount of price movement has happened. So let's just say it's 20 points. If the market is moving up and down 10, 12, 18, 10, 2, 5, another bar does not plot. It's only when it goes 20 points in a tick, it will plot green, and then the next bar starts. What I like about this is that it shows pure price action. You could have 5 range bars in a row, and those could be 25 seconds. The next 5 could be 7 minutes. Because it's, in my opinion, it really helps to narrow down where the market is consolidating. We have these little areas. So like Gabe was showing, he had he drew a line, and then he had a little chop back and forth, and then it broke out. Beautiful. I actually call that barcoding. It really looks like a barcode on a range bar because they are literally just next to each other. And on my chart, I can kind of show what it looks like. And I will highlight the area. I'm just going to circle a section. And that section is between 20,086 and 20,130. Just eyeballing it. Kind of looks like that. Now, if these were range bars, there might only be 3 there because it's not going to plot once a certain amount of time has hit. So that's a little bit of the explanation of what I look at. And this is what I'm going to give our traders now. It's my trade plan. And there it is. I will say, I'm going to send it to you all, but this is just a breakdown of it. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I have what I trade, the style, what I expect, my objectives, rules, the setup I look for, how to enter, how to exit, and some additional notes. Okay. So what I did was I just took that, saved it, and in the chat, I'm going to copy a link over to a public shared folder I have. You all can have access to this. You can have access to anything that's in there. If you're accessing a document or a spreadsheet, just download it and then you can edit it. You can't edit it right from there because it's a read only. But there you go. There it is right in, this, I don't know, there's like 15, 14 things in there. Have a ball. Let me know what you like, what you don't like. So my A+ setup, just to clear this whole thing up, is I like to look for two things. One, with range bars, when we have a consolidation area, I don't know if it's going to go up or down. I honestly have no clue. I don't know when, and I don't know how far. But what I do know is it's not going to stay there forever. That is not a lot of guarantees in the market, but I think my two co-hosts here would agree that there is a guarantee the market's not going to stay in the same place forever. And if we know that, then once I break a level and I go up, if it's long, or I break the down level and I go short when it breaks down, it's going to be one of the two. Put your stop on the other side or whatever is in your risk tolerance, okay, your risk management, size, contract size, instrument, whatever. That would be a plus setup without going into the whole mathematics stuff between this little calculator that I built that gives me these levels and these breakout areas. So if you want to trade one and having something simple, I'm the Occam's razor guy. Simpler, in my opinion, is a little bit better. Keep it easy. It's going to be a yes or no. Hey, all these things are ranging, consolidating. It's not going to stay there. It's going to go up or down. And then, make it fit to you. But I shared that whole doc. I shared that whole drive. You're more than welcome to have it. I'm dying to get a couple more things going here on TopstepX, and I'm going to show you a whole bunch of stuff. Gabe, I want to go back to you, please, because the second part of this was how do we stick to our A+ setup without getting distracted? Because we want to get into a trade. It's like, man, we're sitting here. I'm waiting for my setup, waiting. It's been 2.5 hours. Dang it, I want to get in. So that was a nice question Anne-Marie said. It's like, great. Now that you have your A+ setup, how do you stick to it and not get distracted and get the hell with it? I'm just going to go in. So floor is yours.
Yeah, that's a great question, man. I actually have a really good example of that currently, what's going on. So I've got a little bit more analysis done on the chart here for you guys, just to kind of set some labels and understand where we are in where price is right now and what's more likely to happen. So we have this little downtrend, this little impulse, correction, impulse mapped out with my little arrows. And I've got the supply zone that we created up here that we're kind of respecting right now. So a lot of people would be like, well, I want to stick to my plan. And my plan personally would be to go with the trend, right? So go with structure. Most people, when they look at entries and exits, a lot of the times when I see other students that I kind of communicate with on a day-to-day basis in the OTA network, is a lot of them just try to trade any zone, right? They'll just buy at demand and sell at supply, no matter what trend or structure is in place. And that's where a lot of the times you're going to get burnt. So what I have labeled out here is what I would call the control swing high. Now, this control swing high is the top of this impulse, the last one we just saw, and that was at 20,078.25. So I have it mapped out that I said, this is the control swing high of this downtrend. If it's broken, then that short-term downtrend is invalid. But until that is broken, I cannot say that this is an opportunity to be a buyer yet, right? So we see price come down. We tap into this little demand zone at 20,030. And most people, even though you see price react to this, this is not really a higher probability decision to make at this time, right? You could get lucky, right? So you get a little, maybe 2 to 1, maybe 1.5 to 1 back up to supply. And very well, there's people that'll take them. But if I want to stick to my plan, I want to go with structure. So if anything, I would have been in a better position to take a short off of the supply zone that was still valid, that was still within the context of trend. So being able to not only have your plan memorized, or to the point, maybe it's in front of you. Like Robert has a really great way of laying out his plan in front of himself, and that's through a little Google Doc. Whether it's on your desk, if you're old fashioned like me, you like to have a notebook with, some of your notes and rules on how to, make sure you're following your plan and executing properly. But it really, for me, goes in hand with structure, and then making sure I'm going in the direction of structure. So what's in this case, I should have taken a short. Now, granted, we're in a session right now and we're more focused on, strategy and learning. So I wasn't really focused on taking a trade here, but I would have been in a better position to take a short rather than trying to buy at this demand zone. That's kind of the way that I would want to make sure that I go with my plan. Have it in front of me, be well aware of what I'm looking for, what criteria that I need to be focused on identifying before I pull the trigger. And then from there, making sure that I manage my risk correctly. That would be probably, in my opinion, one of the biggest aspects of a trade plan is making sure that you know how to survive and preserve capital, because that's our primary job. You can't make money unless you preserve capital, first and foremost.
That's amazing. Thank you very much for that, Gabe. And that's a hell of a plan. Also, once you're there, you're committed to it, and you have the structure for you. And thanks for shouting out that document that I have there. It just makes it so much easier. It's a very simple plan, very simple process. And man, yeah, we're watching the markets here, and you can see that it dropped right off. So that's on the NQ. That's pretty good. Hoag, I'm going to switch it up just a little bit. There's a little second half of this question here, because you've been doing this for so long and you've seen pretty much every scenario possible. So this one here says, what happens when you are in your A+ setup, and how do we hold it so it doesn't shake us out? Now that's different, in my opinion, from the market sentiment change, and it's like, nope, this is a different condition, I'm getting out. But how do you do it? How do you focus on it? No, my A+ setup is here, and I'm gonna see it out until the sentiment changes. And please.
Okay. So I've got the let's go with a 30-minute from the Dow. Okay. So just looking at this information, okay, these are all 30-minute ranges, right? 30-minute bar each day is kind of shown here by the volume, right? So we're seeing all the volume during the day session. Overall, would you say, by looking at this chart, that in the short time frame that the Dow is in a short time frame rally, it's trending to the upside? Would you agree?
Oh, if you're asking me, I'm sorry. I thought if you're asking me, I would agree with that. Yep.
Okay. So we get into today and we have this failed upside auction. Okay. Now, if I were to take that, I'm thinking already that it's a low probability that this is going to be the absolute high for the next week, right? The market is trending higher. So if I were to take that short, I would probably be more on a see money, take money on it. So I would be looking for features of the profile, visual features actually, to give me some sort of an exit on this. So, this is a failed upside auction, a pretty big initial balance. So there was some pretty big opportunity to see a nice rotation, maybe back to low of value. So now going back to the profile on this, I can make this all fit a little bit better on this. I'm going to shrink it down a little bit. Shrink. Okay. So overall, we've agreed largely that's kind of in a short time frame uptrend. We have a failed upside auction. Now at this point, value low is probably somewhere down here. So if I'm going to take this trade, my stop's going to be above, and I'm going to try and hold it at the very least to the point of control, which is the fairest price of the day, right? Now this is the volume point of control, and at one point throughout the day today, this was probably pretty close to the TPO point of control, right? Now we've been moving lower. My exit on that trade would probably be somewhere between, if not the point of control, the low of value. I'm not looking for this market to really continue this push to the downside at this time, right? So we take the short, we take a profit just based off of value of point of control. Maybe that's our first out. Our second out is low of value. Now we've moved point of control lower in the profile. The TPO point of control. The TPO point of control is based in time. The volume point of control is based on volume. Volume point of control is the single price that has the most volume for the session, and the TPO point of control is the widest line of TPOs horizontally that's closest to the center of the range. And you can see that we've moved the TPO point of control lower. This is now telling us that sellers are largely in control because they're keeping price at lower levels. A point of control was probably here. It's moved down to here. It's keeping price at lower levels. The sellers are more successful. If I were still in that trade and I saw that the point of control moved down to this level, I would probably be looking for some sort of range extension. Now we've got our range extension. We initially had a failed downside auction that brought price, but not very deep into the initial balance. So we're still looking at this market now as, potentially continuing this push to the downside, which is rare because, again, we've traded above the initial balance and we've traded below the initial balance. So there's a trend break that is quite possibly happening here. The other thing about points of control is, there was a question that somebody was asking in the chat, and I wanted to.
Yeah, I was going to bring you right in there. Yeah, Phoenix has asked about that, and I was going to lead you right into that, Hoag. But please continue. You pick right up on it. Good man. You've done this before.
Mm-hmm. So, point of control, monitoring point of control throughout the session. If point of control starts moving, it's something that I'm going to kind of use as one of the nuances for a continuation to stay in a trade, or perhaps even to eventually get into a trade. Now, we've left single TPOs below the range here. If these TPOs remain, then the move is continuation to the downside. However, when we see the point of control, and you're going to see this across any market, the TPO point of control for the 24th was right here. Well, the 25th traded right to it. It's a visual magnet.
What level is that, please?
39,837. 39,837. So that's the TPO point of control from the 24th. The high from the 25th is 2 ticks above that. The market tends to try and go back and recheck those points of control because they're very comfortable levels. Comfortable. They don't really fit the mold, but no, these are comfortable levels. That's where the market spent the most time that day. There was a lot of order facilitation at that level. It's the price that was the most popular price traded during that session. So it makes sense that as Coach Jay says, markets remember price, and they remember important prices. And these points of control are very comfortable levels that were visited many, many times during the previous session. I mean, you can kind of go through and see. Well, here's a point of control here. Didn't quite get to it, but it did get to the volume point of control. Point of control was left here. Where did it come back to a few days later? Back to that point of control. You can see this in many different markets. So I don't think I'm going to be looking at buying any Dow at this moment. But you can see that happen a lot. And for those of you that are kind of wondering what the weekly kickoff levels are, where do they come from? A lot of the time, they're going to be coming from naked points of control. There's technical analysis, there's market profile analysis, and those points of control, they get revisited a lot, and that's why I use them so much in the weekly kickoff levels. So where do we go here? Well, we came and rechecked these points of control. We're still moving lower. What did we do yesterday? We opened, looked higher, came back, checked the points of control. Opened, checked the points of control. Opened, checked the points of control. The ones that are left behind that are unretested, like this one down here, markets remember them. Markets remember price. 54.87 even would be a visual target if this market were to really roll over and start heading lower. So point of control is an important feature of the profile. It's not necessarily so much of a nuance in itself, but recognizing when it it is being targeted can certainly be a nuance. And that's one of the things that might help keep me in a trade that is congruent with the current trend that I'm heading the right direction. I will look for the market to retest naked points of control in any direction. So we got the YM really looking weak here. We're below yesterday's low now. We have single TPOs, or as some people would call it, a fair value gap. But the market's looking pretty weak right now. And I hope that all made sense. I was kind of rambling a little bit there, but
no, I think you need that. Appreciate that, Hook. I think you needed to because we had to bring in the Phoenix questionnaire for the point of control, and then you talked about the point of control rotations and the naked point of controls and weekly kickoff levels. Those are all on Topstep. TopstepTV. They're published weekly, and then we have the daily levels also that are published every single day. So yeah, that's amazing. You always talk about that, the naked point of controls and the balance and the rejections here. What do you call it when it goes up and failed auctions? So that's great to combine
excess,
or
rejection.
Yep, exactly.
If a lot of folks seem to have a lot of questions about those weekly kickoff levels, and this is an article that was written by somebody who was in the market prep a lot. He really kind of recognized how useful and helpful they can be. Nothing works the same way exactly twice, but there's the link. It's a LinkedIn article that he did a couple of years ago, and I think he, in his words, does a really good job of explaining what the weekly kickoff levels mean. And if you feel like checking it out.
Yeah, there it is. The LinkedIn article posted right in the chat from Mr. John Hoagland. Gabe, if you're seeing something, please let us know if you're going to jump in there. But if not, I'm going to kick it back to you and ask you about the same thing. It's like you see your A+ setup. You are in your A+ trade. You're in your position. What do you do that's like it's not going to shake you out? So I'll give you a quick example. When I'm in a trade, my trades, they're generally under like 5 minutes-ish. If I'm in a long time, it's like 6 minutes. I just get, not this impatient, but it's just a style. You're in, it goes or it doesn't. So my exit very quickly is, it's been 5 or 6 minutes. It's like, this isn't going to go. Sometimes it does right after that, but that's okay. So what do you do, Gabe, that when you're in that trade that you're like, nope, I'm going to hold on to this. It doesn't shake you out. The discipline side of things is, I believe, what I'm looking for. Hold conviction and get back into it,
That's a great question. I think that I'm not perfect. I get shaken out of trades sometimes, even to this day, 7 years into trading with a specific strategy. I think one of the biggest things you first want to do is be able to kind of avoid the noise. And what I mean by noise is, for me right now, I'm trying to get a hold of being able to trade in front of thousands of people, right? And then seeing all these different opinions in chat. Now, don't get me wrong. We're all going to have some different biases and view the market differently. We're all using different data indicators, whatever the case may be. But it's being able to stick to what I know without getting led astray. And by led astray, I just mean getting away from my own process, my own trading plan. So the first thing would be to cut out the noise. If you guys are watching the stream, watching TV and hanging out with us, we are so grateful that you're here, first of all. But if you have a process that that you have a trade plan for, and then you come on here and you get all this wonderful information and all these gems from different coaches and different people and traders, just do your best to have an understanding of, I can still be open-minded and have 1 year open, but I may not need to apply this information right now to my own process, or I may need to open up a practice account or start a new trading combine just to be able to handle that new data and that new information and see how I can make it work for myself. But in terms of my own discipline, what I typically am looking for, or what would kind of cause me to cut a trade, would be if structure changes like really, really rapidly. So what I would be, what I would not want to see, right? So if let's say that I was in this short at 20,065. So if I would have gotten in here at the retest of the supply area, right, we're in the context of trend. So I'm going, with that bearish bias. If I were to enter a short here, and then, for instance, I see price react to this little shorter term demand zone very rapidly, like if we got a nice V-shaped recovery, that would be a little bit of a signal to me that something could possibly be changing. That would be something that I might consider to maybe just reduce my risk, right? So it might not be to cut the trade completely, but it might be to reduce risk. Instead of my stop loss being above the high of my supply zone in the 80s, maybe it's, right at the high of this last retest instead. So now I've cut my risk in half. You can always move your stop to break even too, right? So if you're uncomfortable with what you see in price, just move it to break even, make it risk free. Cover commissions if you need to, but give yourself the opportunity to reduce the stress that you have on your mental. Save that mental capital. But that would be one thing that I'd say would be structure. How price is behaving while I'm in the trade.
Oh, that's cool. And there is a little wiggle room there, if I understand it correctly, where you get into that trade and you get to hesitate and pause a little bit and say, well, I don't know. Is this still going to go up? Is this still going to go down? Am I in the wrong way? But then once this whole sentiment change, now I'm just going to be out. Or like you said, if you go into a break even, or maybe it's gone too far against you right away. Right. So totally, thank you very much for sharing that for everybody. And totally different approaches. Isn't that amazing? We have 3 different approaches to our quote A+ setups and 3 different ways to manage them once we're in there. But the one thing we all have in common is sticking to your guns, right? Meaning not being stubborn on it. It's nope, market changed. I am not doing this anymore. I am moving to break even. I'm getting out altogether. It went a little further than I thought. So I'm going to take the reversion on this, recovery on this. So it's really sticking to it, your plan, until the sentiment changes. And then that OODA loop that Anne-Marie talks about, hopefully she's in there, but you're observing, you're making the adjustments and you re-enter it. And it's trading. Things are going to happen. That's you're all said there. I just want to take a quick look around the markets here. We're about 40 minutes in. NQ, we're still sort of ranging between 20,000 and 20,100. It's 100-point range. I mean, it was in a 5-point range not too long ago. And I will click over to the ES and we'll see what that looks like. It looks like it's continued off. It's just a slow bleed down to 55.36-ish right in that area. It looks like that's only on about a 3-point range on the bottom. So we'll see if that goes lower or not. John Hoagland mentioned the Dow, and yeah, there it is, the same thing. They all kind of bled off. They had that big jump in the morning with that couple of news releases that came out, and then they sold off after that. We have another favorite, gold. I don't know how anybody trades gold. I really don't. Eddie does a good job with it. He's got so many combines, so many live stuff under his belt. Guy's amazing, but I literally can't see it. But there you're looking at 2337.2. It's not doing much of anything from what I can see. But what do I know about gold? I'm not a gold trader. Don't take my words to heart. Crude oil. We need Danny back again. Dan, man, it looks like there's one lever that are open here. It's right around 81.83, and these are not specific. I'm just eyeballing this. Looks like it pushed up all night, and then we have our open 8:30 Central Time drop below, and then just couldn't recover back over that 81.83 number. And John, I apologize. I don't have your numbers on my charts because I usually do, but I'm recording stuff, make things in the background. I just have to keep wiping my chart off and
how dare you?
It's kind of a pain to put back in there. Well, wait till we get these indicators in Topstep X. They're going to be automatic, and we're going to love it. Everybody's going to love it, right? We're going to get going here. So that was good for both you guys. So I'm going to go. Let's see. I'm going to go back to John, and I know we hear from you quite a bit. But if you can summarize, you have a new trader coming into your Topstep, coming to the combine, or even just on their own, and they're saying, how do I find my A+ setup? Since the 3 of us are online right now, we have 3 different ones. So a new trader comes in and says, what do I look for? Where do I start? How do I identify what is going to be good for me to trade? What are your thoughts on that for the new people?
It's a really good question, and it's a very deep question because somebody who's brand new to this, I mean, there's so much to know, so much to learn. I've been at this for 40 years. And I'm still learning every day, so you want to start just by getting some basic technical analysis, knowledge, whether it's patterns or swing highs, swing lows. geez. Do you think I'd be more prepared for this question? But
no, I knew it. I
it's
had
so
this.
deep.
Yeah, I had that written down, and we had a lot of traders. I mean, we're just exploding, right? The whole prop firm space and Topstep is just really growing. We have an influx, a lot of new traders, and that's what we're here for. You know, we're coaches, we're educators, we're traders, all of us. Not just us three on here, but in Topstep. Anyone you see on Topstep TV. That's why we have the guests come in. We have other professionals with other thoughts and other opinions, trading psychologists, support. We have all of this here for you, for our traders. And since there are so many new, it'd be really nice to say, hey, we get that question a lot, right? Especially in group coaching, we're doing that. It's like,
I just had it in group coaching yesterday, you know, and my suggestion was get a practice account or some random sim account, throw up some charts, throw up a couple of moving averages, and play. See what you learn. See what seems to be working. Recognize what doesn't seem to be working. And just remember, I mean, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You're going to be learning from the day you sit down and open up your first practice account, combine account, whatever it is. You're going to be learning. And the point is, at first, if you're going to try and learn anything like a new sport or something like that, it's all about the play. You gotta figure out how to catch the ball. You got to figure out how to hit the ball. You got to figure out how to pick up a grounder. You got to figure out how to run the bases. You got to just little by little get to know the fundamentals of trading, the actual buying and selling, the process of getting in the market, getting out of the market, and just continue reading, learning, reviewing. It's what is it? It's perform, review, revise. Perform, review, revise. Perform, review, revise. Perform, review, revise. It's the learning loop, right? So, there's so much to learn. The point is, just get in there. Don't put anything at risk, and see what works. Look at the different time frames, and learn all you can. I've got oodles of trading books behind me. I've read a dozen times, and I'm still learning. So it's a blast. I mean, I love trading, and if you find that you have a passion for markets, that's a great thing. Just take your time, figure out what's working for you, figure out what's not, and of course, we'll be looking forward to your success. But it's I mean, I learned in a way that's not there anymore. I learned on the trading floor from traders that had stacks of paper and chart and dirty old charts, and they're in the markets writing their charts, and in the pits writing their charts, and you just kind of learned through attrition and asking questions. And you're in the right place here, because this is why I think Topstep is so fabulous, is because the way I learned the markets and the way I learned the business overall isn't there anymore. And when I found out about Topstep and found out what they were doing, I was like, this is great. The world needs this. We need the opportunity to get the job as a runner on the trading floor, which a lot of folks have started, their path here at Topstep, and seeing a lot of people doing very well. So get the ball, get the bat, figure out how to catch the ball, figure out how to hit the ball, figure out how to run the bases, and you just continue to learn your whole life.
Oh man, that is right down the line of what we're looking at. A+ setups. That was an A+ answer, John. I've heard you talk similar things like that, and just like everyone, like you constantly learning, adapt, overcome, dodge, move. Something's not working for you, try something else. And for those traders that are just getting going, this is a super good place. It's very inexpensive to get involved. Don't throw your own money in the line. Get in your practice accounts, get through the combines, work it out, spread out. I like this style. I don't like this. I want that person. I like this instrument. I'm not doing that. And just figure it out for yourself. You got to identify yourself as a person. What do? I'm high energy, high strong. I'm going at it. Somebody's more calm. They're going to hold on to a different instrument, hold things longer, right? Better risk tolerance. Some want to get in and out. Finding yourself. And John, that was amazing. covered a lot of information there, and I knew it was a really tough question, a really deep question to try to get in there. Gabe, same thing to you, very similar. Take your own experience, I twist a little bit. Take your own experience of how you got started and the adjustments that you had to make, and bring us to where you are now, please.
So I started in 2014. So I'm on about a decade now of being around the markets. I came from having, just like most people, no experience, no background in the market, no real understanding of how to formulate a strategy or a process. I was just, getting in and out randomly with based off emotion, trading P&L, looking to hit home runs constantly, right? And it's just not the reality of how the market works. You really need to treat this as a business. So I eventually, invested in some education, right? So there's plenty of places you can go for education. I just chose OTA. It's just what made sense to me. I was living in Florida. There's a campus right in Orlando. And I ended up taking that route, right? So I got some formal education. I liked, having a sense of community, right? Where I could go be around other like-minded individuals, and formulated a plan and a process, got some foundation, right? Got an understanding of how the markets move to an extent, right? So just simple price action, understanding how to develop a trade plan. And then of course, learning how to build better habits has been probably the longest process to this day. Knowing I'm 7 years into having some education now, the biggest, I talk about this quite frequently, but for those that haven't heard, my biggest problems that I'm still trying to overcome are over trading, scaling too quickly. So trying to focus too much on the outcome, trying to get there tomorrow. And then being able to essentially not revenge trade, right? So if you take a little losing streak, which we all go on little losing streaks, being able to still maintain following your plan and not just trying to get that back and then some, and then getting yourself into even deeper drawdown, or potentially blowing accounts. So I know that's pretty relatable for, some people. I know chat has, there's plenty of people in chat that can relate to that, but I've came a long way, right? So, I blew thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars from my savings account, dropped out of college after 6 months or basically a semester. And I said, let's give the markets a shot. And I fell in love with it. I mean, I don't know about you, but what else? There's nothing more fun and more exciting. And I love the markets. I love being around other traders. And it's a field that I want to stay in for the rest of my life, right? So it's being able to develop the habits that you need to be able to be successful long term, right? I don't want to just get lucky. I want to be able to have a foot in this, in this world for years and pass the skill set on to, my kids at some point once I have kids, if I'm blessed with that opportunity, and build some generational wealth. So it's a process of really just unlearning, right? Training my brain differently than what I came in with, right? Trying to wipe the slate clean a little bit, forgive myself, give myself some grace, be patient with myself, and just take each day as it comes, not focus too far down the road.
That's, again, another A+ answer. Gabe, I do not know your age, and you do not need to disclose it, but it doesn't matter.
I'm 30.
You sound like you sound like
30.
a 30-year veteran, like a trader who is a veteran of the market for 30 years, spitting out that knowledge. And you hit on a couple of pieces. I'm going to share a graphic here and in just 1 second when we switch over to screens, but it really hits home to what we were all talking about. And I brought this in together. I have to thank Anne Marie for the topic of this, about having these A+ setups. And I'm going to share an image over here with everybody. It's something that I stick with, and I saw a long time ago. It is from John C. Maxwell, and we talk about changing and learning and adapting, and modifying and morphing, the OODA loops. And this is something I just happened to come up. It wasn't even for this project. I was working on something else, and I was like, man, I bet this would really fit. And it's basically people change for 4 different reasons: when they heard enough that they have to, when they see enough they are inspired to, when they learn enough that they want to, and when they receive enough that they're able to. I've seen this for years, and I think I've been through every one of those situations there personally. So I totally resonate. Hope you guys see this. I will give it to the chat. You can have it. This John C. Maxwell is really good from a long time ago. Still holds true for today. Try the new stuff. New traders, be careful what you're doing. Learn from others. In my opinion, you cannot be in a better spot here at Topstep, here at Topstep TV. Look at the talent and look at the education and look at the knowledge that's being shared. Not just us, the whole group. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, putting this show together for you every day. We appreciate you being here. I'm going to wrap this up, unless, John, if you have a 30-second closing words, and Gabe, 30-second closing words after that, and we will move on to Power Hour. $5 for the mute jar.
I'm going to just send in $5 every day.
You can just send it to me, John. I'll take it. I'll take it. Jack doesn't need any more. He's got plenty.
So, Gabe, what you added to the conversation about getting started was really important. It's not all just about the charts and everything. It's about the mindset. And one of the things that I think was impactful that I said during group coaching, I think on Tuesday, was you're going to get angry, you're going to get mad. The market's going to aggravate you. It's going to elate you. But when you get aggravated, when you get upset, you have to be able to forgive anybody that you're mad at, and you especially have to be able to forgive yourself. But if you find yourself getting mad at the markets, just remember the market doesn't know. The market doesn't care that you are mad at it. It's only going to affect one person, and that's you. So you have to forgive everything, because that forgiveness isn't for the markets. It isn't for anybody else. It's for you. Let go of the venom. Stay kind to yourself. Stay kind to each other. Pray for peace.
100%. Absolutely, John. I'm with you. I just want to encourage everybody. I know that this is by far the hardest thing you'll ever learn how to do. I mean, there's a reason why the statistics are so high with how many people quit and just fall out of learning this and trying to master this. This is the hardest thing you'll probably do in your entire life. And I would just encourage you to try not to compare yourselves to other traders. All of our journeys are different, not just in the amount of time that it'll take you to learn this. Some people get this down really quickly, and others it takes years. I'm just one of the ones that it's taken years for. I'm a little slower learner. So it just, don't compare yourselves. Understand that your timeline is different from somebody else's. Please don't try to fixate on the money. The money's going to follow at some point. Just because it hasn't for me in 7 years doesn't mean it can't for you sooner. At some point, my dream is to be able to do this full time. But for right now, I'm so grateful to be here with you guys. And I hope that, I can continue to share, my experience and my journey with you and hear about all of yours at the same time. And we can grow together. So it's a process. Give yourself grace, be patient, and don't focus too much on the money. That will just come over time.
Another A+ answer to A+ co-host with me here. And thanks again for the traders that are watching this. I know this segment tends to be a little different because it is a strategy lab, and we want to talk a little bit more technical, a lot of the strategy, psychology stuff that we're sharing. And if there was a trade on, believe me, we would have just cut right off and be like, nope, the trade is going on because that takes priority. But right around that 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Central Time, there's actually not a lot going typically in the market, as we can see today. But you know what's up next? Power Hour. Bam! Joby is going to be taking over the driver's seat. He's amazing, isn't he? Gabe, we got another hour of Gabe. I'm going to be watching from the background there, Gabe. Hoag,
you're stuck with
another
me.
Hour of Hoag. Another hour of Hoag. So we got. All right. So here's your deal, right? We got Hoag still on, Gabe still on. I'm out, but we're going to sub in Doby, and everybody thinks we're brothers, twins, father, son, or whatever. So pick your thought on that, and you get Doby time, and then we have Coach Ray. This is going to be a great power hour. Big moves in the morning. Let's hope we get some big moves in the afternoon, and hope we can pull some of that money back into the house account. See you all later. Be back in a few minutes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to hashtag Power Hour, or as chat likes to say, hashtag Power 50 Minutes. You jerks. Well, welcome. We got Hoag, we got Gabe. Welcome back, and we have Coach Ray, our resident quant, here on hashtag Power Hour. We're gonna have a good time. House account is open for business, just barely. But Hoag, you got the keys. We got some risk left. We're going to try to find a trade, finally, and see if we can catch a winner here. Get some, claw back some of these losses that we
dig
have.
our way back to break even.
Let's do it. We've made that money in Power Hour before. Let me tell you, it does not take long in the NASDAQ if you're positioned in the right way. Coach Ray, if you take any trades,
I'll pull the trigger.
Hey, that's how it works. That's how we like it. Coach Ray, I think it's your first time on today, so let's go to you first. Gabe's probably
I'm just, you know, I kind of dabbled in the market a little bit on the gold and the crude side. Not really much in the way of, you know, really sustained moves. I guess crude oil had the best sustained move to the upside, so I got to take part in a little bit of that. But you know, kind of getting myself, I guess, acclimated, I guess, to some degree on the equities and getting a feel for what it wants to do, trying to kind of align with what Gabe was so eloquently saying earlier about, you know, keeping a good understanding of what the structure is telling us and trying to align myself as best I can to the structure. So right now, I would say across the board, equities is bearish.
Yep. Agreed.
Really is.
Agreed.
Hoag, how much room do we have in this house account? And do we like shorts anywhere? $1,800. Okay, so a little bit less than a 50K account. So we got it.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Telling me there's a chance. I think there's a great chance. I think it's a really good chance. Okay, Coach Ray, you're leaning bearish.
Yes.
Chat,
yes. I mean, we're coming down to some 4-hour levels. I mean, again, you know, it's as long as we understand that the structure is to the downside and we set really reasonable expectations on where it could go, then I think, you know, certainly they're coming into some levels where we could expect to bounce. Right. But I think overall, from what I'm seeing, is we're headed lower. Yeah.
Okay. We should probably pick a market that we want to focus on too. So should we focus on ES since that one moves a little bit slower?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Let's focus on the ES. On the ES for Power Hour. So that way we're not spread between a couple markets. We can't even catch NASDAQ anyways. So slippery.
Yeah. So I got my 4-hour levels kind of marked up here. There's a little tool that I use on.
We can get his charts up a little bit. Yeah. Let's get your charts up first. There we go. Cool.
So nice, clean, you know, levels. Notice that I don't have much in the way of indicators telling me what direction this market is going. I have my supply level above, my demand level below, and trying to figure out exactly, you know, what the market is trying to tell me. Well, the market's trying to tell me, hey, Coach Ray, you should be thinking about some shorts here, right? But I also understand that I'm going to be coming into a gang of potential buyers here relatively soon, right? And the question is, when might they step in? Could they step in right at the top of this box? Could they step in on the bottom end of the box? Could they kind of, you know, reach down, you know, and pass the box and then kind of swing back, or it just kind of bounces between? So that's kind of what I'm trying to gauge here right now on the 4-hour.
Yeah, I mean, we got the classic downtrend, lower lows and lower highs. We're going to focus on the ES here. You got any levels on the ES that you're looking at? I think we got something between let's say 15s and 22s for the ES. That's 55 20s. Chat. I love how you say that. That's so good.
You know, there's so many things that I miss in real time that it's scary. We missed that failed upside auction in the Dow today. That was a miss. Tuesday morning, I put 2 upside target levels for the upper end of the area of balance in the S&Ps. The first one was 67, 55.67. The next one was 55.88. What's our high today? 85. We should have been looking for opportunities for a reversal on that this morning. And I'm not going to hindsight capital. It's upsetting because I miss so much. You know, the idea that one of the things that we talked about this morning on the opening call, there's a weak low in the S&Ps yesterday. That's probably not going to hold for very long. Look where we
Where's
just
that
went
at?
to. We just hit that weak low. It's 53 30, 55.30.
So it's a weak low. Okay.
From yesterday's profile. There's no excess there. It's an unfinished downside auction.
Like a calendar week, or like I can't lift weights week?
Weak. Can't lift weights weak.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, no excess. So these tend to be revisited at some time, in the near future, if not that day.
Yeah. So, I mean, okay, we're kind of there now. I mean, do you have anything by like 55.17s or 55.20s for longs if we got down there?
Well, there's value low from Wednesday, which is 24 and a quarter, 55.24 quarter. And there is excess below that on all these profiles. So, but it's kind of reaching, that seems to be like, all right, we just got to find a level to take a trade.
Mm-hmm. We don't have to. We can be patient. I mean, I think some of the best trades that we have actually are the ones that we spend, 15 or 20 minutes even trying to set up. So, if we do get to say 55.20 evens and we're all on the same page about getting long, it makes the trade a lot easier and faster to execute. So I'm just trying to see if we can get a consensus here on longs possibly in maybe 10 or 15 minutes if we can get down there. Alternatively, you can make an argument like maybe we just try to find a short right now and see if it gets down there, but maybe this is the weak low and we start finding a little bit of consolidation here.
I would rather go with the context of what today's been like, and that's bearish. If we get down to 520, I don't think there's a reason why we hold there. If we get down there, I think we're at least going to go down to 55.10, which would kind of wipe out those lows from. If I'm looking at the daily chart, we've got the remnants of some demand down here, and the lows from the 24th. I just feel like if we're going to get all the way down to 520, why not just dump below those lows if anybody's holding longs there still, looking for a new all-time high, and come back into retest the lower remnants of this demand at 55.01.
Gabe,
what's up?
Gabe,
what's up?
55.10 is the lower end of the balance area that I was talked about on Tuesday. Even put it on my chart here. 55.10. We had 55.15, which was a level that D was looking at. I mean, why wouldn't we go down there?
Right. I thought I was muted for a second, man. You thought I was thinking that you were like Gabe. I'm like checking my microphone, just scrambling. But no, I'm with you, man. We got a nice reaction.
I'll pay your next $5.
Nah, you're good, brother. You're good. Like I said, you can just slide me any money that you want to send me. I'm good with that. But it just like we've seen the market come down and test these the 55 10s to 20s already multiple times. So we spent a good amount of time there. You've got the lower remnants. if I go body to wick instead of wick to wick for that rally-based rally, where that imbalance came out, we had to break out to a new all-time high. That's at 55.01 3/4. So at this point, if I was going to look long, I would look for a blowout to those lows and then look to scoop up some longs, when price gets back down underneath the 10s. If I'm looking at ES.
Would you look short to get down to those levels?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I would rather look for like a rebalance and price a little higher in the current short-term context and go with that bearish trend to possibly target the lows before the end of the day.
Coach Ray? What'd you have?
Yeah, no, I think that that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I have some of these ADR and ASR levels up on my chart. We kind of blew through ASR on my charts, and now we're up against an ADR level, right? So the question is, I mean, we're not, we're hitting these levels, and normally when I hit these levels, I get a pretty strong reaction. And I'm not getting much in the way of reaction, although as soon as I say that, it starts to perk up a little bit. So
Right.
I think, having something down below, if we want kind of like a wish order at 55.10, 55.08 for a reversal, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Again, focusing on extremes. If we want to take a trade, I think there's going to be a little bit of I believe there's going to be a little bit of a blow off, right? We're going to go slam down and then clear out everybody and then come back up. That's kind of how it feels to me.
Okay. So is there anywhere? Yeah.
That's when the Friday afternoon on a break rip to the upside happens after we hit that level.
Yeah, good.
That's the feeling. That's the feeling I get. But right now, it's again, I could easily say if we want to grind down lower, I just see all this green area, and this green area kind of feels like should I really work my way into that? But my structure is saying that. My structure is saying that we're going to continue lower here. There's really nothing here that indicates to me that we're going to reverse. But
agreed.
I'm
So
headed into a lot of
check marks for shorts. 2 check marks for shorts. Yeah. Is there like a price that we can agree on for getting short here?
I think this 55.35 level that I have kind of highlighted, I think that would be a reasonable level. I think the higher we can take it, the better. I mean, even the most recent support level that we broke down below here at 55.40, that would be another reasonable area to go short. Okay.
I like it.
Again, some structure there that we broke below. Well, chances are it's going to come back to it and fail, right? I'm seeing as I'm looking at this swing, who's in command here? All these bars, right? These are 15-minute bars. Look at the meager bulls. Meager. What's dominating this move? Well, bam, 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 bam. I mean, really, do I really need to, be looking to, sustain long here? I don't know. That's kind of what I'm questioning.
Cool. So there's a check mark there for shorts around 55.35 or 55.40. Hoag, did you also like those?
Yeah, I mean, just looking on the 5-minute chart, there's a whole bunch of lows there and it finally took those lows out and then came back to that level. I mean, what was support becomes resistance, 35, 30, let's call it 39s.
Yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
So anywhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah, sell a little bit of strength.
But we got to keep it cheap because after a move like this on a Friday, there's going to be a whole bunch of short time frame shorts that are just barreling into this, thinking it's going to go to zero, and I don't want to get my face ripped off when they all decide to get out.
No, I hear you.
Because those opposite moves can be really thin and vicious.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we saw quite a rally.
It's going to happen for sure, but as we get closer to 3:00, we'll see.
Yep. And we do have a couple things to touch upon, so we can maybe get through some of those. Do we have quiz winners ready?
We sure do have those quiz winners ready.
Yeah, let's do those.
And I wasn't watching TopQuiz today, so apparently we have 100 winners, huh?
Ooh, that's a lot of names.
A lot of names broken up into 2
Yes,
images.
we do.
Here's
100.
The first one. 100. I looked at these earlier. There was some in here I really like.
I recognize any of these names. Let's see.
Tyler Gaster's up there. If you remember our...
It's only...
Oh, yeah.
Burnside.
You got Dre's
Dolby
toe.
Time.
Shout out Dre's toe.
Jack's shoulder. Was there some third theme
Hawk.
I missed?
I don't know.
Hawk Tush. I like that.
Dolby Time.
Arctua.
MFers.
Yep.
Jack's shoulder.
Cairo Gaster. He's on there.
Mhm.
There you go.
He was
All
on
right, so that's
yesterday.
part 1. Here comes part 2.
Part 2. Hang in there, slow learner. You'll get it.
So rips a
Rips'
lot.
apprentice.
Nice.
Yeah, yeet your stops.
That's funny.
Your stops.
Well, you got Trump playing. I don't know Trump is in the
DLL.
chat.
Tilty day.
He's got
Oh,
Sammy.
Sepadia. There you go. Hey, Sepadia. I know you. Sepadia. Shout out to Sepadia there.
Nice.
Frequent attendee of my coaching sessions.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. In Discord, right?
Yes, sir.
Shorter McGavin.
Oh, got it.
All right, well, thank you for playing Top Quiz. Remember, you can always rewind and pause if you want to look at these names again, but y'all got resets coming your way.
That is so cool. Upped it to 100. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, Sepadia, if you're working with me, you're not going to need a reset, my friend.
Ooh, look at that. Shout out to the coaches.
Nice.
Coaches channel in Discord.
We're all about sustaining
Disclaimer,
accounts in our
there's-
room.
Yeah.
Boom.
The odds will increase that you will not blow up your account.
Yes, that's the idea. That's my goal for everyone.
Yep. Check us out in the Topstep Discord. Currently, probably pushing 60,000 members, if not more at this point.
Yeah.
Whole lot of people in there. There's pretty much something going on at Topstep all the time. Always someone to
So,
talk trading with 24 hours.
Yeah, at this point, I'm looking for a Bigfoot sighting. Okay, I'm looking for something that gets everybody's attention, gets everybody off their seats, right? I'm looking
wiggle.
for a big candle, right? Tell me what direction you want to go. And it looks like, you're starting to see a candle that's trying to go bullish, but I want it to be a committed bullish. I don't want this meager bull, right?
Yeah.
Give me some strong bulls.
Yeah, I want to see all these little low, what Justin would call them, low resting liquidity. Pretty much all these really weak highs on the 1 minute chart.
Yeah.
All those that get taken out. I mean, ideally, we don't really have any strong imbalances until we get up to 55.40, 43 to be exact, 55.43 to 55.46 ish. But for right now, I mean, there's no real good locations that I can decide on entering. There's a really aggressive kind of base and then drop as we get into these 32s and 33s. But once again, bulls are going to step in. There's no reason that this really aggressive zone would work. I think we need to see a rip higher. So I wouldn't mind, once again, those high 30s to 40s. That's where we could consider some shorts. And then once again, if we even get up into 43 to 46, I would love to even see.
Are we seeing 3-bar reversal here?
Possibly,
Well,
but
I do see a developing 15-minute candle that wants to look bullish. So, yeah.
The 5-minute close that we just had.
We got squeeze, low settlement value area. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you tell all these lovely people about hashtag Power Hour?
Oh, without hesitation. So if you guys have not been around, you should know this by now. You're probably sick of hearing about it. But if you are on X, or formerly known as Twitter, we do 2 different variations of a hashtag for our traders to go ahead and send in some content to be featured on stream. The one that we're in right now is hashtag Power Hour, which is going to be where you can post whether it's your wins, tick picks, whether it's a meme that you want to share with us that's trading related, whether you want to funding certificates, share any sort of, maybe you got some Topstep swag and some gear you want to send us a pick in, anything like that. Just add us at Topstep on X and make sure you use hashtag Power Hour, and we will go ahead and scrape Twitter, and maybe you'll be featured on TopstepTV. Maybe not.
I was told we are light on submissions, so there's a very, very, very good chance your post is going to be featured on Topstep TV, probably around 245 to 250 if I had to guess. So definitely take a snapshot of your best trade you had today. Maybe you had a good setup, Or Battle Station, Gabe. That's a good one too. I like the Battle Station picks.
The Battle Station picks. By the way, I said tick as in TICK, not what you guys are suggesting in chat.
Nope.
So.
got to enunciate. Got to enunciate.
Yes. So Teresa's asking about NQ. Teresa's asking about NQ. We're focusing in on ES here, Teresa, but I would expect that at different prices, we're probably looking at the similar kind of thing right now.
Probably similar price action. Let's check it out. Yeah, they're pretty similar. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine it being too different.
We're in the ES. Moves a little bit slower. We're in the house account right now with not a ton of room to operate, so we're probably in 1 to 2 lot territory. And ES gives us the best opportunity to, I think, win. To have a winning trade.
We're just getting no displacement on either side. Like there's nothing coming to the market right now on either end. I want to see either, if I'm going to get long, I want to see a sweep back below 985 on NQ and then a rejection and a move higher. So what I would look for would be something along these lines where we have, we got raise charts up right now.
I get them. Oh yeah, raise charts are up right now.
There we go.
Now you're good.
I know James is probably scraping Twitter right now, doing everything because I know he handles a lot for us, and we're grateful for his efforts back there behind the scenes. But I'd look for something like this. If we sweep below and then all of a sudden structure shifts a little bit in the lower time frame, that's when I would look for a possible long to blow out all these little highs up here. Maybe take us back above 20,036. But once again, if we just end up blowing through these lows and we don't get any sort of shift in structure in this lower time frame, then why would I take a long? At that point, I'd just look for a possible short and a continuation of that move down.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean,
you said something about. Go ahead. Go ahead, Obi.
No, you. Go.
Hoag, you said something about the 950s, right? 950s, 953, right? These lows back here, these relative equal lows from yesterday morning. So that would be 953 even is what I'm seeing, which was the low of the 730 news yesterday.
Yeah.
Those would be those data lows, by the way, that I was referring to a bunch yesterday that I got super fixated on. That would be, if anything, if we push below and structure doesn't shift, I'm going to look to go short to catch, 20, 30 handles towards those lows. Go with that bearish context for the day. And we are getting a push down. So here's a breakout.
Let's try.
So we have, if we can get it closed below and we don't immediately reject this. Yep. So I'm on a 1 minute. So we got the close below. So what I'd be looking for is a retest back up to 95 with a stop above probably at 20,005 to go lower. Knowing that we're getting some nice momentum through this, I'd be leaning short. Now, if we go hit these lows before, so we might just tank all the way to 53 now. And if that's the case, the short would be out of the question. I would not take a short if we don't come back up and rebalance price before taking it in. We're just going to take him right now. That's it. All right. So here's actually where I would go. Here's where I would possibly look at a long, but I would need to see something drastic shift. And what I mean by that would be like a V-shaped recovery. If we get a V-shaped recovery back up to supply, I wouldn't short this. I would look for a shift in structure. So if we get, we got the move down. If we get a move back up, come back down, and then do something like this, I would look along this 1 minute leg here from, where I don't have a price because this is hypothetical. But if we have a leg that makes a new high after that V-shaped recovery, then I would look for a long in this leg right here, back up to the 30s essentially. But we're not.
Well, I do have a level here at 19,940. That's kind of my average daily range, kind of exhaustion area on 19,940. So there is some confluence there. So that's what I have there in green. Since we kind of gravitated over to NASDAQ, I'm kind of shifting some stuff here. So yeah, so that same green area that we were kind of looking at on the ES, now I see it, similar area. This is kind of average daily range, which is kind of measures a little bit of the volatility in the market, what we can expect, look back, high to low. And, this would be a reasonable area for it to reverse, but that doesn't mean that it has to, right?
It does not. Yesterday's one was 55.15. I mean, we are really close to a lot of stuff. A lot of long time frame levels that we're kind of playing with right here. They're all getting run out.
Yeah, but I mean, for me to entertain this long, it would have to kind of get above this channel that I drew here, right? I would need a close above that channel. It needs some sort of break and kind of structure here a little bit, break of the, in order to entertain that. Otherwise, you continue with the structure that you're given.
Exactly. I mean, we got 09s and those 10s real close, and Gabe and Hoag, you both had those on there as well. I mean, since we're already so close to those, we just do a little pit stop. I mean, what's an extra 4 points with this type of volatility here? I mean, just knife through butter right now in the indices. Yes, just rolling over. Low of the day right now. Getting real close to 55.10. Is NQ playing this? Yeah, everything is just in concert, rolling over extremely hard.
Is to sweep down below all those lows from this week down there, and then to come back above it.
Yeah.
So you're talking like 09s?
Yeah.
Shit. That bounced so hard already.
Get down to 10.75.
Yeah, that was like a 10.
55, 10.75. 3 ticks from it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 10-point bounce in the ES, just like that. Wow.
Like that.
I mean, listen, market does not give you a lot of time at cheap prices. Everyone comes in and buys them up. I mean,
absolutely.
But also hopping in along here, was one of those situations where favor fortune's the bold. If you want to take the risk at catching a knife, and you also get the reward, which is ridiculous. Yeah, it's just great trade location. Okay, well that puts us in a bind a little bit.
It just expands our risk.
A ton. I mean, would we just take longs here? That seems real bullish, very optimistic. Or do we try to recalibrate and maybe find new shorts? Let's say it's going back to 2000s. Maybe we get a second try. Maybe we do get a second try, like 55.10s. Maybe we run 55.09s. If we got back down there, Hoag, would you be interested in a long?
Well, I was just saying, when we just put in that low, I said I'd like to see it sweep below all those lows.
Yeah.
These lows at 5.10, and then come back above, and then put in a higher low in short time frame, and then I like the long.
Okay. Let's wait and see if that happens.
Whenever I tell the market that, it says, yeah.
Yeah, right.
You're not going to get what you're looking for.
All right. Well, I did get my little break of structure to the upside. So, I mean, on the 2-minute, I would have a little go signal to go up to at least 55.36 for looking for 4 points.
Okay.
Maybe 55.32
for longs.
Yeah, if I'm looking long, that's against structure. Against structure here, right? So I'm going to be muted as to my expectations on how far it can go.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So.
Yeah, I mean, what's the
got a 3-bar reversal on the 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, this is something that's it's more of a scalp kind of trade.
I mean, we have seen very, very strong bullish moves in power hour before. I'm sure Dakota is just saying buy it right now. If I had to guess.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's reasonable, I think. I have this 20,000. I mean, this 20,000 level. I don't know how you feel about this, Hoag, but 20,000 psychological level, a long above, short below, kind of thing. That's kind of, as long as we're below 20,000, that's probably a reference level I might be able to use to kind of continue with structure to the downside. If I get above 20,000, maybe I can take that momentum for further price action higher. That's kind of what I'm seeing on the NASDAQ. I don't know if I have the same kind of level on the ES, but
it's confluence there too, because that was yesterday's value low. Today's value low is right in that neighborhood. So
yeah. So yeah, that seems like the delimiter, the eliminating line for me on the NASDAQ. If it can get above 20,000, maybe we make a run. If not, then 20,000 is going to act like a little bit of a barrier for me.
Yeah. Gabe, been quiet recently. That probably means you're placing trades. What are you doing?
Yep. I was trying a little short here, and I'm gonna get burnt.
That's what you get.
I'm gonna get burnt.
Well, maybe.
I was looking for a retest of those not the lows, but I was looking for price to head back down into the 40s. Looking for a 20, essentially a 1-to-1, but price is looking extremely bullish right now.
Yeah, let's see what I'm going to do here.
No. Did
what
Dakota
does
say
Delta tell us?
It's not all that deep, actually. It's negative 8,100 in the S&Ps. Basically flat in the NASDAQ, up 200.
Ooh, no way. I literally almost got top ticked.
Yeah, you're
and I'm
probably... Okay,
I'm out.
This.
Yep, that's it. I'm out.
I mean, when were we talking about smashing the buy button at 22s or 20s? It's so frustrating in the indices. Oh my goodness. It's just like...
Move was the buy.
Just what happened.
Buy first, think later.
On days like this.
Buy first, manage trades later.
I'm punching myself in the face.
Watch. Called it. Dip.
I mean, argument for longs at 55.28. I mean, we were kind of getting back into side of consolidation. I wonder if it holds. We tested the midpoint of that 5-minute range.
I would have liked it back down at that 55.10 level, if you ask me, but I would like to see some sort of retest of 55.20. 55.20 seems like a logical area if it comes back. Right? If it comes back. I don't know if it's going to come back for us, but 55.20 seems like a reasonable level.
Not coming back.
Yeah.
Right.
It's never coming back.
Right. Because the problem is right now I feel like, okay, well, I'm coming into those levels that we talked about earlier that we would want to short, right? 55.32, 55.36, 55.40. Do I want to be there with a long? Do I want to be holding long when I'm coming into an area where sellers might step in? Right. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. If anything, I'd like to see 55.20. I'd like to see price come back down to 55.20 and get rejected. 55.16 get rejected. Then I feel like I have some momentum to the upside. Right now, I'm not to say it's retail, but retail in the short time frame, long right now.
Right. We got MOC orders in 10 minutes. Thank you, Robert. It's this is where FOMO kicks in.
I'm trying one more short. This is probably a really bad idea. I'm trying one more short. So we're back inside that. We're essentially back testing that supply between 980 and 988 and 20,000. So essentially the imbalance that caused this huge momentum to the downside. Now, I don't believe this is going to be a long-term trade. I think I'm just going to try to chip away at some of that loss that I just ate up there. but this very well could be a really terrible idea, knowing that there's all these really weak highs. If buyers want to step back in, and we're just going to go back into the 30s with swiftness. So when we're pushing higher.
Robert just let me know tilt is very skewed to the long side here. 74% ES, NQ 77% long. The average long is 55.41. Oh, you got stopped out? That's a bummer.
Yep.
20,000. Average long is 20,047. That cannot be right. That cannot be right. Yeah, it is. I just saw the price change. Holy moly. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so look, I mean, looking at this from a volume delta perspective, we had looking at it. I see a kind of an exhaustive push down, followed by a massive move in the other direction. So that level right there, that 19,920 level, that whatever that was, 55.10 level, those were levels that we could have participated in this move. Right. This switch in polarity from bearish to bullish on the volume delta level indicates a pivot, right? Indicates a change in potential direction. So, I mean, hindsight's always 20/20.
Hindsight capital, baby.
That's an indication for me on a short time frame when I'm looking at volume delta. I'm looking for that exhaustive. When I see that exhaustive delta candle right to the downside, and what's the natural expectation? Well, the natural expectation is that we continue, and when we get another delta coming in on the positive side like that, well, I just found an area of support.
Right. I think what's interesting too is 20,000 was not really resistance this time on the way back up. Seems like we've gone up and through and back and through 20,000 enough times that maybe the psychology there isn't as impactful. But maybe we should reject right here. Who knows? But we do have a couple more things to get through. James, if we have hashtag power hour already, we could definitely get to that.
We
trader wins
do.
And the like.
Let me
go out with a laugh, not a cry.
Yeah. You and Gabe called them to action. They did not disappoint. Thank you to our community. Here is your Power Hour submissions. From Trade Pecker, the numbers today were very surprising. Over $800 win today between two XFAs. Be sure to lock it up. Don't give it back. Go into the weekend strong. Let's see. Moving on. We got another really great trade set up from Miss J. Submitted this morning, and admittedly, I forgot to send it to the producer, so this is your moment now.
Head salad hands. Oh, salad hands might be going viral.
Salad hands. This next one's really cool. We got an outdoor action shot from Kenny out here listening and placing trades on my phone. I got my flags in the picture.
Oh, that's
so we really are being listened to and watched from everywhere.
That's so cool. Nice. I love seeing that stuff.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love this one a lot. Dolby, we got one for you.
Oh, nice. Oh my god.
I think it's a One Piece character.
What is that show?
I think it's from One Piece. I don't know. It's the anime that never ends, so I can't follow it.
Have faith you're in chat. You're gonna have to let me know. But my abs do look like that, so that is actually accurate. So good job on getting that right.
I miss so much by not watching TV.
Yeah. We have a Carl Hungus meme, and Ray, you've made the cut.
Oh, I have. Look at that. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, there you go. That's my Bigfoot sighting. Yes.
Yep, there he is.
Excellent. Excellent. I don't know if I would necessarily be dressed that way if I was looking for Bigfoot, but.
And then, as we mentioned earlier, it is Andre's birthday. And earlier in this week, we had our 100K YouTube celebration. Andre wore a really cool suit and some really cool shades. We had a bunch of stuff made up. We didn't get to show that day, so I wanted to show two of my favorites. Admittedly, I made one of them, but Jack made this one. Andre in the Men in Black.
Nice. Nice.
And then I
Oh,
don't
that's good.
remember who in chat said it, but if you're familiar with Agent Smith from The Matrix,
Yeah.
I gave you
Kramer.
Agent Andre.
Yeah, maybe Kramer. That's maybe I was kind of
Andre,
giving
we
my
love
own
you.
name.
Happy birthday. Enjoy New York. And thank you to everybody for your Power Hour submissions. We are back on Monday. So take the weekend to think, create, and share with us on X at Topstep, #Fast Markets. Back to you, Dolby.
That was awesome.
Birthday, Andre.
Yeah, big shout out. Happy birthday to Andre and all of his clones celebrating. You have to get like 5 times as much food for all the clones. They just celebrate one birthday collectively.
I don't think clones eat.
They don't eat? Oh, okay. So I think it's just him plus. That's okay. I mean, it's a big reservation for someone who's not eating. Markets hanging on at 20,000 right now in the Nasdaq.
Yeah, look at that magic
Lion.
number.
Yep.
Short below, long above.
Long above.
There it is. Short below,
Jinx,
long
you owe
above.
me a Coke.
I do.
Yep.
I do. More than a Coke. More than a Coke, my friend. Beer. Choice of finest beer.
Finest beer. What were we saying? What were we talking?
Am I allowed to
55,
say beer
35 evens?
on?
Oh yeah, I think
Oh,
so.
of course.
Yeah.
I even sometimes say bourbon.
Oh, bourbon. Yeah, I would say long above, short below.
Yep. We had a short idea at 55.35, and actually would have been pretty decent. We got up and we're talking about this range a while ago. Ended up running
Yeah, I think 55,
way down
36
before.
or something.
Yeah, exactly. 55.35 to like
When we opened the call,
5:38.
that's what we were talking about, right?
Yeah, I think so. If we get back up there, we got 10 minutes left. Maybe we can grab a short real quick. Maybe not. MOC's coming up too. Eddie, you got your eyes on the MOC prize?
Oui, oui.
Oui, oui.
Oui.
Parlez-vous français?
I think that is.
Very good. Very good. There it is. There
All
it
right,
is.
we got them, ladies and gentlemen. Beep, 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 beep. All right, S&P's 2,790,000,000 to the sell side. Whoa. Nasdaq 2,122,000,000 to the sell side. Dow 638 million to the sell side, and the Mag 7 is nearly all sell here. Is that right? Yeah, 1,154,000,000 to the sell side. And like I said before, this fluctuates. It is a moving MOC here. Things are getting done. Anything that really changes, I'll get back to you guys. But I'm going to post in the chat what they've got right now. Back to you, Mr. Dolby Time.
Awesome. Eddie, thank you. It looks like, yeah, well, I mean, it came in sell side, but now we're catching a bid, so not quite sure how that works. It feels very much like EIA to me, to be honest. If you ever have traded crude oil, EIA will come out as one thing, and the market will do the complete opposite. So kind of curious to see here if ES does follow through to the downside, may or may not. Hoag, we grabbed that short in that range or no in the ES?
Did we? No.
No, okay. I mean, maybe we can do a tight stop on a short in the ES here. Maybe it rolls over into close.
You like
we did have a range. We have maybe one ES at like 55.36 and keep a tight stop on it. And we did have a level there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, that's 5.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, we had check marks for a short. I think we can maybe squeeze out a decent little fade here into close if we can get filled.
And we are filled.
All right.
Okay, cool.
There it is.
Nice bounce off that.
Yeah, I mean, we can always try to go to break even quick too. Maybe if we get down to like 28s. A jellyfish pattern in the 1 minute. I just made that up. So
if we can get a close if we can get a close below 28, I think this can head down back to the lows.
Yeah, maybe a little stop run. Hoag, where's our stop at?
56.35. No. You got to tell me. I'm just the
Let's do like
broker.
55.41-ish.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
I like it.
So you really don't want to see this get back up outside of 55.38.
No, you do not.
Okay, cool.
Not if you're short. You don't want to see a new high for sure. A new recent
Yeah,
high.
we do not want to see that. Yeah, we don't want to see that. And we could even get to break even pretty early. Add? Ooh.
We add?
Question.
All right. If we can get a close below 28s, this short idea looks pretty promising.
Maybe. I mean, we could also try. We could try to sell more at our entry. Try to sell 35s again, or try to do a momentum play, like Coach Ray was saying.
We got.
You want to close. You want to close, right?
I'd like to see a close below 28 in order to really embrace this short back down to 20 or 12s.
1 minute close.
Any close at this point.
Just so it
I'm
has
looking at.
close.
I generally look at the 2-minute chart, Hoag. I'm not a 1 minute type of guy. That's what they tell me. Anyway.
Maybe break even on this one since it's so late. Although I feel like if we go break even, we're just gonna get stopped out. So, what are we up right now in this?
See, no close. We still have not gotten a close. We have not made a new low. Just wick. Oh,
I think we hold it into close.
Yeah, if we can get that close below 28, I'm liking the shorts.
We were talking about this way earlier in the show, chat. We had
exactly. That was the first thing we talked about, Colby. We were talking about shorts at 55.36, 55.40. Yeah. We were talking. This is a line with the structure we had talked about, Gabe.
Yep.
All right. Do we get a close? Did we get a 1 minute close below 28?
We got 20 seconds.
Okay.
So what could a downside
Colby,
target
you're saying
be? Like, I
go to break even?
I mean, I hate going to break even, so maybe I'm wrong. We don't, but I mean, either we accept risk or we don't, right?
Well, I just did, but I'll move it.
Okay. No, I mean.
All right. Still no close below 28.
Yeah.
Still no close below 28. That's not a good sign.
Yeah. It would just be a shame to take a loss at the end of the day on a fairly speculative trade since we had such good price action on it. And there's no really there's no room on the back end to really try to manage it as far as time goes.
Here comes my 2 minute. I have my 2 minute, 30 seconds left. If I get a close below, I think we have a chance to go back to the lows.
Nope, back above 28. What are you doing? Yes.
It's dancing.
Maniac.
It's dancing around 28.
Yes.
I got about 15 seconds here. 15 seconds for this 2 minute chart. 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 5. Do I get a close below 28? Going once. Close below 28. Going twice.
There it is.
Close below 28.
Sold.
Okay, sell one.
Close below 28.
Sold.
How many did you sell? I
didn't sell anything. I'm just yelling sold to make it go down.
Okay.
All right. Let's go. Now it needs to accelerate. It needs to accelerate.
Maybe a take profit.
Needs some acceleration here.
At like 20 evens, just in case it shoots down.
Yeah, 20 evens is reasonable. And if
maybe 15 points. There we go. Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Look at this sucker go.
I'm liking it. Do we get another? Did we get it? Oh, there it is. Did we get another 1 minute close below? 1 minute close below? I don't know. How many lots do we have on this trade, guys?
Only one, I think.
Only one? Oh, okay. No, not a. We're pea shooters.
I would just hold for. Yeah, I know. Well, we're operating within the risk provided. I think we're doing a good job.
I understand. Here it comes. Here comes 20s. I think
20s. We get 20s.
Not yet.
Ooh, 300 came in at 525.
Remember, I'm a 2 minute guy, not a 1 minute guy.
I moved it to break even now. I don't want if it goes back.
Okay, cool.
We're not losing money on this.
Okay.
What do we got? Like 600?
Now we need a push.
500 right now.
I think just hold it. I'll just hold it till the
All right.
next.
Well, Delta seems. Oh, there it is. Got a big push lower and then went away.
I would say
Get out
either.
and push.
Oh, that was the Nasdaq. I'm looking at the Nasdaq.
Yeah. No, I mean ES is we're going all over the place now. This is some true
I need
power
another
hour
new
action
low.
right here.
All right, 10 seconds. Do I get a new low? Another new low. 10 seconds. New low. Do I get another new low? And no, I do not. I do not get another new low. That's not good. That's not good.
Hold.
What do we got? We got 2 minutes.
Just hold it. If we get
Hold
back down to,
we can do this.
If we get back down to 24 even, so maybe go down to 28 3/4, so we lock in like $300 or something.
Hold.
Okay, do I get a 1 minute
get
close
20s.
below? What was that low?
You can get 20s.
What was the new low of this swing?
The 1 minute, 23 evens.
23 evens. That's what we need to get below.
Ideally.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like we've double bounced
Yeah, I
off
mean,
it
if
on the
we're
1 minute.
going to honor this move down, that's what we want to see, right? So
Yeah, we want to rip through there. If we get through there, take 20s equal.
Let's go. Come on now.
Let's push.
You can do it.
Get out and push.
Okay, you got 1 minute.
Someone open up 20 live accounts and try shorting, please.
All right. All right, here it comes.
Okay.
We're a minute away, we're a minute away from the close, guys. I don't know what we're doing.
I know, we're doing it.
Okay.
This is for all the bell-to-bellers out there.
Okay, 55.20 is almost here.
Ooh. Yep. Hoag, I would get close to just pressing the flatten button. We're like 4 ticks away.
Sold.
Come on now. Flush. Okay, well, we're getting some volume delta here is pushing.
Okay.
Pushing lower. Some volume coming into this.
600 getting filled at 21 evens. We got thousands
here
of
comes.
contracts.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, we get stopped out. We get stopped out. We're good, right?
Oh no, we're good. Yeah, no, we're out. Flat.
We're out.
Okay.
Hey.
Nice.
Oh yeah. What did we cover at?
Nice.
About 20 1/4.
Hey, let's go. Look at that.
We caught a short. Excellent.
Look at that.
Excellent, guys. Congrats to all the folks. Now, guys, if I recall, we were actually talking about this right from the word go, right? When we opened this power hour call. And we fluctuated between shorts and long, short and long. Sometimes our best ideas, our best analysis are the ones that we start with.
The first
idea. Our first idea is the best idea, right?
Yep.
Hell yeah. What do we make on that, Hoag? Oh, it's pretty good.
$725, I believe.
Hey, all I ask is 10%.
Chipping away.
All I ask is 10%, guys. 10%.
10%?
That's all I ask. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for that check from Andre. Where's Andre?
He's spending it in New York right now.
I was about to say, I don't know if you're going to get that.
Yeah, I might have to IOU for that one. Everybody. Hey, great trade.
I know, folks. We got great trade by everyone. This was a collective effort.
It was. Yeah, that was a great group
Solid
trade.
stuff.
Talked it out. Had the plan from the beginning, executed it flawlessly. Hoag traded a whole bunch today, so your finger must be pretty tired, man. You're placing a lot of buy and sells. You're the man of the hour.
So where did the house account end up today?
Like down 12, 12.4.
12, yeah, 12.464.
Yeah, but if we had a 15
10%
lot,
is 10%, right?
Yep.
You're right, Rockstar. 10% is 10%.
That is right. We got some of it back. But Eddie, you there? Oh.
Yes, I am.
There he is.
I am. I'm here. All right. Thanks, guys. Hey, here I am. Here I is. All right. Well, let me ask you, did you have a good week, bad week? Well, I tell you, if you had a profitable bad week, I hope you learned something. I see Johnny there. If you had a profitable good week, I hope you learned something there also. Remember, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. And, of course, having a losing trade, a losing day, a losing week, a losing month, I think some of us have had that before. But the best thing to know is that things can only get better, okay? And if you are having a good day, a good week, a good month, Just keep the focus. All right. Keep the focus on what you're doing. Well, let's take a look what we got coming in here Monday. Remember, this is the end of the month. We've got July 1st coming in here on Monday. And what we've got cooking here, it is going to be a Canadian holiday there, eh? Got the Canada Day. It's going to be all day here. Coming the 1st. Scrolling down, really not too much here. 8:45, we do have our S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI. Construction spending. 9 o'clock, ISM Manufacturing PMI, ISM Manufacturing prices for June. And that's going to be it as far as the eco numbers go, the economic numbers. Taking a look at our schedule for our Topstep TV Palooza. Monday, the 1st, John and myself will fire up the machine. We'll get the party started. We do have Fast Markets with Hoag, MP Deanna, Nick for a tick. We also have Peter Tuckman going to be joining us. JD and Hoag. Jack and Bonnie for TopQuiz. Jack and Brett for Shoulder Tap. JD and Hoag for group coaching. The afternoon party will consist of Anne Marie with Strategy Lab, Dolby and Robert. And we do have Dolby and Ray T for Power Hour. So there you have it here. And hey, we love having you here, and I think you know that. And I hope that you love being here with us. But now it's time for the weekend, and plan something for the family. Maybe turn the phones off, turn the TVs off, turn the computers off, get a board game, have some fun. Maybe go take a walk, go to the zoo or something where we can get outside and, like they say, touch grass. So it's family time, so time to get yourself some love from the closest people to you. And sometimes it's not only people, but a loving animal. So get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, don't go away. I got something for you before we leave. Make it this queued up. It is queued. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV.
I'm going to give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe that makes things happen. All you have to do is get in touch with it. Stop thinking. Let things happen. And be the ball.
We'll see you Monday. Take care.